Yes, Brother Ling Tian. Upon hearing Duan Ling Tian's words, Juana instantly turned to look at the old lady who was preparing to kill Duan Ling Tian. Her limpid eyes, hidden by the hat, were brimming with hostility. She had been restraining herself since earlier. The old lady's cultivation base was relatively profound. She was, at least, an Earth-rank great overarching golden celestial. However, an Earth-rank great overarching golden celestial was no match for Huaner. Whoosh! A gust of cold and bitter wind appeared as Huaner casually lifted her hand. The air seemed to have stagnated at this moment. It was as though it was frozen. She waved her hand, and the cold wind blew toward the old lady, shrouding the old lady before she could even reach Duan Ling Tian. In just a blink of an eye, the old lady was frozen into an ice sculpture before everyone's eyes. One could still vaguely see the unsightly expression on her face through the layer of ice. Swoosh! The old lady that had been turned into an ice block was still flying toward Duan Ling Tian due to inertia, albeit at a slower speed. Brother Ling Tian, Huaner called out softly. In just a flash, she was back to his side, holding his hand. She effortlessly brought him away from the frozen old lady. Boom! The ice sculpture fell to the ground and shattered into pieces. The old lady was dead. In fact, before she had landed on the ground, she had already died when she was frozen. Now that the ice sculpture had shattered, her remains were pieces as well. Roar! The commotion had startled the nine-headed celestial beast, causing it to become restless. It glared at Duan Ling Tian with its bright red eyes and charged at him, seemingly determined to trample him to death. Duan Ling Tian was about to make a move to kill the nine-headed celestial beast, but Huaner was a step ahead of him. Whoosh! A gust of cold wind swept out and bound the frenzied beast to the ground. The nine-headed celestial beast stood frozen on the street like a realistic ice sculpture on display. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian glanced at the stunned Zhou Shudong, who sat paralyzed on the ground. He said indifferently, "Miss Zhou, I'll spare your life out of respect for the Zhou clan. I hope you make the best out of it." Then, he turned to Huaner and said with a smile, "Huaner, let's go." Huaner nodded cutely and left with Duan Ling Tian. At the same time, she asked curiously through voice transmission, "Brother Ling Tian, why did you spare her? She wanted to kill me." Huaner, "I didn't kill her because I don't want to be forced to leave the capital of Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom so soon after we arrived. You don't like being constantly on the run, do you? I plan to stay in the kingdom for a while before I plan my next move. This Miss Zhou comes from an extraordinary family. If we kill her, we'll definitely anger the Zhou clan and the imperial family. It's easy to kill her, but it won't be worth it." Although both Duan Ling Tian and Zhou Shudong were Blue Sun Golden Celestials, he could easily kill her if he so wished. After all, his strength was much greater than what his cultivation base indicated. He could easily kill an ordinary great overarching golden celestial without using the Devata artifact, the Seven Orifices exquisite sword, let alone a mere Blue Sun Golden Celestial. After listening to Duan Ling Tian's explanation, Huaner nodded even though she did not fully understand his words. The busy street was deathly silent as the duo left under everyone's watchful eyes. When the pedestrians regained their senses, their figures had already disappeared at the end of the street. All of them inhaled sharply and looked at each other in disbelief. Remarkable strength. The white-clad lady wearing the veil and the hat is terrifying. She must be an overarching heavenly supreme celestial at least. She would have to be an overarching heavenly supreme celestial at least to display such strength. The old lady she killed was an elder who frequently accompanied the fourth miss of the Zhou clan. She was an Earth-rank great overarching golden celestial. Overarching heaven supreme celestial. It seems like their background isn't simple as well. You don't say. Look at them strolling around the capital after killing the old lady from the Zhou clan. It's clear they have no intention of fleeing. It's obvious they aren't afraid of the Zhou clan. However, it seems like they still have a measure of respect for the Zhou clan since they didn't kill the fourth miss. The onlookers glanced at Zhou Shudong furtively as they whispered among themselves. She was still sitting on the ground in a stupor, clearly traumatized by the event. Meanwhile, Duan Ling Tian and Huaner continued exploring the capital of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom, before they finally chose an inn to settle in. They had specially chosen an inn that belonged to the Nian clan, the enemy of the Zhou clan. The Nian clan was also one of the top clans in the Soaring Dragon's celestial kingdom, comparable to the Zhou clan. Similar to the Zhou clan, they were relatives of the imperial family as well. The inn was called Fleeting Time Inn. It was an extremely huge inn. There were 999 rooms available. All guest rooms had their own independent courtyards and noise-canceling and spirit-gathering formations. The cost for a guest room per night was 10 prominent celestial stones. It was unaffordable for most people. A page boy showed them around the inn as they passed through different courtyards. 999 guest rooms. Moreover, it seems like the occupancy rate is quite high. Even if they only rent out half the rooms a day, their daily income is 5,000 prominent celestial stones. 10 days will earn them 50,000 prominent celestial stones. A month would earn them 150,000 prominent celestial stones, and a year would earn them 1,800,000 prominent celestial stones. Duanling Tian calculated inwardly as he marveled at his surroundings. He was astonished by the inn's income. After a while, he asked, "Young man, it's my first time in the Fleeting Time Inn. Can you tell me more about the inn?" "Yes, of course," the page boy replied respectfully. "Dear guest, although the cost per night here is high, I guarantee you it's great value for your money. Not only does the inn have one of the best cultivation environments in the city, but there are also many overarching heavenly supreme celestials from the Nian clans overseeing the inn, so you won't be disturbed. It's a safe haven here, provided you didn't offend the imperial family or forces stronger than high-rank celestial kingdoms. This is one of the reasons why it's so costly to stay here. Staying here is like having a life-saving talisman." Duanling Tian's eyes brightened when he heard the page boy's words. He had specifically chosen this inn because the Nian clan and the Zhou clan were sworn enemies. It would be difficult, if not impossible, for the Zhou clan to cause a ruckus in the Nian clan's territory. However, he did not expect the inn would provide protection for their guests as well. This came as a pleasant surprise to him. So, even if one has offended the Zhou clan, it's still safe to stay here? The Zhou clan? The page boy was taken aback by Duanling Tian's question. However, he quickly replied, "Of course. The Zhou clan and Nian clan are enemies. It's impossible for them to act recklessly here. The same goes for the other factions. We're not afraid of them." Then he added, "Dear guest, on average, 80% of the guests stay here to avoid their enemies. Hence, you can rest assured it's safe here." Duanling Tian nodded. "Our guest rooms are also equipped with noise-canceling formations and spirit-gathering formations. The cultivation environment," the page boy continued to say. However, Duanling Tian no longer paid attention to the page boy's words. Cultivation environment? With Huana around and her divine crystal, he would still have the best cultivation environment even if he was in the middle of nowhere. He did not choose to stay in the inn for its cultivation environment. He only chose to stay here for the protection it offered. Realization suddenly dawned on Duanling Tian. No wonder there were dozens of people waiting outside the Fleeting Time Inn. Those people must be waiting for their enemies to come out. When they finally arrived at their room, Duanling Tian tipped the page boy with a prominent celestial stone before he asked with a smile, "Young man, what's your name?" The page boy's eyes brightened. He reached and took to the prominent celestial stone at lightning speed and expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, sir. You can call me Little Six." "All right," Duanling Tian nodded and continued to say, "Little Six, I'll need your help in the future to run some errands for me. What do you think? Is there a way for me to contact you? Don't worry, I'll make it worth your while." The page boy routinely took out a strip of red cloth from his pocket and handed it to Duanling Tian. He said with a smile, "Dear guest, if there's a need for my service, all you need to do is just hang this strip of red cloth on the door. At that time, I'll come to you." The page boy seemed accustomed to receiving such a request. Duanling Tian soon came to realize the Fleeting Time Inn must have received a lot of similar requests from their guests. After all, if one had to reside here to avoid the pursuit of one's enemies, one would not be able to recklessly leave the inn. The guests would inevitably need to purchase things like celestial pills, ingredients to refine pills or forge weapons, memory celestial talismans, and so on. "All right. Duan Ling Tian took the strip of red cloth as the page boy continued to lead them to their room. The fleeing time inn was truly big. Not only did it have 999 guest rooms, but each room had 3 rooms and their personal courtyards. 2 rooms faced the rear while one was located near the courtyard entrance. "Welcome, dear guests." A pleasantly sweet voice greeted them as soon as they stepped foot into the courtyard. A servant girl dressed in servant clothes stood at the side of the main entrance and greeted them. She had delicate features, and her appearance could be considered above average. Even then, it was still a far cry from the beauty of his 2 wives and Huaner. "Dear guests, each guest room comes with a servant. It's her responsibility to take care of your daily meals and comfort. Apart from that, sex is allowed, that is, by the consent of the servant," the page boy routinely said. His words embarrassed Duan Ling Tian. At the same time, the servant girl peeked at Duan Ling Tian. Her cheeks flushed red when she caught a glimpse of his handsome face. The page boy looked at Duan Ling Tian meaningfully and said, "Dear guest, the servants here are all virgins. You say the servant has to give consent. What if she refuses?" Duan Ling Tian asked curiously. "If she refuses, you cannot force her. Otherwise, it'd be seen as provoking the fleeting time in, and one will be severely punished," the page boy replied. Duan Ling Tian looked at the page boy suspiciously. "Why didn't you say so earlier? Are you trying to set me up?" "Dear guest, it's not that I deliberately didn't remind you. I just didn't think it's necessary. The servants are lucky if they get to spend a night with you. Moreover, I don't think any of the servants will refuse you," the page boy said in an attempt to flatter Duan Ling Tian. Then, he turned to look at the maiden before he added, "If you don't believe me, ask her." Duan Ling Tian instinctively turned to look at the servant girl. The servant girl felt butterflies fluttering in her stomach when Duan Ling Tian looked at her. "Dear guest, if you want me to spend the night with you, I am willing." Her voice turned soft when she reached the end of her sentence. Duan Ling Tian coughed in embarrassment when he heard the servant girl's reply. He hastily turned to the page boy and said, "Xiao Lu, if there's nothing else, you can take your leave." "Yes, sir." The page boy thought Duan Ling Tian was impatient to get things started, so he looked at Duan Ling Tian meaningfully before he left. "What is your name?" Duan Ling Tian asked the servant girl. "Dear guest, my name is Cheng'er," the servant girl replied shyly. "Cheng'er. There's no need to feel awkward. I won't be asking you to spend the night with me. Just do your duty and don't interrupt our cultivation," Duan Ling Tian bluntly said. Upon hearing Duan Ling Tian's words, the servant girl knew she had been daydreaming and was a fool for love. She could not help but feel disheartened. At this moment, a melodious voice rang in the air, catching the servant girl's attention. The voice was so charming and sounded like music to one's ears that it could even catch the attention of women. "Brother Ling Tian, Xiao Lu said you can have sex." "What is sex?" "And he said this elder sister is a virgin." "What's a virgin?" Chang'er lamented inwardly. "So, he has a partner." It seemed like the guest she had a crush on already had a partner by his side. Although Huaner's appearance was hidden by the veil and hat, she could tell Huaner was much more beautiful than her. Duan Ling Tian said, "Huaner, you're still too young to know about this. You'll learn about it when you're older." "Brother Ling Tian, I'm already 13 years old. I'm not too young," Huaner said, clearly displeased. 13 years old? Duan Ling Tian and the servant girl were thoroughly shocked. The servant girl looked at the white-clad lady's voluptuous figure that put hers to shame. How could a 13-year-old possess this type of figure? When Duan Ling Tian finally regained his senses, he looked at Huaner in bewilderment as he asked, 13 years old? Huaner, you're only 13 years old. Yes. Huaner nodded innocently. Is the people from your clan? They mature so early? Duan Ling Tian smiled bitterly. Then, he remembered Huaner was not an ordinary human. She was half human and half phantom fox. In Devata realms, phantom foxes were celestial beasts with sentience. "Huana, let's go in." Since it was inconvenient to continue the conversation in the presence of an outsider, both of them entered the room and he quickly closed the door. Seeing this, Chang'er completely gave up her hopes on Duan Ling Tian. Meanwhile, Zhou Shudong, the fourth miss of the Zhou clan, returned to the clan. The incident today had spread like a wildfire in the capital. It did not take long for everyone to find out that the fourth miss of the Zhou clan had propositioned a young man to be her boy toy but was ruthlessly rejected. Moreover, after killing her subordinate, the young man remained alive and well. Zhou Shudong muttered to herself in anger. "Who the heck is he? He said he spared me because of the Zhou clan. This means he has a certain measure of fear of the Zhou clan. No, I won't let this matter slide. I've been greatly humiliated today." She had only returned to the Zhou clan's estate for a short moment before she hastily made her way to the imperial palace. Although the Zhou clan's estate occupied a vast land, it could not compare to the imperial palace of the soaring dragon celestial kingdom. The palace occupied nearly half the eastern area of the capital. It was surrounded by a river, separating it from the masses. When she arrived at the entrance of the palace, a group of guards recognized her and greeted her respectfully. "Greeting, Miss Zhou." She was impatient to enter the palace, so she paid no mind to the guards, making her way into the palace. Alas, she was stopped by the guards. "Miss Zhou, although we know you, you still need to show us your entry token. Rules are rules after all." The head of the guards bowed in respect. "Here you go." Zhou Shudong took out a silver token from her spatial ring and showed it to the guards, clearly annoyed by the request. After inspecting the authenticity of her entry token, the guards stepped aside and allowed her entry into the imperial palace. After Zhou Shudong left, the guards discussed among themselves. "I've been guarding the entrance of the imperial palace for so long. This is my first time seeing Miss Zhou in such a hurry. It seems like she's in trouble. Isn't it obvious? If it's not important, how could she have forgotten to show us her entry token?" After entering the imperial palace, Zhou Shudong went to look for her elder cousin brother, with whom she had the closest relationship with. He was her father's nephew, the son of her father's sister, and the emperor of the soaring dragon celestial kingdom. He was also the fourth prince of the soaring dragon celestial kingdom. He was the most outstanding among the emperor's sons. Naturally, the most outstanding prince had the highest chance of succeeding the throne of the soaring dragon celestial kingdom. In the front courtyard of the pavilion that belonged to the fourth prince, a young man in green robes with golden trimmings sat inside a pergola. He sat in front of a granite table across Zhou Shudong. He asked with a smile, "Donger, why are you in such a hurry to look for me? Are you in trouble?" A knowing look appeared on his face. This young man was tall and strong. He was handsome with strong features and an outstanding bearing. The young man was none other than Long Xiangyun, the fourth prince of the soaring dragon celestial kingdom. Long was the surname of the imperial family. "Cousin brother, can you help me investigate a person? I won't be satisfied until I learn about him," Zhou Shudong said with an unsightly expression on her face. Although the purple-clad young man she met might come from an extraordinary family, the Zhou clan was a force to be reckoned with. However, there was a chance that he was a nobody. Hence, she wanted to investigate him. She would easily let the matter go. "Who do you want to investigate?" Long Xiangyun asked curiously. It was his first time seeing such an unsightly expression on his cousin sister's face. He was intrigued by the person who was capable of making his cousin sister look this way. In a room in the fleeting time one of the rooms, Huaner, who had taken off her veil and hat, sat cross-legged on a bed. Heaven and earth spirit energy in the air that seemed to have liquefied flowed into her body at an extreme speed before it turned into celestial origin energy. The pendant of the necklace hanging from her beautiful neck was on display. The round contraption that concealed the pendant, a divine crystal, had been opened at some point in time. It continued to release a steady flow of seemingly liquefied heaven and earth spirit energy filling up the entire room. The room at this moment seemed to have turned into a cultivation saint land. Duanling Tian and Huaner were sitting back to back. As he sensed and absorbed the seemingly liquefied heaven and earth spirit energy in the room, he thought to himself, with such a cultivation environment, "It'd be humiliating if I can't break through and become an indigo sun golden celestial in a short time." After that, he quickly dismissed his thoughts and focused on cultivating. The cultivation environment was so good that there was no need for Duanling Tian to use celestial stones. The only thing that could hasten his cultivation speed was celestial pills. He was so immersed in cultivation and trying to break through the final bottleneck in his cultivation base as a blue sun golden celestial that he had completely forgotten about the passage of time. It felt like a brief moment and a century had passed at the same time when Duanling Tian suddenly opened his eyes. I've broken through. He had successfully become an indigo sun golden celestial. Swoosh! Celestial origin energy rippled out of Duanling Tian's body, intermingling with the heaven and earth spirit energy in his surroundings. Hearing Duanling Tian's excited voice, Huana asked in surprise, "Brother Ling Tian, you've broken through in such a short time?" "Huaner, how long did I cultivate?" Duanling Tian asked, although he was not sure if she knew the answer. "Brother Ling Tian, you only cultivated for 3 days," Huana replied. 3 days? Duanling Tian was startled. Although he did not think it would take long for him to break through with such a good cultivation environment, he did not expect it would only take him 3 days to break through. This is too fast, isn't it? When he regained his senses, he silently thanked the divine crystal. All of a sudden, Huaner asked, "Brother Ling Tian, why is the grade of your cultivation method so low?" Duanling Tian was taken aback. "Huana, you can discern my cultivation method?" "Yes," Huana nodded as she replied, "I can also tell you have 99 heavenly veins just like me. However, due to your physique being inferior to mine, you're slightly less talented than me. With your talent, your cultivation speed should be much faster if you have a high-grade cultivation method." Indeed, Duanling Tian's cultivation method was of a very low grade. In fact, it was the lowest grade, the yellow grade. "Brother Ling Tian, should I teach you my cultivation method?" Huana suggested. Upon hearing Huana's words, Duanling Tian's eyes brightened. For someone who possessed a rare treasure like the divine crystal, how could her cultivation method be inferior? He felt his breathing quickened. However, after a moment he seemed to recall something. He sobered up immediately, as though a cold bucket of water had been poured on him. "Huaner, did your mother warn you against teaching others your cultivation method?" "If she did, then let's just forget about it. I can always look for a higher grade cultivation method later." It was probable that it was taboo for her to pass on her cultivation method. "Brother Ling Tian, my cultivation method is innate and has existed in my memories since I was born. My mom said it is an inherited memory. In our Phantom Fox clan, this would only occur to 1,000 Phantom Ice Foxes that are born once every 1,000,000 years. My mom didn't warn me against teaching it to others. In fact, I tried teaching it to my mom, but she was unable to use it for some unknown reasons." Duanling Tian shook his head. "In that case, it's likely I won't be able to cultivate it as well. After all, it's innate and it's probably suited only to you. My mom is a pure celestial beast, so she can't use the cultivation method. However, Brother Ling Tian, you're a human. There's a possibility that you might be able to cultivate it," Huaner said. Instantly, rays of hope shone in Duanling Tian's eyes. Her words made sense after all. Her mother was a celestial beast, so that might be why she could not cultivate the cultivation method. Who knew if a human could cultivate it? Although I know nothing about Huana's true form, the 1,000 Phantom Ice Fox, since they're so rare, they must be very special. It stands to reason the inherited cultivation method is special as well. Duanling Tian was quite certain Huana's cultivation method was extraordinary. Otherwise, how could she become an overarching heavenly supreme celestial in just 10 years? Who knew if her cultivation method was superior to heaven-grade cultivation methods? There was certainly a possibility of that. Huana was a 13-year-old overarching heavenly supreme celestial. Such an existence should be rare even in the Devata realms, let alone just the spirit overarching heaven. How could he stay calm now that she said she was going to teach him her cultivation method? Alas, Duanling Tian discovered that he could not use Huana's cultivation method. He was greatly disappointed. Upon seeing this, Huana felt anxious and guilty. She quickly suggested, "Brother Ling Tian, why don't I snatch a higher grade cultivation method for you?" "Huaner, just concentrate on your cultivation. Don't worry about my cultivation method. I can solve this on my own," Duanling Tian said with a smile as he patted her head. Seeing that she was still quite anxious, he added, "Don't worry. Focus on improving your strength. That way, you'll be able to help me if I encounter a powerful enemy. Right? Take this for example, we have to stay in the inn now because we're weaker than the Zhou clan. However, if we're stronger, there won't be any need for us to be afraid. No one would dare to provoke us. A hint of determination flashed in Juana's eyes when she heard Duan Tian's words. She quickly closed her eyes and began to cultivate again. Meanwhile, Duan Tian left the room. When he opened the door, some of the seemingly liquefied heaven and earth spirit energy leaked out. However, it quickly dispersed. At this moment, Xianxia, the servant girl, was gardening, taking care of the vegetation in the courtyard. When she saw Duan Tian, she hastily rose to her feet and bowed at him. "Sir." She looked at him with extremely bright eyes, as though she was telling him she would obey him as long as he gave the word. "You can continue with your task," Duan Tian said with a smile. Then he hung the red cloth that Xiao Lu, the page boy, had given him. "Xianxia, please inform me when Xiao Lu comes," Duan Tian said before he entered another room. "Yes, sir," Xianxia replied respectfully. Inside the room, Duan Tian sat on the bed and called out a small gray flame. It was the chaos divine flame that he had mistaken as a primitive celestial fire. "It seems like I can draw out and control a bigger flame from the defective metal piece whenever my cultivation base improves. At this rate, when I become a great overarching golden celestial, I can completely draw the gray flame out and gain full control of it." Duan Tian's eyes were as bright as the stars in the night sky when he thought about this. When Duan Tian became a blue sun golden celestial level, he discovered that he could control a larger portion of the gray flame. Judging by the current situation, when he became a great overarching golden celestial, he should be able to draw out all of the gray flames from the defective metal piece. "The day I become a great overarching golden celestial will be the day I can control a mediocre celestial fire." Duan Tian was quite certain of this. His eyes shone brightly as he thought to himself, "At that time, I'll be a mediocre celestial alchemist." After taking a glance at the gray flame again, he quickly dispersed it with just a thought. "Juana can actually see that I have 99 heavenly veins. I wonder if that's the special power of the Phantom Fox clan, or if it's the exclusive power of 1,000 Phantom Ice Fox." Duan Tian was still shocked by Juana's ability. According to Elder Hua, the pagoda spirit of the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda, even heavenly emperors can't discern one's heavenly veins. Apart from Juana, the only other person who's able to discern the number of my heavenly veins is Xianxia, Kur's third uncle from the divine offering land. Xianxia was undoubtedly stronger than Heavenly Emperor in the Devata realms, but Juana was far weaker than them. Therefore, Duan Tian felt Juana was able to discern his 99 heavenly veins was due to her ability as a member of the Phantom Fox clan or her special ability as 1,000 Phantom Ice Fox. Juana is really mysterious. Duan Tian became even more certain that Juana was extraordinary. Moreover, she also said she possessed 99 heavenly veins just like him. Duan Tian was still lost in thoughts about Juana and the incidents that occurred after meeting her when Xianxia's voice rang from outside. "Sir, Brother Xiao Lu is here." The rooms in the fleeting time in all had a noise-canceling formation. Only when someone knocked on the door would there be a gap in the formation. Otherwise, Duan Tian would not have been able to hear Xianxia's voice. Duan Tian exited the room and went to the courtyard's entrance. "Sir." Xiao Lu, the servant boy, greeted Duan Tian. Duan Tian could keenly feel the change in Xiao Lu's behavior. Xiao Lu was even more respectful to him now. He said teasingly, "Why do I feel that you've become more polite after not seeing you for a few days?" "Sir, please don't tease me. In the entire capital of Soaring Dragon's celestial kingdom, who doesn't know what you and the other lady have done? I did not expect that both of you to kill an elder of the Zhou clan in front of the 4th miss of the Zhou clan. Fortunately, both of you didn't kill the 4th miss of the Zhou clan. Otherwise, even our fleeting time in might not be able to protect both of you," Xiao Lu said, clearly delighted. "Why do you say so?" Duan Tian asked, surprised. When he arrived at the fleeting time in 3 days ago and learned that the inn was not afraid of the Zhou clan, he felt rather regretful that he did not kill the main culprit, Zhou Shudong, the 4th miss of the Zhou clan. He had spared her, at that time, because he did not want to have to leave the capital of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom after offending the Zhou clan. "Sir, it's still all right to kill ordinary members of the Zhou clan. However, it's different when it comes to the children of the clan leader of the Zhou clan. After all, they're the direct cousins of the soaring dragon Celestial Kingdom's fourth prince. Moreover, they have a close relationship, Xiao Lu replied. The fourth prince of the soaring dragon Celestial Kingdom? Duan Lingtian frowned. He did not expect Zhou Shudong would have a close relationship with the prince of the soaring dragon Celestial Kingdom. When he was in the restaurant 3 days ago, he had heard about the 3 most outstanding princes of the kingdom. Out of the 3 most outstanding princes, the fourth prince was the best. Apart from that, he had also learned that out of 3 outstanding princes, the fourth prince had the highest chances of becoming the next emperor. Yes, the fourth prince's mother is the sister of the current clan leader of the Zhou clan. She's the fourth Miss Aunt, Xiao Lu explained. Duan Lingtian was surprised. Then, Xiao Lu asked, Sir, may I know what you would like me to do since you called me here? The Nian clan that owns the Fleeting Time Inn should have an auction house, right? Duan Lingtian asked. Yes. Xiao Lu nodded. Then he asked with a smile, Are you interested in the auction? Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded. The Nian clan's auction house organizes a small-scale auction every month and a large-scale auction every year. In 5 days, there'll be a small-scale auction, Xiao Lu said. The auction house is located near the inn. If you plan to participate, I'll arrange for you to go to the auction house with our other guests under the protection of the powerhouses from the Nian clan. What kind of items does a small-scale auction usually have? Duan Lingtian asked. He needed to know if it was worth participating. After all, a small-scale auction was unlikely to have rare items. However, high-grade cultivation methods should not be considered rare in a place like the capital of the soaring dragon Celestial Kingdom. Moreover, cultivation methods could be imprinted on memory celestial talismans in Devata realms. When Xiao Lu told Duan Lingtian about the items that will be put on auction, Duan Lingtian sighed in relief. Just as I thought. High-grade cultivation methods aren't rare in the capital of the soaring dragon Celestial Kingdom. Moreover, there will be 7 profound cultivation methods during the auction. He said to Xiao Lu, please help me to arrange so that I can participate in the auction in 5 days. Not long after Xiao Lu had left, Duan Lingtian, who had lingered in the courtyard, was about to return to his room when a loud and energetic voice rang out. Sir, the fourth prince wants to meet you. It seemed like he had uninvited guests. Chunga looked at Duan Lingtian and said, Sir, that's the voice of the innkeeper. The innkeeper of Fleeting Time Inn? Duan Lingtian frowned. Then, he turned to Chenger and said, Chenger, please open the door. He walked to a stone table in the courtyard and calmly sat down. After Chenger opened the door, she respectfully greeted the people outside. 4 individuals immediately entered the courtyard. One of them was Zhou Shudong, the 4th miss of the Zhou clan. As the saying went, when enemies encounter each other, their eyes would blaze with hatred. Zhou Shudong glared at Duan Lingtian and gritted her teeth as soon as she entered the courtyard. It seemed like she could not wait to kill him and tear him into pieces before burning him into ashes. Walking at the lead with Zhou Shudong was a young man dressed in green robes with golden trimmings. An ordinary-looking old man who radiated a mysterious air walked behind them. Apart from that, there was also a luxuriously dressed middle-aged man. Based on Chenger's words earlier, Duan Lingtian could tell the luxuriously dressed middle-aged man was the innkeeper. The young man dressed in green robes with golden trimmings, who was tall and handsome with an outstanding bearing, must be Long Xiangyun, the 4th prince of the soaring dragon's celestial kingdom. As for the old man, he must be the 4th prince's bodyguard. Someone who was a guard of the 4th prince must not be weak. Duan Lingtian remained seated even after the 4 people walked in. It was clear he had no intention of rising to his feet. How dare you? Zhou Shudong exclaimed as she glared at Duan Lingtian. Emboldened by the 4th prince's presence, she said angrily, How dare you not rise to your feet to greet the 4th prince? Ah, I was wondering who my visitors are. As it turns out, it's the 4th miss of the Zhou clan. Duan Lingtian said indifferently as he glanced at Zhou Shudong. His expression remained calm as he shifted his gaze to Long Xiangyun, the 4th prince of the soaring dragon celestial kingdom. Donger, don't be rude. Long Xiangyun, the 4th prince of the soaring dragon celestial kingdom, said after he and Duan Lingtian sized each other up. Without waiting for Zhou Shudong, who wore an aggrieved expression on her face, to reply, he looked at Duanling Tian again and said, "Sir, you're not going to make a stand since we're guests, right?" "Guests?" Duanling Tian smiled faintly and slowly replied, "Fourth Prince. If you're truly a guest, I'll definitely welcome you. However, I'm afraid you didn't come as a guest, did you?" He glanced at Zhou Shudong indifferently before he turned to look at Long Xiangyun meaningfully. As soon as Duanling Tian finished speaking, an ancient-sounding voice rang in Long Xiangyun's ear via voice transmission. It belonged to the old man who stood behind him. "Your Royal Highness, I just probed this man. Based on his physical body, he's younger than 100 years old." As soon as he heard this, his eyes widened imperceptibly. His cousin was a blue sun golden celestial, but the person standing in front of him managed to send his cousin flying and injure her with just a wave of his hand without using any celestial weapon. It was obvious the young man was far stronger than his cousin. This meant the purple-clad young man was at least an indigo sun golden celestial, if not a violet sun golden celestial. He would much prefer it if the purple-clad young man was a violet sun golden celestial. After all, if the purple-clad young man had a lower cultivation base and still managed to exert strength comparable to a violet sun golden celestial, it meant the young man had mastered extraordinary celestial methods and divine abilities. Usually, extraordinary celestial methods and divine abilities were only available in powerful forces. It would be better if the young man did not come from a powerful force. After a while, he asked through voice transmission, "What about his cultivation base?" "I can't seem to determine his cultivation base. I think he used certain techniques to conceal his cultivation base," the old man replied through voice transmission. When Long Xiangyun heard the old man's reply, he felt the purple-clad young man in front of him became even more mysterious. He studied Duanling Tian again and discovered that Duanling Tian seemed calm and unafraid. In the end, he looked at Zhou Shudong and said in a commanding tone, "Donger, apologize." Zhou Shudong's expression changed slightly, and she was about to protest when she heard Long Xiangyun's voice transmission. "Donger, before I find out about his background, you'll have to play along even if you feel wronged. Once I confirm he doesn't have a strong background, I promise you that I won't let him walk out of the capital alive." Upon hearing Long Xiangyun's words, she relaxed. It seemed like her cousin did not mean for her to sincerely apologize. Her cousin only wanted to investigate the purple-clad young man's background before taking any action. She no longer felt unwilling and turned to look at Duanling Tian before she said, "I'm sorry. Have a seat, fourth prince." As the saying went, an angry fist does not hit a smiling face. Since the fourth prince of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom was being considerate, it would not do for Duanling Tian to put on airs. He nodded and gestured for the fourth prince to take a seat. Long Xiangyun took a seat with a smile on his face. As soon as he sat down, he put his hand on the stone table, causing the stone table to shake along with Duanling Tian's hands that were also placed on the table. Duanling Tian narrowed his eyes. He did not sense any hostility from Long Xiangyun, but it seemed like Long Xiangyun wanted to probe him. Long Xiangyun had sent an energy comparable to a yellow-rank great overarching golden celestial through the table. Naturally, Duanling Tian could tell it was only a casual release of power. It was far from Long Xiangyun's true strength. After taking a deep breath, he also released an energy comparable to the strength Long Xiangyun had released. Long Xiangyun narrowed his eyes for a brief moment before he withdrew his energy. Great overarching golden celestial? Upon sensing Long Xiangyun had withdrawn his power, Duanling Tian followed suit. After that, Long Xiangyun said with a smile, "How should I address you, brother?" His tone was extremely friendly. It was as though he was speaking to a good friend. Upon hearing the way Long Xiangyun addressed Duanling Tian as brother instead of sir, the old man standing behind him, Zhou Shudong, the innkeeper of Fleeting Time Inn, and Cheng'er were stunned. How could they not feel stunned? Long Xiangyun was the fourth prince of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom after all, and he had just addressed someone he had just met as brother. Long Xiangyun said to the old man behind him and Zhou Shudong through voice transmission, "He's at least a yellow-rank great overarching golden celestial." Upon hearing Long Xiangyun's words, Zhou Shudong was shocked. Meanwhile, the old man narrowed his eyes as he looked at Duan Tian in shock and wariness. A great overarching golden celestial who was not even 100 years old? There was no one like this in the entire soaring dragon celestial kingdom. Such a person was rare even in other high-rank celestial kingdoms. And yet, a great overarching golden celestial who was not even 100 years old stood before him now. Donger. He's not even 100 years old. Zhou Shudong, who was shocked when she found out that Duan Tian was a great overarching golden celestial, became even more shocked when she heard her cousin's words. The man she had wanted to keep as a boy toy was actually a great overarching golden celestial who was not even 100 years old. There were great overarching golden celestials everywhere in the kingdom, but there were no great overarching golden celestials younger than the age of 100. I don't have the habit of revealing my name to strangers, Duan Tian replied indifferently. If Duan Tian had spoken so boldly before the revelation, the old man and Zhou Shudong would have thought Duan Tian was seeking death. However, now they both felt it was only natural for Duan Tian to behave in such a manner. Then, I'll ask for your name again once we're familiar with each other, Long Xiangyun said with a smile, even though a hint of displeasure flickered in the depths of his eyes. Since Duan Tian was unwilling to disclose his name, he did not ask about Duan Tian's background. Instead, he took the initiative to chat about other things. With this, he learned that Duan Tian had just arrived in the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom. After chatting about various trivial matters, he asked genially as though he was speaking to a good friend, "Brother, you came to the capital with a companion, right? I heard my cousin said that she's your sister." "She's not my biological sister. She's my junior sister." Duan Tian nodded. Then, he continued to say with a hint of helplessness, "I only came to the territories in the wasteland because of my junior sister. She insisted that I accompany her out. She wouldn't stop bothering me about it. I didn't plan to agree to her request, but since I'm weaker than her, she knocked me out and brought me out with her. She even evaded capture by the sect elders sent by the sect leader. When I woke up, I'm already here." Upon hearing this small piece of information, Long Xiangyun's eyes slightly brightened. Based on Duan Tian's words, it was clear that Duan Tian did not come from a sect in the territories of the wasteland. Outside of the wasteland, although rare, there were places with far superior cultivation environments and resources and many stronger powerhouses. He continued to probe for more information. "So, she's only your junior sister because she joined the sect later than you did?" Duan Tian shook his head. "Well, that's only part of the reason. She's also younger than me, that's why she's my junior sister." He feigned an expression of envy as he said, "As soon as she joined the sect leader chose her to be his last disciple." Since it was Duan Tian's intention, Long Xiangyun, naturally, saw the expression of envy that flitted across Duan Tian's face. He said, "It seems like your junior sister's innate talent is higher than yours." Although he looked calm inwardly, he was slightly panicking. Based on what he knew, the purple-clad young man and white-clad woman were strong enough to kill the Zhou clan's elder who was tasked to protect his cousin. That elder was an Earth-rank great overarching golden celestial. After speaking to the old man behind him through voice transmission, he deduced that the white-clad woman had to be a peak great overarching golden celestial at least. Naturally, if they came from a powerful sect, it was possible to be as powerful as a peak great overarching golden celestial even if one was just a heaven-rank great overarching golden celestial with the help of extraordinary celestial methods and divine abilities. Of course, otherwise, why would the sect leader select her to be his last disciple? Duan Tian nodded. When he spoke, he had an earnest expression on his face. There was no trace of deceit that could be seen in his expression of all. If he was still on Earth, he would definitely be awarded with the title of Best Actor for his acting skills. Meanwhile, the innkeeper of the Fleeting Time Inn was panicking as well. Although he knew Duan Tian was strong, he did not know how strong Duan Tian was. Most importantly, Duan Tian was not even 100 years old. How could he not panic when he heard that Duan Tian's junior sister was even more powerful than him? His junior sister was even younger than him, but was capable of easily killing the Zhou clan's elder, who was an Earth-rank great overarching golden celestial. Brother, regarding the matter where my brash cousin has offended you, as her elder cousin, I apologize on her behalf. I hope you won't take it to heart and that you'll forgive her, Long Xiangyun said with a smile. Fourth Prince, you're being too polite. In any case, my junior sister and I had only wasted some time regarding that matter. There's no need to mention it. Duanling Tian smiled faintly. I'm glad you think that way. Please do visit me in the palace when you have the time, Long Xiangyun said before he handed Duanling Tian a token. The token was an entry token to enter and exit the Imperial Palace of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom. Sure. Duanling Tian kept the token even though he had no intention of visiting Long Xiangyun in the palace. He had no intention of forming any kind of relationship with Long Xiangyun after all. Although Long Xiangyun seemed as though he had bought his act, he could see Long Xiangyun was still skeptical. He knew Long Xiangyun was playing it safe and did not openly offend him because Long Xiangyun still had not verified his background. Otherwise, Long Xiangyun would not have been so courteous. He thought to himself, indeed, the fourth prince deserves to be the leading candidate to inherit the throne of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom. Not only is he wise, but he also has forbearance. In any case, it's good that he won't recklessly attack me without thoroughly confirming my background. He might even warn the Zhou clan to not recklessly make a move. Finally, Long Xiangyun rose to his feet. He smiled amiably as he said, Brother, I've something else to attend to, so I'll take my leave. I hope to see you in the palace. At that time, we can drink until we're drunk. Sure. Duanling Tian nodded, but he did not rise to his feet. However, Long Xiangyun did not seem to take offense. He beckoned Zhou Shudong and the old man to leave. He did not even deign to speak to the innkeeper of the Fleeting Time Inn. After Long Xiangyun left with his two companions, the middle-aged innkeeper of the Fleeting Time Inn immediately apologized. Sir, I'm Wang Peng, the innkeeper of the Fleeting Time Inn. I apologize for being unable to stop the fourth prince from looking for you. Although he was not completely certain if the young man before him had an extraordinary background, based on how bold the young man had acted in front of the fourth prince of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom, it was better to play it safe and apologize. After all, even the fourth prince was courteous to the young man. For this reason, he decided it was better to treat the young man as though he came from a formidable sect. Duanling Tian nodded indifferently. Without sparing another glance at Wang Peng, he entered his room before shutting the door. Naturally, Wang Peng was not angered. The young man's behavior was only normal if he really came from a formidable force. Take good care of this guest, Wang Ping reminded Cheng'er, the servant girl. Yes, Cheng'er replied. After Wang Ping left, she glanced at the room where Duanling Tian had just entered. It was also the room where Juana was cultivating. A hint of shock and amazement could be seen in her eyes. She did not expect the guests she was serving would be treated with such courtesy by the fourth prince of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom. After all, the fourth prince was one of the three most brilliant princes in the kingdom and one of the emperor's two most beloved sons. She could not help but feel the guests she was serving were extremely extraordinary. Meanwhile, after returning to the palace, Long Xiangyun, the fourth prince of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom, solemnly warned Zhou Shudong. Donger, don't provoke that man anymore. Cousin, you believe his words? Zhou Shudong asked. Not completely. However, it's better to be safe than sorry. It'd be fine for me to kill him if he's just putting on a front. However, on the off chance that he's not pretending, killing him would only lead to more troubles. Unless we can confirm his background, it's better not to provoke him. I've probed his strength earlier. There's no doubt he's a great overarching golden celestial and younger than 100 years old. Unless he had some extremely fortuitous encounter. It's likely that he's from a formidable force that's no weaker than the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom's imperial family. Long Xiangyun said in a low voice. There were about 20 princes in the imperial family of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom. Since Long Xiangyun was able to stand out among the princes, it was obvious he was not a simple person. He would not attack Duanling Tian unless he was completely certain there would be no repercussion. Based on this, one could see how intelligent he was. Zhou Shudong remained silent when she heard Long Xiangyun's words. Donger, I'm not trying to scare you. However, unless we can verify his background, I don't think it's wise for me or the Zhou clan to act rashly. Long Xiangyun continued to say, for the time being, we can only confirm that he's not a citizen of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom. According to him, he comes from a sect outside the wasteland. For this reason, it'll be difficult for me, the imperial family, and the Zhou clan to verify his words, unless he trailed off mid-sentence. Unless what? Zhou Shudong asked with a hint of urgency. Unless you ask your third elder sister to verify his words through the Thousand Spiders Celestial Sect. After all, the Thousand Spiders Celestial Sect is one of the 3 largest celestial sects in the wasteland. Their information network is definitely superior to the Zhou clan and the imperial family, Long Xiangyun said. Third elder sister? Zhou Shudong's eyes lit up for a moment, but they soon dimmed. She left the wasteland with her master a few years ago. I heard she has returned last month. Long Xiangyun smiled. Third elder sister returned last month? Zhou Shudong's eyes lit up again like 2 dazzling stars. Then, I'll look for her now. Zhou Shudong's third elder sister was one of the daughters of the clan leader of the Zhou clan. The clan leader had 4 children, 2 sons and 2 daughters. Zhou Shudong was the youngest of the clan leader's children. The third child of the Zhou clan was known as the third miss of the Zhou clan. She was also the pride of the Zhou clan and the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom. She was a rarely seen talent who appeared once in 1,000 years. Due to her talent, she successfully joined the Thousand Spiders Celestial Sect and became the last disciple of the sect's former sect leader. Since the current sect leader was also a disciple of the former sect leader, she was also the junior sister of the current sect leader. The current sect leader of the Thousand Spiders Celestial Sect doted on her as well. In the imperial family of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom, there were 3 outstanding princes. However, only 2 were loved by the emperor. Hence, most people thought the 2 princes had the highest chances of ascending the throne. The reason the remaining outstanding prince was not favored by the emperor was due to his mysterious and complicated birth. The emperor was not certain if this prince was his biological son. For this reason, the emperor treated this prince differently from the other princes regardless if he was just as outstanding as the emperor's 2 favored sons, the 4th prince and the 7th prince. This prince was the 13th prince, Long Fei Yun. In the 13th prince's imperial residence that was located in the palace, a handsome young man dressed in a white robe with gold trimmings could be seen sitting in a pavilion in a courtyard that was surrounded by flowers and lush greeneries. As he looked at a middle-aged man standing outside of the pavilion, he muttered to himself. He claims to be from a sect located outside the wasteland, and he's younger than 100 years old. His junior sister is strong enough to effortlessly kill the Zhou clan's elder, who was an Earth-rank great overarching golden celestial. Suddenly, the handsome young man lifted his head, revealing his fair and handsome face as he looked at the middle-aged man standing outside the pavilion. He asked, even 4th brother is wary of him and doesn't dare to act rashly? The handsome young man's skin was so fair that it was akin to a woman's skin. However, his features were masculine. The contrast only served to make him more charming and unforgettable. Yes, Your Royal Highness, the 13th prince, the middle-aged man, who was standing outside the pavilion, replied respectfully. If Duan Ling Tian were present, he would be able to recognize the middle-aged man. He was none other than Wang Peng, the innkeeper of the Fleeting Time Inn. Wang Peng continued to say, that guest also told my subordinate that he plans to participate in the Nian clan's auction that will be held in 5 days. He's interested in such a small-scale auction? The 13th prince was puzzled. Well, I'm not sure, Wang Peng said. Make the arrangement. I want to meet this mysterious man who's able to scare my 4th brother with just a few words. The 13th prince ordered. Yes, Your Royal Highness, Wang Peng replied reverently. You may leave, the 13th prince said. Wang Ping retreated and left the 13th prince's imperial residence before returning to the Fleeting Time Inn. Time passed by quickly. Soon enough, the day of the small-scale auction organized by the Nian clan had arrived. A group of people could be seen leaving the main entrance of the Fleeting Time Inn at this moment. They were surrounded by powerhouses from the inn and from the Nian clan's auction house on all 4 sides. These powerhouses, young and old, served as protection for this group of people. They expressionlessly escorted the guests of the inn to the Nian clan's small-scale auction. Most of the guests of the inn stayed in the inn for the protection the inn offered after all. Duanling Tian silently walked behind the group when a young man slowed down and asked him curiously, "Brother, who did you offend?" "I didn't offend anyone," Duanling Tian replied indifferently. "You didn't offend anyone, but you're staying in the fleeting time inn? Brother, isn't it a waste of money to stay in the inn then?" The young man was surprised by Duanling Tian's words. A hint of skepticism could be seen in his eyes. It was obvious he did not believe Duanling Tian. "It's fine," Duanling Tian continued to say indifferently. The young man chuckled before he said with a smug expression on his face, "Brother, do you know why I'm staying in the fleeting time inn?" "Why?" Duanling Tian asked. In fact, he was not really interested in the young man's reason for staying in the fleeting time inn. However, since there was nothing to do during the journey to the auction house, he might as well listen to the young man's story to pass time. "I'm staying in the inn because a few months ago I forcibly took the virginity of the Qi clan's eldest miss and killed her after that. Naturally, the Qi clan can't wait to kill me. I'm staying in the fleeting time inn and paying for it with the celestial stones I found in her spatial ring," the young man said with a proud expression on his face. He pointed in a certain direction and said, "You see that old man over there? He's the clan leader of the Qi clan. He's been guarding the entrance of the inn with his men ever since that incident, hoping to seek revenge from me." Duanling Tian looked over and saw an old man and a few middle-aged men dressed in mourning garments. The old man was glaring at the young man next to him with reddened eyes. He could see the hatred in the old man's eyes. The old man's eyes flashed with hostility as well when their eyes briefly met. He asked, "Why did you take the virginity of the Qi clan's eldest miss? Did she or the Qi clan offend you?" 8 days had passed since Duanling Tian arrived in the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom. He had spent the first 3 days in closed-door cultivation and successfully became an Indigo Sun Golden Celestial. After that, he no longer cultivated. Instead, he left the fleeting time inn and spent a few days in several restaurants in the capital. Ever since the fourth prince's visit 5 days ago, Duanling Tian was no longer worried about retaliation from the fourth prince or the Zhou clan. He was certain they would not dare to act recklessly until they were able to confirm his background. For this reason, he had left the fleeting time inn without any worries. After spending a few days outside, Duanling Tian had gained more information about the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom, its capital, and the major forces in the capital. However, he had not heard about the Qi clan. For this reason, he was certain the Qi clan was not a major force in the capital or the kingdom. No, neither the Qi clan's eldest miss nor the Qi clan had offended me. I raped her just because she looked good and was still a virgin. I daren't offend the major clans, but I'm not afraid of the Qi clan. However, I, alone, am not capable of standing up to the Qi clan, so I can only hide in the fleeting time inn for the time being. After 2 weeks, my brother will come with a few men to pick me up. With my brother and his men's protection, the Qi clan can only watch as I swagger out of the inn and the capital. The young man's expression turned prouder. He was clearly extremely pleased with himself. The young man turned to look at the clan leader of the Qi clan with a self-satisfied expression on his face as he continued to speak. "The celestial stones I'm using to stay in the inn belongs to the Qi clan's eldest miss. When I leave the inn, I'll still be left with quite a large number of celestial stones. There's no doubt the clan leader of the Qi clan would be enraged to death when my brother and his men bring me safely out of the capital." Bastard! The clan leader of the Qi clan was so angered by the young man's expression that he wanted to rush forward and attack the young man. However, he was stopped by his men. He could only glare at the young man with reddened eyes, clearly unable to wait to tear the young man into pieces, gnaw on his bones, and drink his blood. Upon seeing the maddened appearance and the red eyes of the clan leader of the Qi clan, Duanling Tian felt an uncontrollable anger surging in his heart. He asked in a low voice, "Don't you think you've crossed the line?" "Crossed the line?" The young man was temporarily taken aback. Then he laughed as he said, "Brother, so what if I did? At the end of the day, I'm still the winner. Look, it seems like the heavens have no plan of punishing me. Frankly, before I acted, I'd already planned it all out. To me, this is like a game." His grin grew wider as he spoke. If the heavens have no plans of punishing you, then I will. Duan Ling Tian barked, no longer able to control his anger. His celestial origin energy surged along with his anger and converged in his hands. Swoosh! A scorching sword ray swept past as Duan Ling Tian raised his hand. A sword appeared in his hand before he beheaded the young man. The young man had no time to react at all. Swoosh! With just a thought, Duan Ling Tian sent the young man's head and body flying before it landed in front of the clan leader of the Qi clan. The passers-by were confused by this scene. It took them a moment to regain their senses. None of them had expected to witness such a scene. Boom! Boom! Two thunderous explosions rang in the air as the two overarching heavenly supreme celestials from the Nian clan's auction house mobilized their celestial origin energies. In just a blink of an eye, they appeared before Duan Ling Tian. Boom! Boom! When the two overarching heavenly supreme celestials from the auction house were about to attack Duan Ling Tian, two overarching heavenly supreme celestials from the fleeting time in also made their moves. Everyone thought the powerhouses from the fleeting time in were about to join in the attack. They were thoroughly shocked when they saw the two powerhouses from the inn appeared in front of Duan Ling Tian, shielding him. What's the meaning of this? The two powerhouses from the Nian clan's auction house frowned. The person who died is no longer under the fleeting time in's protection the moment he stepped out of the inn since he had checked out beforehand. One of the overarching heavenly supreme celestials from the fleeting time in replied. He stood closest to Duan Ling Tian, so he had overheard the conversation between Duan Ling Tian and the young man. He could have easily stopped Duan Ling Tian before Duan Ling Tian killed the young man. But he stayed his hand. He thought the young man deserved to die. Moreover, the innkeeper had already informed him that Duan Ling Tian was not an ordinary guest. Duan Ling Tian was someone even the fourth prince did not dare to provoke. Checked out. The two powerhouses from the Nian clan's auction house frowned. They clearly did not believe the other party's words. If the young man had checked out beforehand, why was he included in the group that was protected by the inn as they journeyed to the Nian clan's auction house? At this moment, another overarching heavenly supreme celestial from the fleeting time in sent a voice transmission to the two powerhouses from the auction house. This purple-clad young man isn't a simple person. Even the fourth prince doesn't dare to provoke him. Upon hearing this, the two powerhouses from the auction house widened their eyes in surprise. A hint of fear could be seen in the depths of their eyes. They quickly sent a voice transmission to thank the powerhouse from the fleeting time in. If they had acted rashly earlier, they would have landed themselves in trouble. How could they afford to offend someone whom even the fourth prince was wary of provoking? After a short moment, the four powerhouses from the Nian clan's auction house and fleeting time in exchanged a look before all of them resumed their positions and continued escorting the group to the Nian clan's auction house. Meanwhile, in the distance, the people from the Qi clan finally regained their senses. Following the lead of the clan leader, all of them kneeled on the ground and kowtowed as they expressed their gratitude. Thank you, benefactor. Thank you. At the same time, the other guests of the fleeting time in looked at Duan Ling Tian fearfully and guardedly. Naturally, none of them believed the young man had checked out beforehand. For this reason, they were certain Duan Ling Tian was not a simple man. With his hands placed on his back, Duan Ling Tian walked with the group of people with an indifferent expression on his face. From the beginning until the end, even when the two powerhouses from the Nian clan's auction house made their moves, his expression remained unchanged. He remained calm not because he was confident about defeating the two overarching heavenly supreme celestials from the Nian clan's auction house. It was because he was confident the overarching heavenly supreme celestials from the fleeting time in would not allow harm to come to him. Before he killed the young man, Duan Ling Tian knew he would not succeed if the overarching heavenly supreme celestials from the fleeting time in did not allow it. However, since the powerhouses from the fleeting time in did not intervene, he took the powerhouse's silence as a tacit agreement to his action. For this reason, he knew he did not have to worry about the consequences of killing that young man. Just as he had expected, the powerhouses from the inn stepped forward to protect him as soon as the two overarching heavenly supreme celestials from the Nian clan's auction house made a move. Duan Tian thought to himself, to make the powerhouses from the Nian clan's auction house retreat. The powerhouses from the inn must have mentioned the fourth prince. It was not difficult for him to come to this conclusion. 5 days ago, the innkeeper of the Fleeting Time Inn had personally witnessed his interaction with the fourth prince of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom. Since even the fourth prince was being courteous to him, the innkeeper would, naturally, think he had a formidable background. As long as this was made known to the powerhouses from the Nian clan's auction house, they would definitely not make a move. How could they offend someone whom even the fourth prince was wary of? During the journey, Duan Tian could feel the fearful and wary gazes from the guests of Fleeting Time Inn. He did not find it surprising. After all, he had just killed a guest of the inn without any consequences. Moreover, the overarching heavenly supreme celestials from the inn were clearly protecting him. 15 minutes later, one of the overarching heavenly supreme celestials from the auction house loudly said, "We've arrived." Duan Tian and the others looked ahead. An ornate building that occupied a vast piece of land stood before them. The decorations on the buildings were so detailed and enchanting that it was clear they were carefully selected. Duan Tian thought to himself, "So this is the Nian clan's auction house? It looks impressive." A slight frown appeared on his face as he continued thinking to himself, "However, this doesn't seem like the main entrance of the auction house." Duan Tian had discovered that there was no one around near this entrance of the Nian clan's auction house. Moreover, the entrance did not seem to fit the grand decorations of the building. It was likely that the entrance before him was just a side entrance. "Welcome, and please enter." After the two overarching Heaven Supreme Celestials from the Nian clan's auction house entered the building, a few servants came forward to welcome Duan Tian's group into the auction house. Each of them was led to a room. There were 3 types of rooms in the Nian clan's auction house. Duan Tian and the others were brought to the second type of room. It was unknown if it was a coincidence, but Duan Tian was brought to the first Earth room, which was also one of the rooms with the best view and location among the second type of rooms. The window of his room directly faced the stage where the auction would take place. Seated in front of the window, Duan Tian surveyed his surroundings and saw the rows and rows of seats in the main hall. He exclaimed inwardly, "The Nian clan's auction house is really big. It's bigger than any auction house I've been to." A fancy table stood before Duan Tian's seat. A set of teacups and a teapot was placed on top of the table. At this moment, a pretty servant girl was pouring him tea. She smiled sweetly as she asked, "How should I address you, young sir?" "My last name is Duan." Duan Tian sipped on the tea the servant girl served. Then his eyes lit up as he exclaimed, "This is good tea." As soon as Duan Tian drank the tea, he could feel a gentle energy flowing through his 99 heavenly veins. Although it did not do much to improve his cultivation base, it gave him a warm and comfortable feeling. "Young Master Duan, the tea leaves were created and cultivated by our Nian clan's third master when he was young. It's called the warm spring tea. Although it's not like celestial tea that's able to improve one's cultivation base, it makes the drinkers feel comfortable and puts them at ease," the servant girl explained. "Warm spring tea? That's a good name, and it suits the tea as well." Duan Tian nodded. After that, he continued chatting with the servant girl and learned that there were 3 types of rooms in the Nian clan's auction house. They were human rooms, earth rooms, and heaven rooms. The heaven rooms were usually reserved for the imperial family. This included imperial families from other high-rank celestial kingdoms. Apart from the heaven rooms reserved for the imperial families of high-rank celestial kingdoms, the first earth room is the best room. An emperor of an intermediate-rank celestial kingdom would be given a first earth room if they attend the auction in the Nian clan's auction house. "I didn't expect the Nian clan's auction house would give me this room," Duan Tian thought to himself. He was certain the person in charge of the Nian clan's auction house must have known even the fourth prince was wary of him. Otherwise, he was certain he would not be given the first earth room. He mocked himself inwardly. If the person in charge finds out that I'm not from a formidable sect, he'd definitely be angered and chase me out of this first earth room. Duan Tian truly did not expect to receive such a benefit just from putting a front before the fourth prince of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom. Nevertheless, he enjoyed the benefits it brought. Shortly after, the auction started. An auctioneer appeared on the stage. It was an elegant and curvaceous lady. Not only was her voice pleasant, but it was enchanting as well. As soon as she spoke, one after another, auction items were brought on the stage and auctioned off. An hour passed, and Duan Tian had yet to make a bid. This was because he had not seen anything that caught his attention. He kept drinking the tea as the servant girl kept serving him tea. The first heaven room was resplendent and luxuriously decorated. It was far superior to the first earth room in terms of size and decorations. The room was reserved for the imperial family of the soaring dragon celestial kingdom. If there were members of imperial families from high-rank celestial kingdoms who chose to come here, they would be given this room as well. However, up until now, there were no such visitors in the auction house. Currently, a handsome young man was seated before a jade table in the room. He wore a white robe with golden trimmings. His complexion was so fair and rosy that it would make women jealous. However, his features were masculine. The contrast made him even more attractive. The two servants' girls that waited by the jade tables kept stealing looks at the young man, causing their cheeks to redden. The person in charge of the Nian clan's auction house, an old man, said respectfully to the young man, "Your Royal Highness, the 13th Prince, I'm sure there's nothing that will interest you in this small-scale auction. Do you want to come again when there's a large-scale auction?" "I only came to see the fun. I have no intention of bidding on anything," the handsome young man replied indifferently. From the beginning until the end, he did not spare the old man a glance at all. It should be noted that the person in charge of the Nian clan's auction house was a profound rank overarching heavenly supreme celestial. Profound stage overarching heavenly supreme celestials were far stronger than the yellow rank overarching heaven supreme celestials who were tasked with guarding the guests of fleeting time in. Even so, he did not seem angered by the handsome young man's disregard for him. But the old man in charge of the Nian clan's auction house began to say, but he swallowed his words immediately when he saw the middle-aged man who stood behind the handsome young man suddenly opened his eyes and looked at him pointedly. He felt chills running up his spine when he met the middle-aged man's gaze. In the end, he only said, "Your Highness, if there's anything else you need, please send a servant girl to get me." He feared the handsome young man due to his status, but he feared the middle-aged man due to his strength. "I didn't expect the man waiting on the 13th Prince is a heaven-rank overarching heavenly supreme celestial. I've only felt such an aura from the old ancestor." He was drenched in cold sweat as he exited the first heaven room. It should be noted that there were only two peak overarching heavenly supreme celestials in the soaring dragon celestial kingdom. They were, naturally, the two strongest powerhouses in the kingdom. Below that, there were not more than 10 heaven-rank overarching heavenly supreme celestials in the imperial family of the soaring dragon celestial kingdom. I know the 4th prince and the 7th prince each have a heaven-rank overarching heavenly supreme celestial as their personal guards. I didn't expect the 13th prince to have a heaven-rank overarching heavenly supreme celestial as a guard as well. Logically speaking, that should be impossible. The person in charge of the Nian clan's auction house was lost in his thoughts after exiting the first heaven room. He was puzzled. Although the 13th prince was as remarkable as the 4th prince and the 7th prince and was in the running to succeed the throne, many people, including the person in charge of the Nian clan's auction house, did not really think he had a chance to succeed. After all, the 13th prince was not favored, and the emperor had always suspected his birth, wondering if the 13th prince was his biological son. He only doted on the 4th and 7th princes, assigning them a heaven-rank overarching heavenly supreme celestial to guard them. As for the 13th prince, only an earth-rank overarching heavenly supreme celestial was assigned to guard him. In the past, whenever the person in charge of the Nian clan met the 13th prince had always been accompanied by the earth-rank overarching heavenly supreme celestial. He was surprised to find the earth-rank overarching heavenly supreme celestial missing today and was replaced by a new face instead. The man next to the 13th prince isn't among the other 7 heaven-rank overarching heavenly supreme celestials in the soaring dragon celestial kingdom's imperial family. The person in charge of the Nian clan's auction house was also an elder of the Nian clan. Through the Nian clan, he possessed certain knowledge and understanding of the heaven-rank overarching heavenly supreme celestials in the soaring dragon celestial kingdom's imperial family. Based on his knowledge, he was certain the man following the 13th prince was not one of them. This man, The 13th prince must have recruited him from outside. In the end, this was the conclusion the person in charge of the Nian clan's auction house arrived at. He was stunned by this discovery. After all, heaven-rank overarching heavenly supreme celestials were not ordinary people. In the soaring dragon celestial kingdom, a heaven-rank overarching heavenly supreme celestial could do almost whatever they liked as long as they did not offend the imperial family. Even in the top clans of the soaring dragon celestial kingdom like the Nian clan, there was only one heaven-rank overarching heaven supreme celestial. Based on this, one could see the rarity of heaven-rank overarching heavenly supreme celestials in the soaring dragon celestial kingdom. For this reason, they enjoy a lofty status in the kingdom. How could the person in charge of the Nian clan's auction house not feel surprised seeing a heaven-rank overarching heavenly supreme celestial respectfully following the 13th prince like a humble servant? All of a sudden, the person in charge of the Nian clan's auction house felt that he had underestimated the 13th prince. All along, I've always felt the 13th prince is a remarkable man. In certain aspects, it has to be said that he's much more competent compared to the 4th and 7th princes. I finally witnessed it with my own eyes. Put everything else aside, just the fact that he managed to make a heaven-rank overarching heavenly supreme celestial submit to him is more than enough to show his competence. The 4th and 7th princes would never be able to achieve such a feat. I must report this to the clan and ask the clan leader to inform the 7th prince about this. The fact that the 13th prince has a heaven-rank overarching heavenly supreme celestial next to him, who's not assigned by His Majesty, is definitely worth the 7th prince's attention. The person in charge of the Nian clan's auction house continued thinking to himself. Then, he took out a communication celestial talisman and sent word back to the Nian clan. Similar to how the 4th prince had a close relationship with the Zhou clan, the Nian clan had a close relationship with the 7th prince as well. The 7th prince's biological mother was the sister of the current clan leader of the Nian clan. If the 4th prince's path to the throne was paved by the Zhou clan as his support, then the 7th prince's path was paved by the Nian clan as his support. As for the 13th prince, his mother was an outsider who was brought back to the soaring dragon celestial kingdom. She was not from any top clans in the kingdom. For this reason, the 13th prince had no support from any of the major clans and could only rely on himself. Since the emperor of the soaring dragon celestial kingdom questioned if the 13th prince was his biological son, he had always treated the 13th prince coldly. This was a huge obstacle in the path of the 13th prince to the throne. Meanwhile, the auction continued in the Nian clan's auction house. After some time had passed, the moment that Duan Lingtian had been waiting for finally arrived. The auction house was finally putting up profound-grade cultivation methods for auction. On the stage, the elegant and beautiful lady's captivating voice rang out. Ladies and gentlemen, this is a profound-grade cultivation method known as the Cloudy Dream Celestial Technique. Her voice resounded through every room in the auction house. After giving a brief introduction of the Cloudy Dream Celestial Technique, she raised her voice and said, "The starting price of the Cloudy Dream Celestial Technique is 10,000 Supreme Celestial Stones. Every bid increment must be 5,000 Supreme Celestial Stones at least." Duan Lingtian, who was seated near the window in the first Earth room, refrained from bidding. He watched as the price of the profound-grade cultivation method, the Cloudy Dream Celestial Technique, rose as a few others engaged in a bidding war. Eventually, the profound-grade cultivation method was won by someone in one of the Earth rooms at the price of 90,000 Supreme Celestial Stones. Congratulations to the guest in the 6th Earth room for obtaining the profound-grade cultivation method, the Cloudy Dream Celestial Technique. Next, we will proceed with the auction of the 2nd profound-grade cultivation method, the beautiful lady said. In just a moment, the 2nd profound-grade cultivation method was introduced to everyone in the auction house. In the end, the profound-grade cultivation method was also sold for 90,000 Supreme Celestial Stones. In the first Earth room, after watching the auction for the first 2 profound-grade cultivation methods, Duan Lingtian remained unconcerned. He looked so calm that it was as though he would not bat an eyelid even if Mount Tai were to collapse in front of him. 90,000 Supreme Celestial Stones for a profound-grade cultivation method isn't too expensive. Duan Lingtian had not made a bid because there were 5 profound-grade cultivation methods up for auction altogether. Moreover, he was not particularly interested in the first two profound-grade cultivation methods. Although profound-grade cultivation methods were largely the same, they had minor differences. For instance, the first profound-grade cultivation method that had been auctioned off would subtly change one's celestial origin energy to be more gentle. It was suited for those who cultivated a more gentle Tao. The second profound-grade cultivation was on the other end of the spectrum. It was more suited to those who cultivated a tougher Tao. Both were not suited to Duan Tian. He preferred a cultivation method that was a balance between the gentle and the tough. Two more profound-grade cultivation methods were sold before the fifth profound-grade cultivation method, which was also the one that caught Duan Tian's interest, was presented. Then he began to make a bid for it. In fact, he was the first one to bid for it. 10,000 supreme celestial stones. Duan Tian waited for the others to bid as well before he increased his bid. After all, among the previous profound-grade cultivation methods that had been sold, the first two were sold for 90,000 supreme celestial stones, while the third and fourth were sold at 80,000 supreme celestial stones each. Therefore, he knew he would not be able to acquire the profound-grade cultivation method with just 10,000 supreme celestial stones. After a few moments, someone in the main hall bid for the profound-grade cultivation method. 15,000 supreme celestial stones. Meanwhile, all the guests from the fleeting time in who were seated in the earth rooms shuddered when they heard Duan Tian bidding for the fifth profound-grade cultivation method. That voice. The person in the first earth room seems to be the person who killed that guest from the Enduring Our Journey here. The fleeting time in continued to protect him even after he killed a guest of the inn. He must have an extraordinary background. Otherwise, the inn wouldn't risk their reputation and protect him. We can't afford to offend him. This is someone we can't provoke. Since the guests of the fleeting time inn had witnessed Duan Tian killing a fellow guest of the inn and continued to receive protection from the inn, all of them concluded that Duan Tian was not someone they could afford to offend. For this reason, none of them engaged in a bidding war for the profound-grade cultivation method that Duan Tian was bidding for. 30,000 supreme-grade celestial stones. After Duan Tian's third bid, no one else spoke up. After all, the people in the main hall were not as wealthy and could not afford to raise the price. Most of the people in the main hall looked at the earth rooms, waiting for the people in the rooms to bid for the profound-grade cultivation method. However, even after a while, no one bid for the profound-grade cultivation method. It was as though everyone in the earth rooms had left. What's going on? Why isn't anyone from the earth rooms bidding for it? This is a profound-grade cultivation method. The black market price for this is about 60,000 to 70,000 supreme celestial stones. Those in the earth rooms can buy this and make a profit in the black market. That's right. However, no one seems to be bidding for it. It is free money. The main hall was filled with furtive whispers. Most of them were confused as to why no one from the earth rooms was making a bid for the profound-grade cultivation method. Soon after, word began circulating that the person in the first earth room must be an important personage. At the very least, he scared the others so much that they did not even dare to engage in a bidding war with him. It seems like the person in the first earth room is not simple. That's obvious. If the person in the first earth room is ordinary, the others in the earth room would have made a bid for the profound-grade cultivation method. It should be noted that as soon as the person from the first earth room made a bid, no one in the earth rooms made a bid for it. Upon hearing this, the two people in the main hall who had bid for the profound-grade cultivation method regretted their actions immediately. Their faces turned pale from fear as they listened to conversations in their surroundings. After Duan Tian's bid of 10,000 supreme celestial stones, someone made a bid of 15,000 supreme celestial stones. When Duan Tian made a bid of 20,000 supreme celestial stones, another person made a bid for 25,000 supreme celestial stones. Upon realizing that no one from the earth rooms was making a bid for the profound-grade cultivation method, the expressions of the two people in the main hall who had made a bid changed drastically. Hints of regrets flashed in their eyes as waves of anxieties rose in their hearts. They were truly afraid the person in the first earth room would look for trouble with them. After all, it was obvious now that the person in the first earth room was not a simple person. If he was just an ordinary person, would everyone in the earth rooms stay their hands? Meanwhile, those in the human rooms who planned to bid as well changed their minds. No one dared to rock the boat. Those in the human rooms might have a relatively better background compared to those in the main hall, but they still could not compare to those in the earth rooms. Anyone with a position or status would be seated in the earth rooms after all. When the people in the human rooms did not see any signs of movement from the people in the earth rooms, they followed the queue and did not make a bid for the profound grade cultivation method as well. On the stage, the beautiful lady's enchanting voice rang out again. The profound grade cultivation method, the dark nether fuse profundity technique, the current bid is 30,000 supreme celestial stones from the guest in the first earth room. Do we have any other offer? Seeing no one was making a bid, the beautiful lady began to say, 30,000 supreme celestial stones, going once, going twice. The beautiful lady was about to finish the count and announce Duanling Tian as the winner of the profound grade cultivation method, the dark nether fuse profundity technique, when everyone began to whisper among themselves, "There's someone in the first heaven room. The window is open. Someone must be in there. I wonder which prince or old prince of the soaring dragon celestial kingdom is in there." The old princes of the soaring dragon celestial kingdom rarely come to the Nian clan's auction house. I think it should be one of the princes. I guess only those average princes would attend a small-scale auction in the Nian clan's auction house. Nevertheless, whoever is in the first heaven room has no need to fear the person in the first earth room. I wonder if the person in the first heaven room would bid for this profound grade cultivation method? As they whispered among themselves, they looked up at the first heaven room, trying to catch a glimpse of whoever was in the room. The first heaven room? A small-scale auction in the Nian clan's auction house managed to attract someone from the imperial family. Duanling Tian, who was in the first earth room, was slightly surprised. He was not worried about the person bidding against him. He was determined to obtain the profound grade cultivation method, the dark nether fuse profundity technique. However, he would only pay 100,000 supreme celestial stones at most for the profound grade cultivation method. Any more than that would not be worth it. He wondered if the person in the first heaven room would bid against him. Nonetheless, I didn't expect the other guests in the fleeting time inn would be afraid of bidding against me just because I killed a fellow guest without any consequences. After some time had passed, no one made a bid on the profound grade cultivation method. Upon seeing this, the beautiful lady no longer stalled for time. She quickly announced the winner of the profound grade cultivation method, the dark nether fuse profundity technique. 30,000 supreme celestial stones, sold. Congratulations to the guest in the first earth room for acquiring the dark nether fuse profundity technique with 30,000 supreme celestial stones. 30,000 supreme celestial stones for a profound grade cultivation method was an extremely great deal. Upon seeing this, many people in the auction house were puzzled. The person in the first heaven room didn't make a bid? How is that surprising? The guest in the first heaven room is definitely a member of the imperial family. Would someone from the imperial family be lacking in profound grade cultivation methods? Apart from that, the imperial family isn't lacking in money as well, so there's no need for them to bid for the cultivation method to sell it at a profit. That's true. I wonder which prince is in the first heaven room? While people in the auction house were discussing the person in the first heaven room, the person they were discussing, Long Fei Yun, the 13th prince of the soaring dragon celestial kingdom, was in shock. He's interested in a profound grade cultivation method. Long Fei Yun tapped the jade bracelet on his wrist as he thought to himself, a disciple from a powerful sect outside of the wasteland is interested in a profound grade cultivation method? Impossible. I wonder, could it be that he's not a disciple from a powerful sect outside of the wasteland? Long Fei Yun had attended the small-scale auction in the Nian clan's auction house, not because he was interested in the auction. He had only come because of Duanling Tian. Although the Nian clan supported the 7th prince, the innkeeper of the fleeting time inn was one of his men. For this reason, he had learned about the confrontation between the 4th prince and Duanling Tian before the 7th prince heard about it. The auction continued. There was nothing else that caught Duanling Tian's attention. He had achieved what he came here to do. As time passed, the auction was drawing to a close as well. As such, Duan Tian prepared to return to the fleeting time in along with the other guests. All of a sudden, a voice rang from outside the first Earth room. "Sir." When Duan Tian turned to look at the door, the servant girl standing next to him quickly said, "Young Master Duan, the voice belongs to Elder Yu, the person in charge of the Nian clan's auction house." The person in charge of the Nian clan's auction house? Duan Tian raised an eyebrow. He was curious as to why the person in charge of the auction house would look for him. He said to the servant girl, "Open the door." The servant girl did not waste any time and opened the door. Then, she bowed respectfully at the old man standing at the entrance. "Elder Yu." The old man walked into the room and slightly bowed at Duan Tian. "Sir, I'm the person in charge of the Nian clan's auction house. His Highness, the 13th Prince, would like to meet you. Would you be agreeable to that?" "The 13th Prince?" So the person in the first heaven room is the 13th Prince. Duan Tian's eyes flashed briefly. He knew a little about the 13th Prince of the Soaring Dragon's Celestial Kingdom. He knew the 13th Prince was as outstanding as the 4th and 7th Princes. In fact, it could be said that the 13th Prince was even more outstanding than the 4th and 7th Princes. If it were not for the fact that the Emperor of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom did not favor the 13th Prince, he would be the most likely candidate to ascend the throne. Finally, he nodded and replied to the old man, "Okay." After Duan Tian agreed to the request, the old man stepped out of the room and respectfully gestured to Duan Tian to walk ahead. When they arrived at the first heaven room, he said, "His Highness, the 13th Prince, is inside. Please enter." When Duan Tian entered the room, he finally saw the 13th Prince of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom. The rumor is true. The 13th Prince is indeed very handsome. His appearance and features are a perfect balance of masculinity and femininity. Soon after, his attention was drawn to the middle-aged man who stood behind the 13th Prince. Although the middle-aged man had an average appearance, he had a dependable air about him. Moreover, he also noticed the middle-aged man had a distinct aura about him even though it was very subtle. The reason he had noticed the subtle aura was due to him encountering an almost similar aura in the past. The aura had left a lasting impression on him. This aura, it feels similar to Murong Bing's aura. The aura that left a lasting impression on Duan Tian belonged to Murong Bing, who had an intimate encounter with him. He was certain one would only emit that aura after one's cultivation base had reached a certain stage. Moreover, he was certain they unconsciously emitted the aura because they could not completely conceal it. Long Fei Yun, the 13th Prince of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom, greeted Duan Tian with a smile as soon as Duan Tian entered the room. "I'm Long Fei Yun, the 13th Prince of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom. How should I address you, brother?" "My last name is Duan." Duan Tian nodded at Long Fei Yun before he pointed to the seats. "Please take a seat, 13th Prince." Long Fei Yun took a seat before he said to the person in charge of the Nian clan's auction house in an indifferent tone, "Bring your men out. I have some things to discuss with Brother Duan." "Yes, Your Highness." Elder Yu, the person in charge of the Nian clan's auction house, replied respectfully before he brought his men and the servant girl in the first heaven room out. Long Fei Yun turned his attention back to Duan Tian. When he spoke to Duan Tian, he spoke with a tone that one would use with one's close acquaintance. "Brother Duan, I heard about you a few days ago. I have to say, you're probably the first person in the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom who's bold enough to openly oppose the Zhou clan's fourth miss." Duan Tian raised an eyebrow and said, "It seems like someone in the fleeting time and works for you." Although the conflict between him and Zhou Shudong was no secret in the Soaring Dragon's Celestial Kingdom, not many people knew he was staying in the fleeting time inn, let alone recognize him. For example, there was quite a large number of guests from the inn who came to the auction house with him. They did not recognize him even though they heard about the conflict between him and Zhou Shudong. Fleeting Time Inn was one of the most important assets of the Nian clan. Since the Nian clan supported the 7th Prince, they definitely would not work with the 13th Prince. This meant someone in the Fleeting Time Inn was the 13th Prince's spy. That was why his spy managed to gather many pieces of information that were not available to ordinary people. Long Fei Yun did not seem surprised by Duan Ling Tian's words. He responded truthfully. To be honest, Brother Duan, Wang Peng, the fleeting Timon's innkeeper, is one of my men. Oh. Duan Ling Tian raised an eyebrow and curiously asked, 13th Prince, you're being so candid with me. Aren't you afraid I'd tell other people about this? If word of this gets out, even if Wang Peng could avoid death, he'd still have to suffer considerably. Most importantly, you'd lose your spy in the fleeting time in. Are you going to tell on me? Long Fei Yun asked in return as his smile remained on his face. I'm not that bored, Duan Ling Tian said with a shrug. He had come to Soaring Dragon's celestial kingdom for a temporary place to stay. He would leave once he decided on his next destination. To him, the wasteland and the Soaring Dragon celestial kingdom were just like a stepping stone. He needed to travel and go to bigger places to seek better items to improve his cultivation base. He only had 1,000 years after all. If he was still not strong enough after 1,000 years, he would not be able to save Kur, his family, and his friends even if he went to the divine offering land. Although he had arrived at the spirit overarching heaven less than 10 years ago, and his cultivation base had greatly improved, he was well aware that it was not enough and it was just the beginning. The road ahead of him would become more difficult. After all, the higher one's cultivation base was, the more difficult it was for it to improve. Currently, he had not even become a great overarching golden celestial. Let alone the spirit overarching heaven, his cultivation base was nothing even in the Soaring Dragon celestial kingdom and the wasteland. Although his strength was far stronger than what his cultivation base indicated, he still could not compete with an overarching heavenly supreme celestial. In the Soaring Dragon's celestial kingdom, there was no shortage of overarching heavenly supreme celestials. Even the Nian clan, one of the top clans in the kingdom, had a few powerful overarching heavenly supreme celestials, let alone the imperial family of the Soaring Dragon's celestial kingdom. He would not survive an attack from any of these overarching heavenly supreme celestials even if he utilized his Devata artifact, the Seven Orifices exquisite sword, and unleashed all his strength. Long Fei Yun said with a smile. Well, I revealed all these things to you because I knew you're not that bored to tell on me. His eyes glinted as he bluntly said, Brother Duan, rumor has it that you're from a powerful sect outside of the wasteland. Why would you be interested in a profound-grade cultivation method? Is there something unique about the Dark Nether Fuse Profundity technique? Since earlier, Long Fei Yun had suspected that Duan Ling Tian did not come from any extraordinary sect. Duan Ling Tian was probably only calling his fourth brother's bluff so that his fourth brother would be wary of him. He's truly younger than 100 years old. The middle-aged man's voice transmission rang in Long Fei Yun's ears at this moment. The middle-aged man was a heaven-rank overarching heavenly supreme celestial, and his divine consciousness was much more powerful than Duan Ling Tian's. For this reason, Duan Ling Tian did not even realize it when he had probed Duan Ling Tian with his divine consciousness. Moreover, he must be using a technique to conceal his cultivation base. I tried probing his cultivation base, but to no avail. I tried to investigate his soul, but my divine consciousness strangely vanished before I was able to do so. If one did not mobilize and use one's celestial origin energy, it would be difficult for another person to investigate one's cultivation base through their divine consciousness. This was due to the heavenly veins. Therefore, to investigate someone's cultivation base, one would start with the soul since the soul was closely related to one's cultivation base. This was similar to how things were in the mundane realms. Whoosh! An energy rippled toward Duan Ling Tian and he narrowed his eyes before slamming his hands on the table. His celestial origin energy rippled out and collided with the incoming energy before overwhelming it. After that, he withdrew his celestial origin energy and stared at Long Fei Yun as he said, It seems like the 13th prince has the same hobby as the 4th prince. A great overarching golden celestial younger than 100 years old. Long Fei Yun was still stunned when Duan Ling Tian had spoken. He did not expect Duan Ling Tian was a great overarching golden celestial who was not even 100 years old. Through his test, he was 100% certain that Duan Ling Tian was as strong as a yellow-rank great overarching golden celestial. Most importantly, Duan Ling Tian was not even 100 years old. So that's why fourth brother is so wary of him. It's not only because of this man's junior sister but this man himself. Since I haven't met his junior sister, I can't say for sure if she's capable of killing the Earth-rank overarching Heavenly Supreme Celestial from the Zhou clan. However, there's no doubt this man is younger than 100 years old and has strength comparable to a yellow-rank great overarching golden celestial at least. The shock in Long Fei Yun's eyes was apparent when he looked at Duanling Tian again. It took him a while to come to his senses. At this moment, he did not doubt Duanling Tian's background. At the same time, even if Duanling Tian was not who he said he was, he felt that it did not matter. After all, Duanling Tian was a rare talent, someone who managed to become a great overarching golden celestial before reaching the age of 100. Suddenly, a thought popped up in his mind, causing his eyes to lit up like stars in the night sky. Perhaps I can try making a deal with him. Long Fei Yun stared at Duanling Tian intently and bluntly asked, "Brother Duan, I have an Earth-grade cultivation method. Are you interested in it?" An Earth-grade cultivation method? As soon as Long Fei Yun finished speaking, Duanling Tian's eyes widened imperceptibly. He quickly regained his senses and asked, 13th Prince, are you talking about the cultivation method that the imperial family of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom inherited? As far as he knew, the only Earth-rank cultivation method in the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom belonged to the imperial family of the kingdom. Then, he said indifferently, based on what I know, that inherited Earth-rank cultivation method of the imperial family can only be cultivated by the descendants of the imperial family of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom. Apart from that, isn't there a law, punishable by death, that prohibits members of the imperial family from revealing the cultivation method to outsiders? Are you testing me to see if I would take an interest in an Earth-rank cultivation method? If I'm interested, then you can determine that I'm not from a powerful sect outside of the wasteland. In his opinion, this must be a test from Long Fei Yun to determine his background. After all, how could someone from a powerful sect, someone who became a great overarching golden celestial before the age of 100, not have an Earth-grade cultivation method? Brother Duan, you're overthinking. Long Fei Yun shook his head. Currently, it doesn't matter to me if you're from a powerful sect outside of the wasteland or not. In fact, I hope you're not, since it means you'll probably take an interest in my Earth-rank cultivation method. I have to make it clear that the Earth-rank cultivation method I mentioned isn't the Earth-rank cultivation method that has been passed down for generations in the imperial family of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom. He paused for a moment before he continued to say, I'm not afraid of you laughing at me, but I have to say I haven't actually seen the imperial family's Earth-rank cultivation method, let alone cultivate it. As he spoke, he clenched his hands into fists so tightly that veins could be seen on his hands. It was clear he was feeling rather emotional at this moment. A hint of sadness mixed with determination flashed in Long Fei Yun's eyes as he said, After all, my father doesn't think I'm his biological son. He didn't cultivate the inherited Earth-rank cultivation method in the imperial family of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom? Duanling Tian was taken aback when he heard Long Fei Yun's words. He knew the current emperor of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom did not favor the 13th prince and questioned the 13th prince's birth. However, he did not expect the emperor to prohibit the 13th prince from cultivating the imperial family's Earth-rank cultivation method. One could only imagine how the 13th prince felt. A bitter smile appeared on Long Fei Yun's face and he continued to say in a self-deprecating manner, Although it sounds shocking, the truth is, my father firmly believes that my mother had an affair with another man. He feels their relationship is ambiguous even before he married her. For that reason, he thinks I'm that man's bastard child. Although it was subtle, Duanling Tian noticed the negative emotions swirling in Long Fei Yun's heart. After a brief pause, Long Fei Yun continued to say, since he felt skeptical about their relationship, why did he bring my mother to the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom and proceeded to marry her? Since he's suspicious of my birth, why didn't he just suffocate me in the cradle after my mother's death from dystocia? Why did he allow me to grow up? His emotions grew more unstable as he spoke. His hands were tightly clenched into fists, his fingernails pierced the skin of his palms as blood dripped down. His body trembled from the violent fluctuations of his emotions. Duanling Tian remained silent. He could imagine what the 13th prince had to go through and how he had to live all these years. The Emperor of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom is at fault. Since he brought your mother back to the kingdom and allowed her to give birth, why would he direct the hate to his child? If that's the case, it would have been better if he had abandoned the mother and child to fend for themselves. In his opinion, the Emperor of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom failed to handle the issue properly. Can you imagine how scary it was for a prince who was disliked by the emperor and suspected to be the bastard son of another man? Although the eunuchs and palace maids are respectful toward me on the surface, I can see the disdain in their eyes. That's the environment I was raised in. Since young, I knew I have no one to rely on but myself. My father even forbade me from cultivating the cultivation method that's inherited in the imperial family. That's the only earth-rank cultivation method in the possession of the imperial family of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom. Without it, I could only cultivate a profound-grade cultivation method. However, I'm not discouraged even if my brothers are allowed to cultivate the earth-rank cultivation method and I'm not. As long as I diligently cultivated, it would only be a matter of time before I caught up to them and surpassed them. Long Fei Yun vented his feelings to Duan Ling Tian without holding back. It was as though he had forgotten that he had only met Duan Ling Tian. As he spoke, his body trembled and tears could be seen brimming in his eyes. Naturally, he did not allow the tears to fall. They evaporated as soon as they appeared. Duan Ling Tian did not seem to mind as he lent an ear to Long Fei Yun. As he listened to Long Fei Yun's words, he even began to feel sympathy for Long Fei Yun. At the same time, he realized how difficult it was for the 13th prince to achieve his current standing that was equal with the 4th and 7th princes considering the environment the 13th prince was raised in. After all, the 13th prince needed to expend 10 times or even 100 times more effort compared to the 4th and 7th princes. I worked so hard not because I intended to compete with my 4th and 7th brother for the throne. I had no interest in the throne. I only wanted my father to recognize my effort and acknowledged my achievements. However, even after I grew stronger, after I caught up to and even surpassed my 4th and 7th brother, I discovered that my father still dislikes me. It's due to his prejudice against me. Ever since then, I've changed my goal. I want to seize the throne. I want to suppress his beloved 4th and 7th son. I want to step on them on the path to claim the throne. Long Fei Yun's eyes flashed coldly when he reached the end of his sentence. It took him a while before he finally regained his composure. Then, he smiled apologetically and said, "I'm sorry I lost my composure and vented my feelings. Life hasn't been easy on you. If I were you, I might have broken down or given up a long time ago." Duan Ling Tian said with a hint of admiration. He might not be able to deal with being raised in such a harrowing environment like the 13th prince if he did not have 2 lifetimes of experience. Who knew if he might even descend into depravity and lived as a good-for-nothing prince who only waited for his own demise. So, Brother Ling Tian, there's no need for you to worry about me trying to sound you out. It's unnecessary after all, Long Fei Yun continued to say, regardless of what background you have, there's no enmity between us and I will not help my 4th brother to curry favor with the 4th miss of the Zhou clan. Anyway, I'm telling you all these things, so you know that the earth-rank cultivation method I possess isn't the one inherited in the imperial family of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom. In fact, the earth-rank cultivation method I possess is closely related to my mother. Long Fei Yun said with a sigh. What do you mean? Although Duan Ling Tian was quite certain that Long Fei Yun was being honest, he was still wary and cautious. For this reason, he refrained from showing too much interest in the earth-rank cultivation method. Earlier, I mentioned that my father dislikes me because he suspects I'm not his biological son. It's due to my mother's ambiguous relationship with a man before she came to the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom to marry my father, Long Fei Yun said. Duan Ling Tian nodded. That man whom my mother had a dubious relationship with appeared in my life a year ago. To be precise, someone who was indebted to him appeared and brought me the earth-rank cultivation method that he exchanged for with his life, Long Fei Yun explained. Duan Ling Tian was stunned by this revelation. It was also at that time that I found out the person whom my father suspects to have an affair with my mother was my mother's childhood friend. They didn't have an affair. It's all my father's jealousy and suspicion. It's all in his mind. I have no reason to believe that man lied to me. After all, A person's dying words are usually true. Long Fei Yun continued to say. According to him, he truly loved my mother. However, after she made up her mind to marry my father, he had given up on her and traveled the world. Then he received news about my mother's death after giving birth to me and how I was ostracized due to my mother and his relationship. He wanted to take me away, but he wasn't powerful enough to break into the imperial palace of the soaring dragon's celestial kingdom. Later on, he died while obtaining the Earth-rank cultivation method. Before he died, he entrusted Qiu Ling to bring me the Earth-rank cultivation method and to follow me for 1,000 years. He knew my father forbade me from cultivating the imperial family's Earth-rank cultivation method. Then, Long Fei Yun pointed to the middle-aged man standing behind him and said, "He's Qiu Ling. He's a heaven-rank overarching heavenly supreme celestial. He has promised to follow me due to gratitude toward my mother's childhood friend. A heaven-rank overarching heavenly supreme celestial." Duan Tian's eyes widened slightly as he turned to look at the middle-aged man standing behind Long Fei Yun. He was shocked when he discovered the middle-aged man's cultivation base and what the distinct aura that was hard to conceal meant. It seems like after reaching a certain stage, it's difficult to conceal that aura. Does this mean she's also a heaven-rank overarching heavenly supreme celestial? Duan Tian thought to himself as a beautiful figure appeared in his mind. It was none other than Murong Bing from the compassionate celestial traveler sect whom he had sex with. Although he knew she was strong, he did not expect her to be a heaven-rank overarching heavenly supreme celestial. Long Fei Yun said, "The Earth-rank cultivation method that I mentioned is the one that I'm currently cultivating. It's given to me by my mother's childhood friend and brought to me by Qiu Ling." Duan Tian, who had regained his senses, looked at Long Fei Yun and asked without beating around the bush, "What do you want me to do?" There was no free lunch in this world. Since Long Fei Yun had asked him if he was interested in an Earth-rank cultivation method, he was certain Long Fei Yun was going to offer it in exchange for something. Was there anyone who would give away an Earth-rank cultivation method without asking for anything in return? Long Fei Yun chuckled. "Duan Tian, you seem interested in my Earth-rank cultivation method. Am I right to assume that you're not from a powerful sect outside of the wasteland? Is that important?" Duan Tian asked rhetorically. He had considered this. He knew as soon as he expressed even the slightest bit of interest in the Earth-rank cultivation method, his lie to the fourth prince would be exposed. However, the temptation of an Earth-rank cultivation method was too strong. In the end, he decided to bite the bait after he considered that it was unlikely for Long Fei Yun to be conspiring with the fourth prince. After all, an Earth-rank cultivation method would be a big help to him now. With Huaner around, he had no need to worry about cultivation environments. Apart from that, he could always find ways to obtain cultivation resources such as celestial pills. However, it was difficult for him to obtain a high-rank cultivation method. "It's not important." Long Fei Yun shook his head as a brilliant smile slowly appeared on his face. "In fact, this is great news to me. I'd like to know more in detail." A curious expression could be seen on Duan Tian's face after he heard Long Fei Yun's words. "It seems like you're interested in the Earth-rank cultivation method I possess. Let's make a deal," Long Fei Yun bluntly said. "A deal?" Duan Tian raised an eyebrow. This reminded him of the deal he made with Lu Fenggu, the city governor of Bloody Spectre City, when he first ascended to the spirit overarching heaven. At that time, Lu Fenggu promised to do his best to provide Duan Tian with the best cultivation environment and resources. In return, Duan Tian had to kill Zhou Tong, the first revered elder of 9 Spectres County. The deal was a complete success. "Yes," Long Fei Yun nodded and said in a dignified manner. "As long as Brother Duan is willing to promise me one thing, the Earth-rank cultivation method is yours." "What is it?" Duan Tian asked. "I hope that Brother Duan will participate in the martial competition that's organized by the imperial family of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom. With your strength, you'll definitely win the competition and be selected to represent the kingdom in the martial competition of the wasteland." Long Fei Yun paused for a moment before he asked, "Brother Duan, I assume you've heard about the martial competition of the wasteland, right?" Yes, Duanling Tian nodded and continued to say, the martial competition of the wasteland is organized by the three major sects of the wasteland. The best powerhouses younger than 100 years old from all the celestial kingdoms in the wasteland will compete against each other. The most outstanding participant will be given a chance to join one of the three major celestial sects in the wasteland. He had learned about the martial competition of the wasteland the first day he arrived in the capital of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom. He was quite interested in the martial competition. After all, joining the three major celestial sects of the wasteland would provide him with a platform to further improve his strength. You're right, Long Fei Yun said with a nod. Since Duanling Tian knew about it, there was no need for him to further explain. 13th Prince, your request can't be as simple as just wanting me to participate in the martial competition, right? I'm sure there must be more to it than that, Duanling Tian said as he stared at Long Fei Yun intently. Long Fei Yun nodded in reply to Duanling Tian's question. With your abilities, there's no doubt you'll be selected to represent the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom in the martial competition of the wasteland. I'm sure your performance will be remarkable. At that time, all three major celestial sects will definitely want you to join them. When that time comes, I hope you'll choose to join the Martial Dragon Celestial Sect. His breathing seemed to quicken as he spoke. The Martial Dragon Celestial Sect? Duanling Tian cocked an eyebrow. There must be a reason why you want me to join the Martial Dragon Celestial Sect, right? Yes. Long Fei Yun nodded. I want you to join the Martial Dragon Celestial Sect because it rules over 13 high-rank celestial kingdoms. This includes the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom. What? Duanling Tian exclaimed. The Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom is under the rule of the Martial Dragon Celestial Sect. Moreover, they rule over another 12 high-rank celestial kingdoms. He was slightly startled to learn that the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom was a vassal state of the Martial Dragon Celestial Sect. Brother Duan, it's only natural you don't know about this. Only the direct descendants of the imperial families are privy to this matter. After all, it'd be humiliating to all the imperial families of the celestial kingdoms if people find out about it. Therefore, the imperial families kept this a secret. Long Fei Yun explained, it's not just the high-rank celestial kingdoms. Even the intermediate rank and low-rank celestial kingdoms are all vassal states of the three major celestial sects of the wasteland. Similar to the Martial Dragon Celestial Sect, the Tai Yi Celestial Sect and the Thousand Spiders Celestial Sect rule over 13 high-rank celestial kingdoms, respectively. This is apart from the intermediate rank and low-rank celestial kingdoms. Otherwise, why do you think the high-rank celestial kingdoms aren't invading and conquering the intermediate rank and low-rank celestial kingdoms? It's because they're all subordinates of the three major celestial sects. Those who initiate a civil war would be severely punished by the ruling celestial sect. Upon listening to Long Fei Yun's explanation, Duanling Tian gained more knowledge about the spirit overarching heaven. It answered many of the questions he had on his mind as well. Previously, he had found it strange how all the celestial kingdoms managed to peacefully coexist. It was only natural for the strong to conquer the weak after all. Now, he finally knew why there seemed to be no conflict among the celestial kingdoms. Long Fei Yun continued to say, that's one of the reasons I want you to join the Martial Dragon Celestial Sect. After you rise in ranks in the Martial Dragon Celestial Sect, I hope you'll help me to become the Emperor of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom. After he finished speaking, his eyes were flashing determinedly. Duanling Tian asked, you really think I'll be capable of helping you become the Emperor of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom after I join the Martial Dragon Celestial Sect? Well, it's better than nothing, right? At least, I have a small ray of hope. Long Fei Yun smiled self-deprecatingly. He was well aware that he stood no chance against his brothers, the 4th and 7th Prince. It was impossible for him to become the Emperor of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom, since his father would never let him ascend the throne unless his father was out of the picture. However, his father was constantly guarded by strong powerhouses. Not only that, but his father was a powerful heaven-rank overarching heavenly supreme celestial as well. You would exchange an earth-rank cultivation method just for a glimmer of hope? Is it worth it? Duanling Tian asked. It's absolutely worth it. I don't think it's a loss to impart the earth-rank cultivation method to you, in exchange for a glimmer of hope to be the next Emperor of Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom. I think it's a good deal for me. Although nothing is certain. All I ask of you is that you help me ascend the throne once you have enough influence in the martial dragon's celestial sect to intervene in the matter of throne inheritance in the soaring dragon's celestial kingdom. Long Fei Yun clearly expressed that he was determined to make this deal even if it was not 100% certain that Duanling Tian would be able to help him ascend the throne. All he asked was for Duanling Tian to help him if Duanling Tian was able to do so. If I'm not mistaken, Duanling Tian narrowed his eyes and said meaningfully with a faint smile, once I join the martial dragon celestial sect, based on my innate talent, it won't be difficult for me to obtain an earth-rank cultivation method, right? Yes. Long Yun Fei nodded. The calm expression of the middle-aged man who stood behind Long Yun Fei suddenly vanished. His expression darkened as soon as he heard Duanling Tian's words. His gaze was as sharp as knives when he looked at Duanling Tian. It was as though he was warning Duanling Tian that he would kill Duanling Tian if Duanling Tian rejected Long Fei Yun's request. Duanling Tian ignored the middle-aged man and said, if that's the case, why should I agree to your request? Apart from the earth-rank cultivation method, I will give you a celestial pill formula as well. Long Fei Yun replied patiently despite Duanling Tian's repeated inquiries. What pill formula? Duanling Tian raised an eyebrow. He was not interested in ordinary pill formulas. The formula of the overarching heaven pill, Long Fei Yun calmly said. Long Fei Yun's words struck Duanling Tian like a bolt of lightning. He was stunned. The formula of the overarching heaven pill? The overarching heaven pill was rare not only in high-rank celestial kingdoms, but even in the three major celestial sects of the wasteland. As far as he knew, the formula of the overarching heaven pill was largely unknown. That was why none of the celestial alchemists in the wasteland could refine them. The pills possessed by the three major celestial sects were obtained from outside the wasteland. Why you have the formula of the overarching heaven pills? Duanling Tian looked at Long Fei Yun as his breathing quickened. If a peak great overarching golden celestial took an overarching heaven pill, it would guarantee an almost success to becoming an overarching heavenly supreme celestial. If it was taken by an overarching heavenly supreme celestial, it would greatly improve his or her cultivation. The overarching heaven pill would help a peak great overarching golden celestial similar to how a violet sun golden celestial would benefit from the great overarching pill. Similarly, it would help an overarching heavenly supreme celestial like how a great overarching pill would help a great overarching golden celestial. Naturally, the overarching heaven pill was superior to the great overarching pill even if their effects were similar. The great overarching pill was a mediocre celestial pill, a top-notch mediocre celestial pill that only a handful of mediocre celestial alchemists with the right celestial fire were able to refine. Similarly, the overarching heaven pill was also a top-notch prominent celestial pill that only a few prominent celestial alchemists were able to refine. The difficulty of refining the great overarching pill and the overarching heaven pill was similar. However, the overarching heaven pill was far more valuable than the great overarching heaven pill due to several reasons. Only a prominent celestial alchemist was able to refine the overarching heaven pill, a prominent celestial pill. There were far fewer prominent celestial alchemists compared to mediocre celestial alchemists. Apart from that, the formula for the overarching heaven pill was not as known compared to the formula for the great overarching pill. The great overarching pills were not as rare. Even forces from an intermediate rank celestial kingdom would have a few of them. Previously, when Duanling Tian was still in the Cloudy Rock Celestial Kingdom, King Qin's mansion could easily provide 6 great overarching pills as rewards for the top 3 counties participating in the martial competition of the 16 counties. However, even the imperial family of a high-rank celestial kingdom would find difficulties in obtaining overarching heaven pills. Even the 3 major celestial sects of the wasteland that were far powerful and ruled over high-rank celestial kingdoms only possessed limited numbers of overarching heaven pills. The overarching heaven pills were rare and highly valuable not only because of the stringent requirements that prominent celestial alchemists would have to meet, but it was also because only a few prominent celestial alchemists possessed the formula for the pill. Naturally, most of these prominent celestial alchemists would guard the formula like a secret. How could Duanling Tian not be shocked that Long Fei Yun was willing to impart the pill's formula to him? It was too precious after all. Even the 3 major sects of the wasteland would love to get their hands on the overarching heaven pill's formula. Why you have the overarching heaven pills formula? Duan Ling Tian asked. Long Fei Yun nodded his head and said yes. Duan Ling Tian narrowed his eyes and lightly asked, since you have the overarching heaven pills formula, why is there a need for you to make a deal with me? You can directly approach the martial dragon celestial sect with the formula and ask them to help you ascend the throne. I've thought about that. Long Fei Yun heaved a long sigh before he said, however, do you think I'd still be alive if the martial dragon celestial sect knows I possess the overarching heaven pills formula? To them, killing me is much easier than helping me to ascend to the throne of the soaring dragon celestial kingdom. He knew this very well, therefore he could only dismiss the idea of using the formula in exchange for help from the martial dragon celestial sect to ascend the throne. Naturally, only those with high ranks in the martial dragon celestial sect would be able to help him ascend the throne. However, they were all extremely powerful. He was just like an ant in front of these people. How was it possible for him to make a deal with these people? 13th Prince, are you sure you trust me? Aren't you afraid of me fleeing after obtaining the Earth Rank cultivation method and the overarching heaven pills formula? Duan Ling Tian asked as he looked at Long Fei Yun. Long Fei Yun met Duan Ling Tian's gaze without flinching as he shook his head. You won't. Although this is the first time we meet, I can tell you're not the kind of person who would renege on a deal. I, Long Fei Yun, have lived for a few hundred years. My judgment is quite accurate. Even if I misjudged you, I'll accept it. It's a risk I have to take. Compared to approaching the martial dragon celestial sect with the overarching heaven pills formula, it was wiser for him to make a deal with Duan Ling Tian, even if there was a small chance that Duan Ling Tian might renege on the deal. Moreover, although he had just met Duan Ling Tian, his instinct told him that Duan Ling Tian was not the kind of person who would go back on his words. Duan Ling Tian's eyes were clear, and he had a righteous and extraordinary air about him. How decisive and bold! Duan Ling Tian could not help but praise. A hint of admiration could be seen in his eyes when he looked at Long Fei Yun. After all, not many people would have such courage. He understood now how Long Fei Yun was able to come so far even though he was not favored and had no support. I'm not bold, I'm just taking a gamble. Moreover, neither I nor Qiu Ling are able to use nor memorize the formula of the overarching heaven pill formula that's recorded in this memory celestial talisman. As Long Fei Yun spoke, a memory celestial talisman suddenly appeared in his hand. Duan Ling Tian's eyes were immediately drawn to the memory celestial talisman that was in Long Yun Fei's hand. His breathing quickened. The overarching heaven pills formula is in this talisman? Although Duan Ling Tian was only a primitive celestial alchemist now, it did not lessen his desire to obtain the overarching heaven pills formula that Long Yun Fei possessed. Most prominent celestial alchemists could only dream of obtaining the formula. It was only natural that Long Fei Yun and the heaven-rank overarching heavenly supreme celestial had no use for the formula and could not memorize it. They were not celestial alchemists after all. Yes, Long Yun Fei nodded. At the same time, another memory celestial talisman appeared next to the memory celestial talisman that contained the overarching heaven pills formula. This memory celestial talisman contains the Earth Rank cultivation method, the heavenly firmament technique. Then, he asked, so, Brother Duan, are you willing to make a deal with me? Duan Ling Tian smiled wryly. Since the 13th Prince is sincere and believes in me, how can I refuse? Although Duan Ling Tian could easily obtain an Earth Rank cultivation method after joining the Martial Dragon Celestial Sect, it was still too far off in the future. At the very least, he needed to wait for a year to participate in the martial competition of the Wasteland before he could join the Martial Dragon Celestial Sect. If the deal proposed by Long Fei Yun only included an Earth Rank cultivation method, he might think twice. However, since there was an overarching heaven pills formula involved, he did not think twice to agree to the deal. Long Fei Yun laughed before he said, "You're really straightforward, Brother Duan." Initially, he was not certain if Duan Ling Tian would accept the deal. Now that Duan Ling Tian finally agreed to it, the grave expression on his face melted away and was replaced with a delighted expression. He handed the two memory celestial talismans to Duan Ling Tian. As soon as Duan Ling Tian received the two memory celestial talismans that contained the overarching heaven pills formula and the earth rank cultivation method, the heavenly firmament technique, He activated them and committed the information to his memory. With time, he would be able to master them. Brother Duan, why you used the memory celestial talisman with the overarching heaven pills formula? Are you a prominent celestial alchemist? Long Fei Yun asked in shock. He assumed Duan Tian would save the memory celestial talisman with the overarching heaven pills formula for later use. After all, once Duan Tian had used it, if he did not commit every word to memory, he would no longer be able to refine the overarching heaven pill in the future. I'm only a mediocre celestial alchemist, not a prominent celestial alchemist yet, Duan Tian replied as he shook his head. It seems like you're confident about becoming a prominent celestial alchemist in the future. Otherwise, you wouldn't have used the memory celestial talisman containing the overarching heaven pills formula so quickly, Long Fei Yun said. Initially, his hopes had soared even higher when he thought Duan Tian was a prominent celestial alchemist. After all, if Duan Tian was a prominent celestial alchemist, it would be easy for Duan Tian to join the Martial Dragon's celestial sect. Duan Tian did not even need to participate in the martial competition of the wasteland. Moreover, with the status of a prominent celestial alchemist, Duan Tian could easily become a revered elder of the Martial Dragon's celestial sect. At that time, Duan Tian could easily speak to the sect leader of the Martial Dragon Celestial Sect to help him ascend the throne of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom. He felt a thrill just from imagining the expression on his father's place if his father was forced to abdicate. For this reason, he could not help feeling disappointed when he discovered Duan Tian was not a prominent celestial alchemist. After a while, Long Fei Yun seemed to recall something and he said solemnly, Brother Duan, you should check out of the fleeting time in after this. You and your companion can stay in my residence in the Imperial Palace. Duan Tian felt skeptical about Long Yun Fei's sudden invitation to stay in his residence. However, he did not think Long Fei Yun would harm him. There might be a small possibility of Long Fei Yun harming him before Long Fei Yun handed the two memory celestial talismans over. However, after giving him the memory celestial talismans, not to mention that he had also used the two memory celestial talismans, it would be a waste for Long Fei Yun to try and harm him. Seeing the skeptical expression on Duan Tian's face, Long Fei Yun solemnly said, There's no need to worry about the fourth miss of the Zhou clan. After all, even my fourth brother doesn't dare to look for trouble with you now. However, there's one person who could potentially be a threat to you. This person is Zhou Shuqiu, the last disciple of the former sect leader of the Thousand Spiders sect and the junior sister of the current sect leader. I've heard of her, Duan Tian said. She's the third miss of the Zhou clan, Zhou Shudong's elder biological sister. However, I heard she left a few years ago to travel with her master. Right? A few days ago, Duan Tian had heard about the Zhou Shuqing, the third miss of the Zhou clan, while he was dining in one of the famous restaurants in the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom. She was the most talented genius that the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom had seen in 1,000 years and was accepted as a disciple of the former sect leader of the Thousand Spiders Celestial Sect. She had become a great overarching golden celestial when she was roughly around 100 years old. Currently, she was a powerful overarching heavenly supreme celestial. Her senior sister had taken over the position of the sect leader of the Thousand Spiders sect after their master, the former sect leader, had retired. He had been concerned when he first learned about her existence. Hence, he was relieved when he later found out that she had left to travel with her master a few years ago. He had thought he would have left the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom or the Wasteland by the time she returned. Indeed, she was away previously. However, she returned a month ago. Based on what I know, she returned due to the martial competition of the Wasteland that will be held in a year. The three major celestial sects of the Wasteland must be keeping a secret regarding the martial competition. Although this is not the first time the three major celestial sects of the Wasteland have held a martial competition, previously they'd never imposed an age restriction and specified that the participants have to be younger than 100 years old. I've always felt that there's something fishy with this martial competition of the Wasteland, Long Fei Yun said in one breath. There was no age restriction previously? Duan Tian cocked an eyebrow. Exactly. Long Yun Fei shook his head. Age didn't matter previously as long as you're talented and strong enough to participate in the martial competition. Most of the time, as long as you perform well in the competition, you'll be able to join one of the 3 celestial sects. It's normal to see outer disciples of the 3 major celestial sects who are thousands or 10,000 years old. Naturally, these disciples would be expelled after the age of 10,000 if they aren't able to pass the assessment to become formal disciples of the sections. Duanling Tian nodded before he returned to the topic at hand. Since Zhou Shuqiu has returned, my companion and I will follow you back to your residence, 13th Prince. Sorry for the inconvenience. Zhou Shuqiu, the last disciple of the former sect leader of the Thousand Spiders Celestial Sect and the junior sister of the current sect leader, had a higher position compared to the 4th Prince, Long Xiangyun. It would be easy for her to check Duanling Tian's background with the Thousand Spiders Celestial Sect's wide information network. At that time, he and Huaner would be in danger. Although entering the Imperial Palace to stay with Long Fei Yun had its risks as well, Duanling Tian knew he could count on Long Fei Yun to protect him. After all, he might have offended Zhou Shudong, the 4th miss of the Zhou clan, but no harm came to her. For this reason, Long Fei Yun would still be able to protect him. He told Long Fei Yun that Huana was just a friend. There was no need for him to pretend in front of Long Fei Yun and say she was his junior sister since Long Fei Yun already knew he was not from a powerful sect outside the wasteland. No problem. Both of you are welcome to stay with me, Long Fei Yun said, pleased. Well, there's no point wasting time here. Brother Duan, let's go get your friend. He rose to his feet after he finished speaking. Sure. Duanling Tian nodded and stood up as well. Both men left the first heaven room in the Nian clan's auction house with Qiu Ling, the middle-aged man, in tow. As soon as they stepped out, a burst of hearty laughter rang in the air. 13th brother, the auction hasn't ended. Why are you leaving in such a hurry? An arrogant young man dressed in a green robe with gold trimmings appeared with the person in charge of the Nian clan's auction house and an old man dressed in black robes. The young man wore a wide grin on his face as he greeted Long Fei Yun. Based on the way the green-clad young man had addressed Long Fei Yun, it was not difficult for Duanling Tian to guess that the young man was Long Qingyun, the 7th prince of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom. 7th brother. Long Fei Yun greeted the green-clad young man in return. Then he sent Duanling Tian a voice transmission. Brother Duan, if I'm not mistaken, my 7th brother came because of me. To be more precise, he came because of Qiu Ling. The person in charge of the Nian clan's auction house must have noticed that Qiu Ling is a heaven-rank overarching heavenly supreme celestial and informed my 7th brother about it. After all, it's not in my 7th brother's interest if there's a heaven-rank overarching heavenly supreme celestial by my side. A hint of ridicule could be heard in his voice. At this moment, Long Qingyun, the 7th prince, turned to look at Duanling Tian and greeted Duanling Tian enthusiastically. Brother Duan, I heard about you from my 4th brother. I was going to visit you in the fleeting time and I truly didn't expect to run into you here. Similar to Long Xiangyun, the 4th prince, he was also under the impression that Duanling Tian was from a powerful sect outside the wasteland. Such a person should not be provoked. Naturally, it was just casual talk about him wanting to visit Duanling Tian at the fleeting time inn. If it were true, he would have long visited Duanling Tian. He did not want to be subjected to the cold treatment that his 4th brother had received from Duanling Tian. 7th prince. Duanling Tian greeted Long Qingyun nonchalantly. His nonchalance made Long Qingyun think that he was an arrogant disciple of a powerful sect outside the wasteland. Then, Long Qingyun shifted his attention back to Long Fei Yun. He said with a nod, 13th brother, that person behind you, it's my first time seeing him. Then, he turned to look at Qiu Ling before he said meaningfully in a tone laced with ridicule, I don't think Father bestowed you heaven-rank overarching heaven supreme celestial, right? The 4th and 7th prince were each given a heaven-rank overarching heavenly supreme celestial to guard them. Although the 13th prince was not inferior to them, in fact, he might have surpassed them, his treatment was clearly inferior. Like the rest of the unfavored princes, he was only given an earth-rank overarching heavenly supreme celestial as his guard. Long Fei Yun replied, his name is Qiu Ling. He's a powerhouse I met outside. As soon as Long Fei Yun finished speaking, Long Qingyun's gaze turned cold as he said in a tone brimming with hostility, You're an outsider with unknown origins. What's your motive of lingering by my 13th brother's side? At this moment, the black-clad old man standing behind Long Qingyun with his eyes closed suddenly opened his eyes. 13th Prince, this person with an unknown origin might pose a threat to you. You can't let him stay by your side. Let me ease your worry by killing him. As soon as he finished speaking, he moved at the speed of lightning toward Qiuling. Before Duan Ling Tian could regain his senses, the old man was already exchanging blows with Qiuling. Boom, 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 boom. A series of thunderous explosions rang in the air. However, it seemed like both men were considerate enough to erect a light shield that cut them off from their surroundings. The battle was already in full swing when Duan Ling Tian and the others regained their senses. Their movements were too fast to be seen with the naked eyes. All they could see was two forces raging inside the light shield. Crack! After 15 minutes, a dull but loud noise rang in the air. Fine lines began to show on the light shield. They grew and covered the shield like a spiderweb. Eventually, the light shield shattered. Whoosh! A gust of strong wind blew in the air as Qiuling returned to Long Fei Yun's side. Apart from his tattered robes, he seemed unharmed. Swoosh! At the same time, a black figure could be seen flying backward before it landed heavily on the ground with a loud thud. After he rose to his feet, it could be seen that he was in a bad condition. He was clearly embarrassed by his loss as well when he returned to Long Qingyun's side. Long Qingyun's expression was unsightly. He did not expect the heaven-rank overarching heavenly supreme celestial by Long Fei Yun's side was stronger than the one his father had assigned to him. Long Fei Yun said with a grin to the black-clad old man, "Wu Lao, Qiuling has been with me for a year. With his strength, if he intended to kill me, he would have already made a move. There's no need for you to worry about my safety." The black-clad old man only scoffed in return. There was nothing he could do since he was defeated. Although the 13th prince was not favored by the emperor, it did not mean he could challenge his authority. Moreover, the 13th prince now had a heaven-rank overarching heavenly supreme celestial by his side who was even stronger than him. "Brother Duan, let's go," Long Fei Yun said with a grin as he looked at Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Fei nodded and left the Nian clan's auction house. Meanwhile, Long Qingyun looked at the person in charge of the Nian clan's auction house with a darkened expression and asked, "What's all this? What happened? Why does it seem like my 13th brother has befriended the purple-clad young man?" He did not expect the purple-clad young man would associate himself with members of the imperial families like him and his 13th brother, since the purple-clad young man had an extraordinary background. However, it seemed like his 13th brother had managed to befriend the purple-clad young man. This gave him a sense of crisis, even though a sect outside of the wasteland, technically, would not be able to interfere in the matters of the inheritance of the throne of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom since they were ruled by the Martial Dragon Celestial Sect. However, nobody knew if the sect the purple-clad young man belonged to was stronger than the Martial Dragon Celestial Sect. He feared the purple-clad young man had a high rank in a sect that was stronger than the Martial Dragon Celestial Kingdom. If that was the case, it would not be a problem for the purple-clad young man's sect to pressure the Martial Dragon Celestial Sect to interfere with the inheritance of the throne in the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom. "Your Highness, I'm unaware of this as well," the person in charge of the Nian clan's auction house said earnestly. "However, I think the 13th prince attended the auction today because of the purple-clad young man." Long Qingyun scoffed before he coldly said, "Do I need you to tell me that?" That man even told 13th brother his surname. "It seems like they get along quite well," he thought to himself. "Based on what I know, the man refused to disclose his name to 4th brother previously. Maybe I should talk to 4th brother about this." Meanwhile, Duan Ling Tian and the other two men finally arrived in the Fleeting Time Inn. As they approached the lobby of the Fleeting Time Inn, Long Fei Yun said, "Brother Duan, we'll wait for you and your friend here." He was tactful and had no intention of following Duan Ling Tian back to the room since he knew Duan Ling Tian's friend was a woman. It would be inappropriate for him to make a sudden appearance. This worked in Duan Ling Tian's favor as well. After all, if Long Fei Yun came with him, Qiuling would definitely follow. Since Qiuling was a heaven-rank overarching heavenly supreme celestial, he might notice the unusual flow of heaven and earth spirit energy in Huana's room since she was cultivating. A divine crystal would only appear once in more than 1,000 years in Devata realms. He did not want anyone to find out about Huaner and the divine crystal. As soon as Duanling Tian entered the courtyard, he sent a voice transmission. Huaner. Huaner quickly woke up from her cultivation since she was not in closed-door cultivation. After she put the divine crystal away and absorbed the seemingly liquefied heaven and earth spirit energy in the room, Duanling Tian cautiously entered the room. He had to be cautious when it came to the divine crystal after all. Brother Ling Tian, are we leaving? Did that lady send men to look for trouble with us? Huaner asked as her eyes gleamed coldly. Her thin white robes fluttered in the air, slightly revealing her slender and graceful figure. Duanling Tian had to take deep breaths to suppress the burning desire that had involuntarily awakened. Then, he shook his head and said, "No, we're just moving to a new place. The new place is bigger and more comfortable." "Is it more interesting?" Huana asked excitedly as the coldness in her eyes gradually disappeared. "Yes, it's more interesting." Duanling Tian nodded. "However, before we leave, you'll have to put on your hat and veil." All right, I know," Huaner said. Although she was reluctant, she still obediently listened to him. Although Huana's beautiful face was hidden, her slender figure was enough to cause men to commit crimes. Long Fei Yun fell into a daze when he saw Huaner's graceful figure. As the 13th prince of the soaring dragon celestial kingdom, he had seen many beautiful women in his life, but none could compare to Huaner's beautiful figure. However, he quickly regained his senses and averted his eyes. Although Duanling Tian did not say anything about their relationship, he could tell Duanling Tian and the woman's relationship was not simple based on their interactions. Therefore, he did not dare to act recklessly. Moreover, he knew the lady was no weakling. She had effortlessly killed an elder of the Zhou clan who was an earth-rank overarching heavenly supreme celestial. He sent a voice transmission to Qiu Ling, prompting Qiu Ling to investigate Huaner. Qiu Ling, previously brother Duan, told fourth brother that the woman is younger than 100 years old. Before Long Fei Yun finished speaking, a scoff rang in the air. It was from Huaner. At the same time, waves and waves of freezing energy rippled out of her as it swept toward Qiu Ling, who was standing next to Long Fei Yun. Qiu Ling immediately mobilized his celestial origin energy to nullify her attack. At the same time, he sent a voice transmission to Long Fei Yun. "She discovered my divine consciousness. There's no doubt she's younger than 100 years old. Moreover, she has to be a profound rank overarching heaven supreme celestial at least." He had to focus on nullifying Huana's attack even if he was a heaven rank overarching heavenly supreme celestial because he had sustained injuries from his battle earlier with the 7th prince's subordinate. The battle had greatly depleted his strength that he was currently no better than an ordinary earth rank overarching heavenly supreme celestial. A profound rank overarching heavenly supreme celestial who's younger than 100 years old? Long Fei Yun was thoroughly shocked. How is it possible for someone like that to come to the soaring dragon celestial kingdom? Let alone a profound rank overarching heavenly supreme celestial. In the past 10,000 years in the wasteland, there were only a handful of profound rank great overarching golden celestials younger than 100 years old, and one earth rank great overarching golden celestial younger than 100 years old. In the entire history of the wasteland, only 2 heaven-rank great overarching golden celestials younger than 100 years old had appeared. As for peak great overarching golden celestials younger than 100 years old, they had never appeared in the wasteland. How could he not be shocked to meet a profound rank overarching heavenly supreme celestial who was younger than 100 years old? At this moment, Duanling Tian asked, "Huaner, what's wrong?" "Brother Ling Tian, this person is being rude. He used his divine consciousness to investigate me," Huana replied angrily. Her expression was sour when she complained to Duanling Tian. "Qiu Ling, are you joking?" Long Fei Yun was still in shock over Qiu Ling's discovery that he was unaware of Duanling Tian and Huaner's conversation and Duanling Tian's darkened expression. "I'm not," Qiu Ling confirmed. Long Yunfei shuddered before he regained his senses. He quickly asked Qiu Ling to apologize when he discovered the displeased and angered expression on Duanling Tian and Huana's faces. Only after the apology did Duanling Tian's expression soften and Huaner's anger dissipated. During the journey to the imperial palace, Long Fei Yun sent a voice transmission to Duan Ling Tian. Brother Duan, is it really okay for you to join the Martial Dragon Celestial sect? Back in the Nian clan's auction house. He was certain Duan Ling Tian did not have an extraordinary background after Duan Ling Tian accepted the deal. How could someone with an extraordinary background be interested in an earth-rank cultivation method? Moreover, Duan Ling Tian had admitted as much. However, now that he discovered the white-clad lady was a profound rank overarching heavenly supreme celestial who was younger than 100 years old, he began to doubt himself. How could a profound rank overarching heavenly supreme celestial who was younger than 100 years old have an ordinary background? It was impossible. Why do you ask so? Duan Ling Tian asked in return. Brother Duan, frankly speaking, Qiu Ling informed me that your friend is a profound rank overarching heavenly supreme celestial even though she's younger than 100 years old. With someone like that by your side, it's hard for me to believe you don't have an extraordinary background. Long Fei Yun said with a bitter smile on his face. Huaner, well, her background is complicated. It's inconvenient for me to talk about it. However, it's true that I don't have an extraordinary background. There's no problem with me joining the Martial Dragon Celestial sect. As for Huaner, I can't promise you anything. It'll have to depend on her willingness, Duan Ling Tian replied. No, you misunderstood me. I have no intention of asking Lady Huaner to join the Martial Dragon Celestial sect, Long Fei Yun said as he shook his head. Instead, if it's possible, I hope Lady Huaner will conceal her age. A profound rank overarching heavenly supreme celestial who's younger than 100 years old. If word of this spread, it'll cause a commotion in the wasteland. It'll do more harm than good to her if that happens. He became increasingly concerned as he continued to say, I'm just afraid there will be people who want to exploit her. They would assume she has an extraordinary background and has mastered high-grade celestial methods and divine abilities. Humans are inherently greedy after all. Who knows what they would do to get their hands on her? Duan Ling Tian stared at Long Fei Yun intently as he asked, 13th Prince, did those greedy thoughts ever cross your mind? To be honest, they did, Long Fei Yun answered honestly. However, I've already given you the overarching Heaven Pills formula, and even if Qiu Ling suppresses Lady Huana, it doesn't mean I'll be able to obtain her celestial methods and divine abilities. Instead of taking a risk, I chose stability. Upon hearing Long Fei Yun's words, the frost in Duan Ling Tian's eyes seemed to thaw. The 13th Prince is wise. I won't be here today if I'm not, Long Fei Yun said with a sigh. After a moment, as though he had recalled something, he said, Brother Duan, I have a friend who possesses a celestial weapon that's capable of hiding auras and the one's true age. After you settle down in my residence, I'll ask him to lend us the celestial weapon. There's such a celestial weapon? Duan Ling Tian was surprised. Yes. Long Fei Yun nodded. It's just extremely rare. Although it's called a celestial weapon, it doesn't help with defense or offense. Its only use is to hide auras. Hence, most people consider it worthless. My friend only collected it because he likes collecting strange things. Although I don't like to make people part with their cherished possessions, I would really like to get this celestial weapon for Huaner. If it's possible, can you please speak to your friend about selling it to me? He can name a price. Duan Ling Tian wanted to buy that celestial weapon for Huaner. It was just as Long Fei Yun had said, if people found out about Huaner, it would definitely attract trouble. Brother Duan, to be honest with you, my friend doesn't lack celestial stones. In fact, I can't promise you that I'll be able to obtain that celestial weapon, but I'll definitely try my best, Long Fei Yun said with a bitter smile on his face. When he saw the excitement in Duan Ling Tian's eyes, he thought it was better to remind Duan Ling Tian that nothing was certain. I'll trouble you then, Duan Ling Tian replied as he tamped down his excitement. It's no trouble, Long Fei Yun hastily shook his head. After Duan Ling Tian and Huaner had settled down in Long Fei Yun's residence in the Imperial Palace, Long Fei Yun and Xiu Ling left them alone. Although the 13th Prince of the Soaring Dragon's Celestial Kingdom was not favored by the Emperor, his residence was huge. It was several times larger than where Duan Ling Tian and Huano had stayed in the Fleeting Time residence. Brother Ling Tian, if that person possesses something that's beneficial to me, I can just snatch it away from him. Although Duan Ling Tian had tried to guide Huaner down the path of righteousness, certain views and habits would take longer for her to change. Duanling Tian shook his head and said, Huaner, I told you earlier that it's wrong to snatch things away from people. Moreover, you have to have the capability of doing so. Since even the 13th prince is uncertain if he could make his friend relinquish the celestial weapon, it shows that his friend has an extraordinary background. Even if his friend is weaker than you, it's highly likely that he has someone stronger guarding him. Huaner fell silent and pouted with a sullen expression on her face. She looked slightly pitiful. Upon seeing this, Duanling Tian's heart softened. Huaner, don't think too much. I'll try my best to get that celestial weapon for you. Huaner nodded in reply. Her eyes gleamed as she asked excitedly, Brother Ling Tian, when can we go out and play? Since we arrived, Huaner hasn't gone out to play. Huaner wants to buy a lot of things to play with and eat tasty food. In a few days. Meanwhile, you can cultivate here with peace of mind, Duanling Tian said. All right. Huaner nodded, albeit reluctantly. She took the divine crystal out and began to cultivate. The room came with a formation that would prevent heaven and earth spirit energy from leaking out. The room, which was close to his room at the back of the courtyard, was also far from the main entrance of the courtyard. There were many rooms separating her room from the entrance. For these reasons, Duanling Tian was not worried that Xiao Ling would discover the abnormal and seemingly liquefied heaven and earth spirit energy from Huana's divine crystal. After Duanling Tian left the room, he went to the front yard and waited for news from Long Fei Yun. After nearly an hour had passed, Long Fei Yun finally returned. He looked embarrassed and wore a bitter smile on his face. Duanling Tian felt a wave of disappointment rising in his heart upon seeing this. He could not help but ask, He's not willing? It's not that he's unwilling, but he wants to meet you, Brother Duan. He said he can give you the celestial weapon, but there's a requirement that he wants to personally discuss with you. Brother Duan, I'm sorry, Long Fei Yun said apologetically. Where is he? Duanling Tian asked as he rose to his feet. Are you going to meet him? Long Fei Yun was stunned. Brother Duan, that friend of mine is not going to make a trade that's unfavorable to him. The condition he sets is going to be difficult. Even so, I still want to meet your friend. That celestial weapon is very important to me, Duanling Tian said determinedly as his eyes flashed. In that case, please follow me, Brother Duan. Duanling Tian and Long Fei Yun left the imperial palace. Then, Long Fei Yun led him to an estate at the eastern side of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom. The estate occupied a vast piece of land and appeared to be empty. Not a single soul could be seen. Creak. As soon Long Fei Yun, Qiu Ling, and Duanling Tian arrived, the main door swung open. Duanling Tian was certain there was no one standing near the door. It seemed like the main door was opened by a powerful force from a distance. It was obvious Long Fei Yun's friends knew they had arrived. Since he could not even detect the other person's divine consciousness, he knew the other person must have a profound cultivation base. Let's go. Long Yunfei called out to Duanling Tian and took the lead to enter the estate. Duanling Tian followed Long Fei Yun's lead as he turned to look at Qiu Ling, the heaven-rank overarching heavenly supreme celestial. Qiu Ling looked solemn as he entered the estate. A hint of fear could be seen in his eyes as well. It seems like the 13th prince's friend isn't an ordinary person. Duanling Tian had expected there to be powerhouses guarding Long Fei Yun's friend. However, when they arrived at the backyard of the estate, he discovered that Long Fei Yun's friend was the only person in the estate. Brother Pei, Long Yunfei greeted his friend before he introduced Duanling Tian. This is Brother Duan whom I mentioned earlier. Duanling Tian silently studied Long Fei Yun's friend. The man was dressed in a white robe. His appearance was average, but his eyes revealed he had seen and gone through the vicissitudes of life, indicating he was no longer young. Moreover, when the white-clad man looked at him, he felt completely exposed. This was the first time he had felt this way since he had arrived in the Devata realm, the spirit overarching heaven of the Devata realm. Even when he had faced the Celestial Duke from the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect at King Qin's mansion in the Cloudy Rock Celestial Kingdom, he did not feel this way. I heard from Fei Yun that you want the concealment pendant? The white-clad man asked. Although it was his first time hearing about it, Duan Ling Tian knew the concealment pendant was the celestial weapon that Long Fei Yun had told him about. He nodded. Yes. I can give you the concealment pendant, but there's one thing you have to promise me, the white-clad man said. What is it? Duan Ling Tian asked anxiously. Fei Yun, I'd like to speak to him in private, the white-clad man said as he raised his hand. Without waiting for Long Fei Yun to reply, an invisible force surged out of the white-clad man's hand and formed a soundproof shield around him and Duan Ling Tian. The white-clad man said without beating around the bush. Each of his words sounded like a clap of thunder in Duan Ling Tian's ears. You can have the concealment pendant in exchange for that woman's divine crystal that's hidden in her necklace. The divine crystal? Duan Ling Tian was shocked, hearing the white-clad man's words. A hint of killing intent flashed in the depths of his eyes as he looked at the white-clad man. How does he know about Huana's divine crystal? The killing intent had instinctively arisen. Duan Ling Tian could not let anyone find out about Huaner possessing the divine crystal. Although the killing intent only flashed briefly in Duan Ling Tian's eyes, the white-clad man did not fail to notice it. He said mockingly, What? You want to kill me? It's not that I look down on you, but no one in the wasteland is able to kill me, let alone you. He spoke with such confidence that it would inspire admiration in others. As though to highlight his words, a burst of powerful energy surged from his body as soon as he finished speaking. The energy rippled out and hit Duan Ling Tian squarely in the chest. Bang! Duan Ling Tian felt as though a gigantic hammer had landed on his chest. The pressure on his chest felt as though it was squeezing his internal organs as well. His lifeblood roiled in his body, causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood. He was still feeling lightheaded when a gentle energy appeared from behind him, stabilizing him. However, in just a moment, his lifeblood began to roil again. He spat out another mouthful of blood, staining the ground red. All this happened in just a blink of an eye, but he felt as though he had gone through the gates of hell. Fear was brimming in his eyes when he looked at the white-clad man. Who are you? Through his careful observation, Duan Ling Tian noticed that Long Fei Yun, who was on the other side of the formation, seemed to be unaware that he was injured and had spat out blood. Although Long Fei Yun was looking at him, it seemed like he could not see what was happening to him at all. Otherwise, Long Fei Yun would not have been able to remain calm. Based on this, he realized the formation the white-clad man conjured up was not as simple as a soundproof formation. He panicked when he recalled how the white-clad man was able to injure and toy with him with just his energy alone. The white-clad man said indifferently in response to Duan Ling Tian's question, It doesn't matter who I am. The important thing is if you still want the concealment pendant I possess. Duan Ling Tian did not respond to the white-clad man's question. Instead, he solemnly asked, With your strength, we can't stop you even if you snatch the divine crystal from us. There's no need for you to give us the concealment pendant in exchange, right? Although Duan Ling Tian did not know how strong the white-clad young man was, he was certain the white-clad young man was stronger than Huaner. Most importantly, the white-clad man was even stronger than the Celestial Duke from the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect. Someone so strong could easily take the divine crystal away from them. There was no need for him to give them the concealment pendant. I'm not really interested in that girl's divine crystal. The white-clad man shrugged. Duan Ling Tian was stunned by the white-clad man's reply. Then you. The white-clad man interrupted Duan Ling Tian. I only brought up that girl's crystal because I want you to know my strength. Duan Ling Tian sighed in relief when he heard the white-clad man's words. All the doubts in his heart disappeared as well. Fortunately, the white-clad man was not really interested in the divine crystal. With his strength, the white-clad man could have easily taken it from Huaner if he so pleased. However, he was confused. The white-clad man was truly mysterious. Who's he? He's not even interested in something that only appears once in thousands of years. Senior than you, Duan Ling Tian began to say. He wanted to ask what the white-clad man wanted in exchange for the concealment pendant. However, the white-clad man interrupted Duan Ling Tian again. You can call me Brother Pei just like Fei Yun. Yes, Brother Pei, Duan Ling Tian hurriedly responded. Then he bluntly asked, Brother Pei, the 13th prince said that you're willing to part with the concealment pendant as long as I agree to your conditions. What is it? I want you to go somewhere and retrieve something for me, the white-clad man replied. Ha! Duanling Tian was puzzled. Brother Pei, with your strength, wouldn't it be easier if you personally retrieve it? The white-clad man replied. That place is slightly unique. Those who are older than 100 years old can't enter that place. Those older than 100 years old can't enter? Duanling Tian was startled. Yes. The white-clad man nodded. That place is related to the martial competition of the wasteland that's organized by the three major celestial sect of the wasteland. It's also the reason why the three celestial sects are looking for a strong powerhouse younger than 100 years old. Similarly, they plan to send the extraordinary participants of the competition into that place to retrieve the treasures in there. I have something I want in there as well. Upon hearing this, Duanling Tian's eyes widened. No wonder Long Fei Yun said there was something fishy about the upcoming martial competition of the wasteland. After all, there was no age restriction during the previous competitions. So this was the three celestial sects' ulterior motive. Brother Pei, if that's the case, you can wait until the people sent by the three major celestial sects of the wasteland to exit and snatch the item you want from them, right? Duanling Tian asked. This white-clad man was not even interested in the divine crystal. Moreover, he had said that nobody in the wasteland was capable of killing him. This meant the white-clad man was far stronger than the three major celestial sects of the wasteland. Although he did not know the extent of the white-clad man's strength, he was certain it would be easy for the white-clad man to snatch things from the three celestial sects. Naturally, it's simple for me to snatch things from the three major celestial sects of the wasteland, the white-clad man replied. A mocking smile appeared on his face as he continued to say, however, who's to say the people they send him would come out alive from that place? Is that place so dangerous? Duanling Tian's expression turned grave upon hearing this. It's not just dangerous, the white-clad man looked at Duanling Tian knowingly as he said, your strength is comparable to a great overarching golden celestial. Even with your strength, you'll likely end up dead in there. Upon hearing this, Duanling Tian's expression changed drastically. He knew there was no need for the white-clad man to lie to him. He was perplexed. If the white-clad man thought he would die when he entered the place, why would the white-clad man even bother to strike a deal with him? Brother Pei, then why did you? If you go in alone, naturally you'll die, the white-clad man replied tonelessly. However, it would be different if that girl enters you with you. With her strength, she's capable of dealing with the danger in that place and keeping you safe. Moreover, even if that place is safe for everyone to enter, no one will be able to retrieve the entrance without my guidance. Huaner, Duanling Tian frowned. Brother Pei, the reason why I want the concealment pendant is to hide the fact that Huaner is a profound rank overarching heavenly supreme celestial who's younger than 100 years old. After all, many people in the soaring dragon celestial kingdom already know she's strong. Once they confirmed she's a profound rank overarching heavenly supreme celestial under the age of 100, she'll be in trouble. The white-clad man replied. If she follows you in there, I can guarantee that no one will find out. I will give her 2 invisibility talismans at that time. Invisibility talisman? Duanling Tian furrowed his brows. As far as I know, the invisibility talisman is a celestial talisman inscribed by celestial dukes. Anyone stronger than celestial dukes would be able to see through the talisman. Although overarching heavenly supreme celestials can't see through its power at a close distance, they could still sense the user. What you're talking about are invisibility talismans inscribed by celestial dukes. The white-clad young man glanced at Duanling Tian. No one in the 3 major celestial sects of the wasteland would be able to see through the invisibility talismans I give her, nor would anyone feel her presence. He sounded arrogant and confident when he spoke. Duanling Tian was shocked upon hearing the white-clad young man's words. The invisibility talisman could only be inscribed by celestial dukes, at least. Those celestial talismans would not be able to hide the user from other celestial dukes. Even an overarching heavenly supreme celestial would be able to sense the user of an invisibility talisman inscribed by a celestial duke. Naturally, invisibility talismans inscribed by a celestial duke was the lowest grade of invisibility talismans. If the talisman was inscribed by a celestial king, the effect would undoubtedly be on a higher level. Only someone stronger than a celestial king could see through the invisibility talisman inscribed by a celestial king. However, a celestial duke would still be able to sense the user's presence even if he or she could not see the user. There are many celestial dukes in the three major celestial sects of the wasteland, but there are no celestial kings, Duan Ling Tian thought to himself. Brother Pei said no one in the three major celestial sects of the wasteland would be able to detect Huaner if she uses his invisibility talismans. If celestial dukes wouldn't be able to detect her at all, this means his invisibility talismans are inscribed by someone who's, at least, a celestial lord. Celestial lord. Duan Ling Tian could not help but shudder when he thought about this. A celestial lord was stronger than a celestial king. All celestial lords were like overlords in Devata realms. After calming down, he asked tentatively, Brother Pei, the invisibility talismans you mentioned, are they inscribed by a celestial lord? Yes, the white-clad young man nodded. So, there's no need for you to worry about her not being able to enter that place with my invisibility talismans. Not only will she be able to stealthily follow you into that place, but she can also follow you out of the place without being detected by the three major celestial sects of the wasteland. Duan Ling Tian could not help but gasp even though he had already suspected it. His eyes were filled with shock when he looked at the white-clad young man again. He could not help but ask, Brother Pei, are you a celestial lord? In his opinion, the person in front of him most likely inscribed the invisibility talismans since he had such a rare thing in his possession. No, however, to Duan Ling Tian's disappointment, the white-clad young man denied Duan Ling Tian's words. The two invisibility talismans I plan to give you aren't inscribed by me. Even then, Duan Ling Tian was certain the white-clad young man was either a celestial king or a celestial duke who was much stronger than the celestial dukes in the three major celestial sects of the wasteland. After all, the white-clad young man had said no one in the wasteland would be able to kill him. I see. Duan Ling Tian nodded. Since we have invisibility talismans inscribed by a celestial lord, Huaner won't be discovered by the three major celestial sects of the wasteland if she follows me into that place. Let alone celestial kings, the three major celestial sects of the wasteland don't even have 9 palaces celestial dukes. The white-clad young man smiled indifferently. Although the contempt in his smile was not obvious, it did not escape Duan Ling Tian's notice. So the most powerful celestial duke in the three major celestial sects of the wasteland is only an 8 trigrams celestial duke? Duan Ling Tian inferred after listening to the white-clad young man's words. In Devata realms, heavenly celestials and golden celestials are divided into 7 ranks each. The ranks for heavenly celestials were Crimson Moon Heavenly Celestial, Orange Moon Heavenly Celestial, Yellow Moon Heavenly Celestial, Green Moon Heavenly Celestial, Blue Moon Heavenly Celestial, Indigo Moon Heavenly Celestial, and Violet Moon Heavenly Celestial. As for golden celestials, they were Scarlet Sun Golden Celestial, Orange Sun Golden Celestial, Yellow Sun Golden Celestial, Green Sun Golden Celestial, Blue Sun Golden Celestial, Indigo Sun Golden Celestial, and Violet Sun Golden Celestial. For great overarching golden celestials and overarching heavenly supreme celestials, they were divided into 5 levels each. They were each divided into yellow rank, profound rank, earth rank, heavenly rank, and peak level. Stronger than overarching heavenly supreme celestials were celestial dukes. Celestial kings were stronger than celestial dukes, and celestial lords were stronger than celestial kings. Above celestial lords were celestial emperors. Celestial dukes, celestial kings, celestial lords, and celestial emperors were divided into 10 levels. 1 basic, 2 bearings, 3 talents, 4 elephants, 5 elements, 6 combos, 7 stars, 8 trigrams, 9 palaces, and 10 squares. Among them, 1 basic celestial dukes were the weakest, and 10 squares celestial emperors were the strongest. It should be noted that all heavenly emperors of Devata realms were 10 squares celestial emperors. Only the 10 squares celestial emperors were worthy of becoming heavenly emperors. Naturally, there were also celestial emperors who were not heavenly emperors of Devata realms. They were either too weak to become one or too strong but were unwilling to become one. In any case, they kept a low profile and cultivated in seclusion to improve their strength. Yes, the white-clad young man nodded. The 3 major celestial sects of the wasteland have an 8 trigrams celestial duke each. Duan Ling Tian's eyes flashed as he thought to himself. So, Brother Pei is at least a 9 palaces celestial duke. He might even be a 10 squares celestial duke or a celestial king. Brother Pei, Duan Ling Tian took a deep breath and asked, "Where's the place where the 3 major celestial sects of the wasteland will send the extraordinary participants of the martial competition of the wasteland to? Where's that place? Why is it so dangerous? And what do you want?" The white-clad young man looked at Duan Ling Tian with his weary eyes and said, "That place." His eyes seemed to be brimming with despair as he spoke. "That place is a small world left by a celestial king. Only those who are younger than 100 years old are able to enter the small world. If someone over 100 years old who's a celestial king or weaker attempts to enter that place, they'll undoubtedly die. If those who are stronger than a celestial king enter that place, the small world would be destroyed along with everything inside." The white-clad young man continued to say, "In that small world, only overarching heavenly supreme celestials or stronger, who are younger than 100 years old, would be able to survive. If your companion is a yellow-rank overarching heavenly supreme celestial, she would barely be able to protect herself, let alone protect you as well. However, since she's a profound rank overarching heaven supreme celestial, she's strong enough to protect both herself and you." Duan Ling Tian inhaled sharply. A small world left by a celestial king where only those younger than 100 years were able to enter. One had to be an overarching heavenly supreme celestial, at least, to survive in there. In other words, the minimum requirement for one to enter that place safely was an overarching heavenly supreme celestial who was younger than 100 years old. He asked curiously, "Why did the celestial king leave a small world in the wasteland? Isn't it a trap?" In his opinion, there were no overarching heavenly supreme celestials who were younger than 100 years old after all. In other words, anyone in the wasteland who entered the small world would undoubtedly die. For now, it seemed like the only exception was Huaner. Duan Ling Tian asked in a deep voice, "Do the people of the 3 major celestial sects of the wasteland know that anyone weaker than an overarching heavenly supreme celestial would undoubtedly die if they enter the small world?" "They are naturally unaware of this. Otherwise, they wouldn't send so many to their deaths," the white-clad young man replied. Duan Ling Tian asked, "Aren't you planning to warn them?" "Warn them?" The white-clad young man laughed. "Why should I warn them? If it weren't for their greed, why would they send people into the small world one after another? Everyone they sent in there had died. But they still don't intend to give up. How sad." A smile with a hint of irony could be seen on his face when he finished speaking. Duan Ling Tian's eyes only flashed in response. "Moreover, do you think the 3 major celestial sects of the wasteland would believe me if I warn them that the small world is not a place they can enter?" the white-clad young man asked. Duan Ling Tian shook his head before he replied, "But, Brother Pei, you can use your strength to force the 3 major celestial sects of the wasteland from entering the small world. They definitely won't dare to enter the small world if you intervene. Right? The 3 major celestial sects of the wasteland are not related to me in any way. Why should I do that?" the white-clad young man said coldly. "Moreover, once I look away, they will surely attempt to send people in there. It's human nature. Am I supposed to keep an eye on them for the rest of my life?" Duan Ling Tian fell silent when he heard the white-clad young man's words. He knew the white-clad young man was right. Due to greed, the 3 major celestial sects of the wasteland would definitely do as he had predicted. How do you think the 3 major celestial sects of the wasteland know that only those younger than 100 years old are able to enter that small world? They've experimented many times before they finally discovered that those over 100 years old are killed as soon as they try to enter that place, and only those who are younger can safely enter, the white-clad young man said. Duan Ling Tian's eyes widened. Countless people in the wasteland had died for this matter. Their deaths only served as an experiment for the 3 major celestial sects of the wasteland to learn about the small world. Don't even think about warning the 3 major celestial sects of the wasteland. Not only will they ignore you, but they'll think you're exaggerating to prevent them from entering the small world. The white-clad young man continued to say, "After all, they know a small world left behind by Celestial King would have many treasures." Duan Ling Tian sighed. Greed was truly the original sin. "As for what I'm looking for," The white-clad young man raised his hand as he spoke and revealed a ring in his hand. This ring was different from normal rings. There were 9 water chestnuts around it. They all had different shapes and looked very strange. The ring was crimson, and it was obvious that it was not dyed. The original color of the material was crimson. This is my celestial weapon, the mystical Yang 9 water chestnut ring. This mystical Yang 9 water chestnut ring has a corresponding ring. It's also a celestial weapon, and its name is the mystical E9 water chestnut ring. I want the mystical E9 water chestnut ring in that small world. The white-clad young man handed the ring to Duanling Tian and said, "Bring this mystical Yang 9 water chestnut ring along with you. As long as you're close to the mystical E9 water chestnut ring, it will respond and guide you to the other ring." Duanling Tian reached out to take the ring. At the same time, he instinctively extended his divine consciousness into it. His eyes widened immediately. He had discovered the celestial weapon the white-clad young man had handed to him was at the same level as the Jasper celestial sword, the universe ruler, and the astonishing god halberd. He would never forget the auras of these weapons. He thought to himself, this celestial weapon is even stronger than the sect-guarding celestial weapon, the world-cleansing horsetail whisk that Murong Bing retrieved for the compassionate celestial traveler sect. Then he turned to the white-clad young man and asked, "Brother Pei, may I ask what's the grade of this celestial weapon?" "Royal grade," the white-clad young man replied. "Royal grade." Duanling Tian was startled. Then he frowned and asked, "As far as I know, celestial weapons are divided into primitive celestial weapons, mediocre celestial weapons, prominent celestial weapons, and supreme celestial weapons, right?" "You're right," the white-clad young man said with a nod. "However, do you know supreme celestial weapons are divided into different grades? There are different grades of supreme celestial weapons?" Duanling Tian was shaken. He looked at the white-clad young man solemnly and said, "If it's all right, I'd like to hear more about this. The supreme celestial weapons are divided into the Duke grade, the King grade, the Royal grade, and the Emperor grade. My mystical Yang 9 water chestnut ring is a Royal grade celestial weapon. The corresponding celestial weapon, the mystical E9 water chestnut ring, is also a Royal grade celestial weapon," the white-clad young man slowly said. Duanling Tian felt as though his horizon had broadened. It was only now that he knew supreme celestial weapons were divided into grades as well. This means the mystical Yang 9 water chestnut ring is the same grade as the Jasper celestial sword, the universe ruler, and the astonishing god halberd. They're all Royal grade celestial weapons. If I'm not mistaken, the sect-guarding celestial weapon of the compassionate celestial traveler sect, the world-cleansing horsetail whisk, is slightly inferior, Duanling Tian thought to himself. Then he looked at the white-clad young man and asked, "Brother Pei, have you heard of the world-cleansing horsetail whisk from the compassionate celestial traveler sect?" "The compassionate celestial traveler sect? I've heard of the sect, but I don't know the name of their sect-guarding celestial weapon. However, I heard there are 3 sect-guarding celestial weapons in the compassionate celestial traveler sect, and they're all king-grade celestial weapons," the white-clad young man replied. With this, Duanling Tian confirmed his guess about the world-cleansing horsetail whisk being a king-grade celestial weapon. It was slightly inferior to the royal-grade celestial weapons like the Jasper celestial sword. Previously, Elder Hua had said that the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda is a grade higher than the celestial weapons in it. It seems like the pagoda is an emperor-grade celestial weapon. A hint of sadness could be seen in his eyes when he thought about Elder Hua, the pagoda spirit of the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. He sighed inwardly. If Elder Hua were still alive, I wouldn't be so confused after I ascended to this Devata realm. When Duanling Tian regained his composure, he looked at the white-clad young man and said, "Brother Pei, I agree to your request. I'll enter the small world left by a celestial king and search for the royal-grade celestial weapon, the mystical E9 water chestnut ring, on your behalf." "Well, that's if the mystical E9 water chestnut ring is indeed in that small world. I'm sure of it," the white-clad young man said confidently. He was slightly surprised that Duanling Tian had remained so calm when he disclosed that the ring he had given him and the ring he wanted Duanling Tian to search for were royal-grade celestial weapons. For the first time since they met, he was interested in Duanling Tian's background. Where did he come from? His companion has the aura of the Phantom Fox clan. However, it's not pure. She's a profound, overarching, heavenly supreme celestial even though she's younger than 100 years old. She should be considered as a genius in the clan. If Duanling Tian could read the white-clad young man's mind, he would have laughed. What a joke! When he was in the mundane realm, he had once owned an emperor-grade celestial weapon and several royal-grade celestial weapons after all. How could one or two royal-grade celestial weapons impress him? Most importantly, he currently possessed a Devata artifact that was far superior to a royal-grade celestial weapon. However, since the Devata artifact had lost its soul, it was no longer as powerful. Currently, it was only equivalent to a supreme celestial weapon. Since you agreed to the deal, I'll give you the concealment pendant in advance. The white-clad young man raised his hand and revealed a green jade pendant in his hand. The pendant emitted a green light, and a black silk thread could be seen floating around it. It spun around the jade pendant non-stop. Duanling Tian took the concealment pendant and put it away with the mystical Yang 9 water chestnut ring. He thought to himself, I wonder what grade of a supreme celestial weapon my Devata artifact, the 7 Orifices exquisite sword, is comparable to. The soulless Devata artifact was given to him by Kur's third uncle from her past life, Xianxia. He knew the Devata artifact was comparable to supreme celestial weapons after losing its soul. Now that he discovered supreme celestial weapons were also divided into grades, he was curious about the grade of the 7 Orifice exquisite sword. I feel like it should be higher than a Duke-grade celestial weapon. Duanling Tian began to guess inwardly. The 7 Orifice exquisite sword is a Devata artifact. Even if it loses its soul, it's impossible that it's only comparable to a Duke-grade celestial weapon. When I have time, I should study it carefully to see if I can uncover more of its hidden power. After all, it's a Devata artifact that's superior to royal-grade supreme celestial weapons. Duanling Tian began to feel excited when he thought about this. After putting away the concealment pendant and the mystical Yang 9 water chestnut ring, he seemed to recall something and said, Brother Pei, if I find the mystical E9 water chestnut ring, you must come and collect it as soon as you can, otherwise, the people from the Martial Dragon Celestial Sect will find it when they search my spatial ring. After all, their goal is to obtain the treasures I find in the small world. I know. The white-clad young man nodded. You don't have to worry about this. Just focus on entering the small world with that girl, finding the mystical E9 water chestnut ring, and bring it out. I'll deal with the other matter. After that, he waved his hand without any warning and cancelled the formation he had set up. Thus, Duanling Tian was transported from a completely quiet space to the courtyard where gusts of wind could be heard blowing and the fragrance of flowers and plants wafted in the air. I'll wait for your good news. From the perspective of the 13th prince, Long Fei Yun, and Qiu Ling, Duanling Tian and the white-clad young man seemed to be standing motionlessly in the formation when they suddenly moved. You're out. It was not difficult for them to figure out this was due to them exiting the formation. Did your negotiations go successfully? When he had heard the white-clad young man's words as soon as the formation disappeared, Long Fei Yun knew Duanling Tian had agreed to the white-clad young man's condition. He naturally did not know about the details of the condition. Even then, he knew the condition the white-clad young man proposed was definitely difficult. Since they had achieved their goal, Duanling Tian, Long Fei Yun, and Qiu Ling left after bidding the white-clad young man farewell. Bang! As soon as the trio exited the gate of the mansion, the gate swung close. This time, Duanling Tian was no longer surprised. After all, the white-clad young man was extremely powerful. The white-clad young man was at least a 9 palaces celestial duke. During the journey back, Duanling Tian asked Long Fei Yun, 13th Prince, how did you meet Brother Pei? In his opinion, with the white-clad young man's strength, it would be easy for him to help Long Fei Yun ascend the throne of the soaring dragon celestial kingdom. Why did the white-clad young man not help Long Fei Yun? More than a year ago, memories flitted through Long Fei Yun's mind as he said, at that time, Qiu Ling still hadn't come to me yet. I was out one day, and the earth-rank overarching heavenly supreme celestial that my father assigned to guard me was lured away. I was almost killed. Fortunately, Brother Pei rescued me. However, before he rescued me, he made a deal with me. I had to give him one of my possessions in exchange for him saving me. The thing he wanted was something I had accidentally acquired a few years ago. Although it was not extremely precious, it was rare and had a collector's value. At the moment between life and death, I naturally would not think about keeping that thing. If I die, what's the use of keeping that thing? Duanling Tian was surprised by the circumstances where Long Feiyu and the white-clad young man had met. During that time, I discovered how strong Brother Pei is. At that time, he had just arrived in our soaring dragon celestial kingdom. I wanted to win him over, so I invited him to stay in my residence in the Imperial Palace, but he refused my invitation. In the end, I could only arrange for him to stay in a mansion outside. A bitter smile could be seen on Long Fei Yun's face when he spoke. Since he didn't refuse the mansion that I arranged for him to stay in, I thought he would be willing to help me fight my fourth and seventh brother. However, to my dismay, he took the initiative and told me he would not intervene in this matter. Later on, whenever I stumbled on any strange or rare treasures, I would give them to him. Gradually, we became familiar with each other, but we can only be considered strangers who are familiar with each other. Long Fei Yun continued to say, as time passed, he gave me a lot of guidance in improving my cultivation base. That's the extent of his help, but I'm content with it. I can see he truly has no intention of interfering with the fight for the throne of the soaring dragon celestial kingdom. For this reason, I gave up and treat him like a teacher and a friend instead. Duanling Tian nodded. A person like the white-clad young man would not easily change his mind once he had made up his mind. Since he had said he would not interfere with the fight for the throne in the soaring dragon celestial kingdom, he was sure to keep his words. He asked curiously, do you know why he's unwilling to interfere with the fight for the throne of the soaring dragon celestial kingdom? I'm not sure. My guess is he's afraid of the martial dragon celestial sect. The three major celestial sects of the wasteland issued a statement in the wasteland many years ago: no one can interfere with the inheritance of the throne in any celestial kingdoms. Offenders will be hunted by the three major celestial sects of the wasteland. Naturally, this only applies to those who are weaker than the powerhouses in the three celestial sects. Long Fei Yun's eyes flashed as he said, I suspected that Brother Pei is a celestial duke. It was only until Qiu Ling followed me to meet Brother Pei for the first time that I managed to confirm Brother Pei is, indeed, as strong as a celestial duke. Upon hearing Long Fei Yun's words, Duanling Tian glanced at Qiu Ling. He discovered the heaven-rank overarching heavenly supreme celestial war, a fearful expression on his face when Long Fei Yun spoke about the white-clad young man. It was as though Qiu Ling saw the white-clad young man as a terrifying monster. He thought to himself, how could he be afraid of the three major celestial sects of the wasteland or to interfere with the fight for the throne of the soaring dragon's celestial kingdom? Based on the white-clad young man's attitude earlier, it was obvious that the white-clad young man did not care about the three major celestial sects of the wasteland at all. Duanling Tian looked at Long Fei Yun and changed the subject. He asked, do you know if the three major celestial sects of the wasteland have royal-grade celestial weapons? The royal-grade celestial weapon? Long Fei Yun was startled when he heard Duanling Tian's question. Then, he smiled wryly before he said, Brother Duan, you're overestimating the three major celestial sects of the wasteland. There's only one king-grade celestial weapon in Tai E celestial sect. There's only one king-grade celestial weapon in the entire wasteland, let alone a royal-grade celestial weapon. Duanling Tian was taken aback by Long Fei Yun's words. He did not expect that out of the three major celestial sects of the wasteland, only one sect possessed a king-grade celestial weapon. He thought to himself, how shabby! If Long Fei Yun could read Duanling Tian's mind, he would definitely feel exasperated and think that Duanling Tian was being ridiculous. After all, a king-grade celestial weapon was so precious. It was not something that ordinary people could easily obtain. 13th Prince, have you heard of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect? Duanling Tian asked. The Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect? Of course I have. Long Fei Yun nodded. Then he asked in confusion, why do you ask? Are you related to the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect? Duanling Tian replied with a straight face, I heard people mention the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect, so I'm a little curious. How does the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect compare to the three major celestial sects of the Wasteland? The three major celestial sects of the Wasteland can't be compared to the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect. They're not in the same league at all, Long Fei Yun said. Take the King-grade celestial weapons, for example. Only the Tai Celestial sect was lucky enough to obtain one in the early years. The Martial Dragon Celestial sect and the Thousand Spiders Celestial sect don't have a single King-grade celestial weapon in their sects. However, the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect has a total of 3 King-grade celestial weapons. I heard the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect had just recovered one of their King-grade celestial weapons a few years ago. Duan Ling Tian's eyes widened imperceptibly. He knew the King-grade celestial weapon that Long Fei Yun said the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect had just recovered was the world-cleansing horsetail whisk. The person who found it was none other than Murong Bing, a disciple of the sect, who had sex with him. After he inhaled deeply, he asked, 13th Prince, do you know who found the King-grade celestial weapon that the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect lost? I heard Murong Bing is the one who found it. She's the most outstanding disciple among the younger generation in the Compassionate Traveler sect. Although Murong Bing is a woman, her talent surpasses many men. Rumor has it that she's the most likely candidate to take over the mantle of the sect leader of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect, Long Fei Yun replied. It's a pity that such a great beauty is doomed to a life of asceticism like a Buddhist. Murong Bing is said to be widely acknowledged as the most beautiful woman in the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect. Long Fei Yun sighed after he finished speaking. A life of asceticism? Duan Ling Tian frowned. Why do you say so? Brother Duan, the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect is an all-female sect. No man is able to join the sect. Apart from that, the sect leader of Compassion Celestial Traveler is strictly forbidden to have any relations with men. This restriction doesn't apply to normal members of the sect, Long Fei Yun replied. Then he asked, she's a great beauty, the most beautiful woman in the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect. Don't you think it would be a pity if she becomes the next sect leader of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect? Duan Ling Tian's eyes flashed coldly as he said with a scoff. There's no point in her becoming the sect leader. You can't say that, although she has to live an ascetic life as the sect leader, her life would be glorious, and her future is boundless. After all, the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect is not an ordinary sect. They're even more powerful than the 3 major celestial sects of the Wasteland. Long Fei Yun thought Duan Ling Tian could not understand the rules of the Compassion Celestial Traveler sect. He was naturally unaware that Duan Ling Tian said such words because he had already determined the most beautiful woman in the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect was his woman. How could he let his woman devote her life to living like a Buddhist? Duan Ling Tian's eyes flashed as a slender figure appeared in his mind. One day I'll go to the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect to bring you away. You will not be the sect leader of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect. It seemed like he did not consider if Murong Bing was willing to be taken away. During the rest of the journey, Duan Ling Tian's mood seemed a little gloomy. It caused Long Fei Yun and Xiao Ling to feel a little gloomy as well. In the end, Long Fei Yun could not help but ask in confusion, Brother Duan, what's wrong? If he knew what had transpired between Duan Ling Tian and Murong Bing, he would not have been confused. It did not take long before the trio finally arrived in the Imperial Palace and Long Fei Yun's residence. After that, Duan Ling Tian returned to the courtyard where he and Huaner were staying in. Meanwhile, an old man appeared in the backyard of the 4th Prince's residence. Your Highness, the 4th Prince, it seems like the 13th Prince and that young man with the surname Duan went to see Master Pei. Master Pei. There were 2 people sitting at a stone table inside a pavilion in the 4th Prince's residence. When they heard the old man's report, the 2 people instantly looked at each other with widened eyes. When Long Xiangyun, the 4th Prince, returned to his senses, he looked at the old man and asked in a deep voice, Are you sure they went to meet Master Pei? Your Highness, the 4th Prince, why you know Master Pei is an extremely strong celestial duke. I didn't dare to get too close to Master Pei's mansion, the old man said with a wry smile. A celestial duke would easily detect his presence if he had gotten any closer. If he was discovered, it was very likely that he would be crippled if not killed if the celestial duke decided not to show any mercy. Okay. You may leave. Long Xiangyun waved his hand, dismissing the old man. If Duanling Tian was here, he would definitely recognize the old man who had just left was the same old man who had accompanied Long Xiangyun and Zhou Shudong to meet him at the Fleeting Time Inn. Similar to the old man serving Long Qingyun, the seventh prince, this old man was also a heaven-rank overarching golden celestial who was assigned by the emperor of the soaring dragon celestial kingdom to guard Long Xiangyun. Fourth brother, it seems like 13th brother is making his move now. Not only does he have a close relationship with the disciple of a powerful sect outside the wasteland, but he also took that person to meet Master Pei. What's he trying to do? The other person sitting with Long Xiangyun was Long Qingyun, the seventh prince. When he spoke, a hint of killing intent flashed in the depths of his eyes. Long Xiangyun said, I don't think 13th brother would dare to bring another person to meet Master Pei on his own accord. This can only mean that Master Pei wants to meet that person. The expression on his face was sour. Long Qingyun said in a deep voice, back then if it weren't for Master Pei, he would have died. He wouldn't have been able to strut around in front of us now. Don't talk about the things that happened in the past. That incident had upset father. He has made it clear that if we try to kill 13th brother again, neither of us will inherit the throne, Long Xiangyun said. I guess as much as father suspects 13th brother for not being his biological child, it goes the other way as well. Fortunately, father can't be 100% certain that 13th brother is his child. Otherwise, we won't stand a chance against him, Long Qingyun said, admitting that he was inferior to Long Fei-yun in every aspect. Long Xiangyun and Long Qingyun had sent someone to assassinate Long Fei-yun. When the emperor learned about the incident, both of them had been reprimanded. When the emperor went to visit the person who had saved Long Fei-yun, he confirmed that the person was a celestial duke. He also confirmed that the celestial duke had no intention of interfering with the throne inheritance of the soaring dragon's celestial kingdom. Both Long Xiangyun and Long Qingyun learned about this from their father. So what if 13th brother and that person went to see Master Pei? Master Pei has already made it clear that he would not interfere in the matter regarding the throne inheritance in the kingdom. A strong celestial duke like him wouldn't go back on his words, Long Xiangyun said. Even if he does, he still has to contend with the martial dragon celestial sect. So what if he's a strong celestial duke? Is he an opponent of the three major celestial sects of the wasteland? If he recklessly interferes with the affairs of the kingdom, he would be hunted by the three celestial sects for breaking the rule they had laid down. Long Qingyun chimed in with a snort, you're right. In my opinion, the reason he said he's not going to interfere in the affairs of our kingdom is due to his fear of the martial dragon celestial sect, the Tai celestial sect, and the Thousand Spiders celestial sect. Long Xiangyun continued to say, that's obvious. How could he be afraid of our kingdom otherwise? All of a sudden, Long Qingyun asked, I heard the fourth miss of the Zhou clan has gone to the Thousand Spiders celestial sect to look for the third miss of the Zhou clan? Yes. Long Xiangyun was not surprised that Long Qingyun knew about this. After all, his cousin liked to act recklessly and ostentatiously that it was only normal for everyone to find out about her every movement. Long Qingyun narrowed his eyes and said with a slight smile, it shouldn't be difficult for the third miss of the Zhou clan to investigate the background of that young man with the surname Duan. We'll find out in a while, Long Xiangyun said calmly, although he sounded indifferent. His eyes betrayed the urgency he felt. Time passed by quietly. In just a blink of an eye, half a year had passed. The Thousand Spiders celestial sect, one of the three major celestial sects of the wasteland, controlled one of the only three primitive celestial stone ores in the wasteland. Although the three primitive celestial stone ores in the wasteland were small ores, they were far superior compared to ordinary celestial stone ores. No matter how large an ordinary celestial stone ore was, it could not compare to primitive celestial stone ores. The Thousand Spiders celestial sect was located near the primitive celestial stone ore they controlled. For this reason, the heaven and earth spirit energy in the sect was extremely good. The heaven and earth spirit energy in the area where the high-ranking officials and core disciples resided was extremely rich. in the training area of a certain disciple's courtyard that was located halfway up a mountain. A beautiful figure could be seen standing next to a rock in the courtyard. She was holding a communication celestial talisman in her hand. As the communication celestial talisman disappeared, all the information in the talisman appeared in her mind. It's him. A peculiar expression could be seen on the woman's face. At this moment, another beautiful figure appeared from the distance and approached the woman standing next to the rock. She asked excitedly, "Third sister, did you receive any news? If Duan Ling Tian were here, he would be able to recognize this woman." She was Zhou Shudong, the fourth miss of the Zhou clan, who wanted to make him her boy toy. Based on Zhou Shudong's words, it was not difficult to figure out the identity of the woman standing next to the rock. She was Zhou Shuqiu, the third miss of the Zhou clan. Not only that, but she was also the last disciple of the former sect leader of the Thousand Spiders Celestial Sect and the junior sister of the current sect leader. Although they were sisters, Zhou Shuqiu was far superior to Zhou Shudong in every aspect, including appearance and figure. Most importantly, Zhou Shuqiu's temperament was far better than Zhou Shudong. In front of Zhou Shuqiu, Zhou Shudong was like an ugly maid. Zhou Shuqiu looked at Zhou Shudong's excited expression and said in a deep voice, "Donger, don't even think about seeking revenge from him or offend him. Otherwise, don't blame me for not avenging you if he kills you." Upon hearing Zhou Shuqiu's words, colors drained from Zhou Shudong's face. She asked, unwilling to give up, "Third sister, is he really that powerful?" "I don't want to repeat myself," Zhou Shuqiu said. Thinking that she was being too harsh on her sister, she looked at the dejected expression on her sister's face and said, "Donger, you're at fault for the conflict between both of you. He spared your life because he's merciful. Don't make an enemy out of him in the future." "I understand, third sister," Zhou Shudong hurriedly responded. She had also made up her mind not to seek revenge from the purple-clad young man whom she hated. "Go back to your room. I'll bring you back home in 2 days," Zhou Shuqiu said. Zhou Shudong nodded and obediently returned to her room, listening to her sister's instructions. What a coincidence! He's actually in the capital of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom. After Zhou Shudong left, Zhou Shuqiu shook her head. Her eyes brightened as a curious expression appeared on her face. "He took advantage of Binger, and yet Binger still asked me to keep an eye on him and protect him. I really want to see what kind of a man he is. In any case, I have to say, Binger's man is quite strong. Although the Celestial Duke from the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect found him, he still managed to escape. I wonder where he got his Shadow Void escaping talisman that's inscribed by a Celestial King from." A hint of teasing appeared in her beautiful eyes as she murmured to herself, "If Binger finds out that another woman is following him around, I wonder if she'll feel jealous?" Based on Zhou Shuqiu's words, it was clear that she knew Murong Bing. Moreover, their relationship seemed profound. Apart from that, she seemed to have learned about Duan Ling Tian. She found out about what happened during the martial competition of the 16 counties in King Qin's mansion of the Cloudy Rock Celestial Kingdom. Fortunately, he didn't kill Donger. Otherwise, even if Binger asked me to protect him, I still wouldn't let him off the hook. A hint of contempt flashed in her eyes. Meanwhile, Zhou Shudong, who returned to her room, was unaware that the purple-clad young man whom she hated did not come from an impressive background outside the wasteland. Her sister had only told her not to provoke him due to a request made by her sister's friend. The world was indeed quite small. In the residence of the 13th Prince of the Soaring Dragon's Celestial Kingdom in the Imperial Palace, Duan Ling Tian sat cross-legged on a bed. Duan Ling Tian suddenly opened his eyes. His eyes were as bright as the stars in the night sky. "Just a little bit more, and I'll become a Violet Sun Golden Celestial. Once I become a Violet Sun Golden Celestial, I'll just need to take a great overarching pill, and I'll be able to become a great overarching Golden Celestial in no time at all. At that time, if I have a lot of great overarching pills, I'll be able to rapidly improve my cultivation base. However, the higher my cultivation base, the lesser the effect of the great overarching pills would be. For instance, there's almost no effect at all if a heaven-ranked great overarching Golden Celestial takes a great overarching pill." For half a year, Duan Ling Tian and Huana had sat back to back as they cultivated. After all that time, he was finally close to becoming a violet sun golden celestial. With a little bit more time, he was confident that he would be able to have a breakthrough. It did not take long after Duan Tian opened his eyes that Huaner's melodious voice rang in the air. She turned around to look at him and said, "Brother Ling Tian, you're awake, aren't you?" Duan Tian replied. He turned around to look at Huaner as well. Although he had seen her beautiful face many times now, he still could not help the ripples that formed in his heart whenever he looked at her face. Huaner was just too beautiful, indescribably beautiful. Such a beauty might be the only one in the world. After taking a deep breath, he asked, "Huaner, how long was I in closed-door cultivation this time?" "Brother Ling Tian, you were in closed-door cultivation for half a year this time," Huaner replied with a smile. "Only half a year?" Duan Tian was surprised. Then he smiled faintly. "It looks like I'll be able to become a violet sun golden celestial before the imperial family of the soaring dragon celestial kingdom selects powerhouses younger than 100 years old. Once I become a violet sun golden celestial, it won't take long before I become a great overarching golden celestial," Duan Tian said with bright eyes. Once he became a great overarching golden celestial, not only would his strength improve greatly, but his primitive celestial fire might even become a mediocre celestial fire. He had been hoping for it for a long time now. "Brother Ling Tian, you promised to take me out to play. Are you breaking your promise?" Huaner said tearfully with a pitiful expression on her face. Duan Tian could not help but feel his heart ache upon seeing this. He quickly reassured her. "Of course, I won't break my promise. I'll accompany you to have fun and eat delicious food now. Okay?" "Okay." Huana's pitiful and tearful expression was immediately replaced by one of excitement. She was just like a child. Seeing the quick change in Huaner's expression, Duan Tian was rather helpless. He only smiled bitterly. "You little girl." He did not teach her these things. However, when they were out in the past, they had encountered many couples on the streets. Most of the women would put on a pitiful and tearful expression on their faces before their male companions succumbed to their wishes. That must be where Huaner learned this. With a shake of his head, he asked, "Huaner, do you have the concealment pendant that I gave you half a year ago?" "Yes, Brother Ling Tian." Huaner reached for the belt around her waist and revealed a jade pendant that was hidden in the belt. It was the celestial weapon, the concealment pendant, that he obtained from the white-clad young man called Brother Pei. The pendant could conceal the fact that Huaner was younger than 100 years old. Duan Tian extended his divine consciousness over to Huaner. He could still sense her aura, but he could no longer tell she was younger than 100 years old. He exclaimed inwardly, "This concealment pendant is truly amazing. I can still detect Huaner's physical aura, but not her age." After Huana put on her veil and hat, Duan Tian brought her out of the courtyard in the 13th prince's residence. Both of them went to inform Long Fei Yun about their plans before they left his residence and the imperial palace. "Brother Duan, you're going out with Miss Huaner?" Long Fei Yun smiled. "I haven't gone out in a while. Why don't I come along? With Xiaoling around, it'd be safer for both of you as well." Although he knew Duan Tian and his female companion were not weak, he was still worried about their safety since they were in the capital of the soaring dragon's celestial kingdom. For this reason, he politely requested to join them. All this was so they would be under Xiaoling's protection. Even if his request was rejected, he would still send Xiaoling out to secretly protect them. "Huana, what do you think?" Duan Tian looked at Huaner and asked for her opinion. "The 13th prince said that he wants to join us." Huaner looked at Duan Tian. She replied, as though she was a miser, "Brother Ling Tian, is it true that when he goes out with us, he'll pay for all our food and the things we buy?" Duan Tian was rendered speechless by her words. When did she become such a miser? Upon hearing Huaner's words, Long Fei Yun laughed. "Don't worry, Miss Huaner. I'll pay for whatever you eat and buy if I'm joining both of you." "In that case, we'll reluctantly let you join us," Huana said. Long Fei Yun's mouth twitched. Regardless, he was still the 13th prince of the soaring dragon celestial kingdom. Why did it seem like he had been demoted to a tagalong? Moreover, it seemed like the woman had reluctantly allowed him to join them because she pitied him. Nevertheless, when he recalled Huaner's strength, He did not voice out his complaints. Although Duanling Tian did not tell him about her background, he had assumed that she came from an extraordinary background. After all, how could a profound, overarching, heavenly supreme celestial who was younger than 100 years old have an ordinary background? With that, there were 2 additional people joining Duanling Tian and Huaner to eat and have fun. In the following 1 month, Duanling Tian did not continue to cultivate. He accompanied Huaner to explore the capital of the soaring dragon celestial kingdom, while Long Fei Yu, the 13th prince, and Qiu Ling joined them to ensure their safety. He was in a good mood as well when he saw how happy Huaner was. Duanling Tian had asked Huaner during one of their days out in the capital about her cultivation base. He confirmed that she was, indeed, a profound rank overarching heavenly supreme celestial. Although Huaner has 99 heavenly veins just like me, she's unable to raise the strength of her celestial origin energy through them. It seems like I can raise the strength of my celestial origin energy by 2 levels through my 99 heavenly veins because I tempered my body in the celestial ascension pond. When he thought about this, he recalled Xianxia, who claimed to be Kur's 3rd uncle in her past life. They had met in the mundane realm called Yan Huang realm. Due to Xianxia's reminder, he stayed in the celestial ascension pool longer after he ascended to the Devata realm, the spirit overarching heaven, to temper his 99 heavenly veins with the energy from the pool. It was a success seeing as how he could raise the strength of his celestial origin energy by 2 levels. The 2 levels mentioned were only elevation within the same stage. For example, regardless if he was a violet sun golden celestial, a peak great overarching golden celestial, a peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial, or even a 10 square celestial duke, his 99 heavenly veins would not be able to help his celestial origin energy overcome the great stage. Nevertheless, his celestial origin energy would still be stronger than those with the same cultivation base. It was just not as strong as those with a higher cultivation base. For example, Duanling Tian was just an indigo sun golden celestial. His celestial origin energy was stronger than all violet sun golden celestials but not violet golden sun celestials. On this day, Duanling Tian accompanied Huaner to shop and eat in the capital of the soaring dragon celestial kingdom as usual. Long Fei Yun walked next to him while Qiu Ling walked behind them. Suddenly, a melodious voice rang in the air, calling out to Duanling Tian by his full name. Duanling Tian was not surprised that there were people who knew his name. After all, Long Fei Yun addressed him as Brother Duan while Huaner addressed him as Brother Ling Tian. It was not difficult to put 2 and 2 together. He turned around to look at the person who had called out to him. Long Fei Yun turned around to have a look as well. When he saw the graceful figure standing nearby, his expression slightly changed. 3rd Miss Zhou. Duanling Tian's eyes brightened when he saw the person who had called out to him. The woman in front of him was the most beautiful woman he had seen since ascending to the spirit overarching heaven. Apart from Huaner and Murong Bing, the woman wore a pale green dress. Her eyebrows were dark and defined. She had almond-shaped eyes, a straight nose, a small mouth, and an almost perfect face outline. She was like an exquisite artwork that gave people a pleasant feeling when they looked at her. Duanling Tian was certain this was their first meeting. However, he was familiar with the other figure standing next to the woman. It was none other than Zhou Shudong, the 4th miss of the Zhou clan. He was slightly startled when he saw that there was no resentment in her eyes. Instead, a hint of wariness and fear could be seen in her eyes as though she regarded him as a terrifying beast. 3rd Miss Zhou. Long Fei Yun's voice rang in the air. That was how Duanling Tian discovered the beautiful woman before him was Zhou Shuqiu, the 3rd miss of the Zhou clan and Zhou Shudong's elder sister. He had heard Long Fei Yun spoke about Zhou Shuqiu half a year ago. He knew she was the last disciple of the former sect leader of the Thousand Spiders sect and the junior sister of the current sect leader. Although Long Fei Yun knew Zhou Shuqiu was here for Duanling Tian, he still smiled and took the initiative to greet her. 3rd Miss Zhou, I didn't expect to meet you here. As far as I know, you've always been elusive with your whereabouts. It's difficult to meet you ever since you joined the Thousand Spiders celestial sect. It's an honor to see you today. 13th Prince, you must be joking? It's just that I stay with my master most of the time and rarely return to the capital, Zhou Shuqiu replied with a smile. Then she looked at Zhou Shudong who was standing next to her and said indifferently, Donger, have you forgotten what I told you? When Zhou Shudong heard Zhou Shuqiu's words, she trembled slightly before she stepped forward. She looked at Duan Lingtian and bowed before she said, "I'm sorry. What happened previously is my fault." Ha! Although this was not Zhou Shudong's first time apologizing to him, Duan Lingtian could clearly tell this time she was not reluctant in apologizing. This surprised him. After all, when Long Xiangyun, the fourth prince, asked her to apologize, she had done so reluctantly. Without waiting for Duan Lingtian to respond to Zhou Shudong's apology, Zhou Shuqiu looked at him with a gleam in her beautiful eyes and asked, "Duan Lingtian, can I speak to you privately?" Long Fei Yun's expression changed immediately. Before Duan Lingtian could reply, he looked at Zhou Shuqiu and said in a low voice, "Third Miss Zhou, is there anything you can't say here? If you think it's too crowded here, I can order Qiu Ling to make the crowd leave." Then he nodded at Qiu Ling. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In just an instant, an immense force surged out from Qiu Ling's body. Like a gust of wind, it swept in all directions, pushing the people in the surroundings away without injuring them. Based on this, one could see the precise control he had over his power. Just like that, the area that was once bustling with activity turned empty. The pedestrians who were pushed away were baffled. They had no idea what had just happened, and they felt fear lingered in their hearts. What's happening? What's the situation? When they regained their senses, they looked at the small group of people standing on the empty street. It did not take long for them to identify that small group of people. Isn't that man the 13th prince? That's the fourth miss of the Zhou clan. Someone recognized Zhou Shudong. I recognized the purple-clad young man and the veiled lady next to him. They were the ones who had a conflict with the fourth of the Zhou clan and killed a Zhou clan's elder half a year ago. You're right. It's them. Is the fourth miss of the Zhou clan trying to take revenge now? No, it doesn't look like it. Earlier, I saw the fourth miss of the Zhou clan apologizing to the purple-clad young man under the instruction of the woman standing next to her. With these words, many people turned to look at Zhou Shuqiu. Isn't she the third miss of the Zhou clan? An observant old man exclaimed. Then he muttered to himself, although the way she carried herself has changed, she still looks the same. There's no doubt she's the third miss of the Zhou clan. What? The third miss of the Zhou clan? Third Miss Zhou? The most beautiful woman in the soaring dragon celestial kingdom. A commotion broke out as soon as the observant old man had spoken. After all, Zhou Shuqiu was famous in the kingdom, and not many people had the chance to meet her. Not only was she the most beautiful woman in the soaring dragon's celestial kingdom, but she was highly talented as well, the first genius to appear in the soaring dragon's celestial kingdom in 1,000 years. She was also a disciple of one of the three major celestial sects of the wasteland, the Thousand Spiders sect. Moreover, she was also the last disciple of the former sect leader and the junior sister of the current sect leader. While everyone's eyes were trained on Zhou Shuqiu, she glanced at Long Fei Yun indifferently and said, 13th Prince, I have some words that I have to say to Duan Lingtian in private. It's inconvenient even for my sister to listen into our conversation. Long Fei Yun's expression was dark as he said in a low voice, what if I don't agree to that? Although Zhou Shuqiu had the support of the Thousand Spiders sect, the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom was under the rule of the Martial Dragon Celestial sect. As a prince of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom, he was protected by the Martial Dragon Celestial sect. Even people from the other two major celestial sects would not simply act against him without a proper reason. Moreover, he was not weak, and he also had the protection of a heaven-rank overarching Heavenly Supreme Celestial. Swoosh! Almost as soon as Long Fei Yun finished speaking, Qiu Ling, who was standing at the back, appeared in front of Duan Lingtian with a flutter shielding him. Not too long ago, I heard the 13th Prince was searching for a heaven-rank overarching Heavenly Supreme Celestial to guard him. It seems like the rumor is true. Zhou Shuqiu narrowed her beautiful eyes when she saw Qiu Ling appearing between her and Duan Lingtian. Whoosh! In just a blink of an eye, a strong celestial origin energy surged out from Zhou Shuqiu's body, causing her green dress to flutter even though there was no wind. Even the dust beneath her feet was blown away. Upon sensing the celestial origin energy, Qiu Ling was shocked. She's also a heaven-rank overarching Heavenly Supreme Celestial? Zhou Shuqiu scoffed before it seemed like she had vanished into thin air. Bang! In just a moment, Duan Tian heard a thunderous noise. Then, he discovered Zhou Shuqiu had reappeared in front of Qiu Ling. She lifted one of her hands that were clad in gloves that seemed to be woven from spider silk before she lightly swatted Qiu Ling. The energy from her hand instantly pressed Qiu Ling down like a mountain. Meanwhile, Qiu Ling had also hastily taken out his celestial weapon to defend against the seemingly casual swat from Zhou Shuqiu. He kneeled on one knee on the ground that was now cracked like a spider web. "Get out of my way," Zhou Shuqiu said pointedly before anyone could respond. At the same time, the energy that swept out of her body swept toward Qiu Ling again. Bang! The energy landed on Qiu Ling and sent him flying back. He fell heavily to the ground in the distance, causing his blood to surge in his body. He looked extremely miserable at this moment. At this moment, the crowd finally regained their senses. Did Third Miss Zhou say that the 13th Prince's subordinate is a heaven-rank overarching heavenly supreme celestial? I think so. Heavens! The third Miss of the Zhou clan easily subdued a heaven-rank overarching heavenly supreme celestial. Doesn't this mean she's stronger than a heaven-rank overarching heavenly supreme celestial? There's no doubt she's stronger than a heaven-rank overarching heavenly supreme celestial. However, it doesn't mean her cultivation base is higher. Indeed, even if both of them are heaven-rank overarching heavenly supreme celestial, it's no surprise if she's stronger than that man. After all, not only is she a disciple of the Thousand Spiders sect, but her master is the former sect leader and her senior brother is the current sect leader. It goes without saying the celestial methods and divine abilities she mastered must be at the earth grade. Upon hearing this, Duan Tian thought to himself, the three major celestial sects of the wasteland have earth-grade celestial methods and divine abilities? His expression was dark. He knew the advantage he had with his celestial methods and divine abilities were getting smaller and smaller. Among the celestial methods and divine abilities he had mastered, only the assist-type divine ability, the elementary devouring tactic, was heaven-grade. As for the Supreme Sword Tao mental cultivation method, the Sovereign Heart Sword, which was similar to a celestial method, it was comparable to an earth-grade celestial method. Meanwhile, the 13 green lotus swords was only an earth-grade divine ability. Yu became a heaven-rank overarching heavenly supreme celestial? Long Fei Yun exclaimed in surprise as he looked at Zhou Shuqiu in a daze. Although he knew she was highly talented and had become an overarching heavenly supreme celestial, he did not expect her to become a heaven-rank overarching heavenly supreme celestial. Qiu Ling had informed him about it via voice transmission. Therefore, he was not surprised she had easily subdued Qiu Ling with just a move. After all, as the last disciple of the former sect leader of the Thousand Spiders sect, her cultivation method, celestial methods, and divine abilities had to be at the earth grade at least. On the other hand, although Qiu Ling was a heaven-rank overarching heavenly supreme celestial, he only mastered an earth-grade cultivation method. The celestial methods and divine abilities he mastered was only at the profound grade. Moreover, since Zhou Shuqiu had a higher innate talent, it meant she had more heavenly veins compared to Qiu Ling. With that, she could mobilize her celestial origin energy faster than Qiu Ling as well. It was no surprise that Qiu Ling was not a match for her. "I just broke through not too long ago," Zhou Shuqiu replied nonchalantly as she glanced at Long Fei Yun. Then, she shifted her attention back to Duan Tian. She was slightly surprised. She had thought Duan Tian would not be able to remain calm after the demonstration of her power. On the contrary, he still maintained his composure. She thought to herself, "Isn't he afraid?" Then, she seemed to recall something as a smile bloomed on her face. "Right? The man whom Binga cares about can't be ordinary after all." Duan Tian met Zhou Shuqiu's gaze and calmly said, "Lead the way." "Brother Duan." Long Fei Yun was shocked. He did not wish Duan Tian for Duan Tian to go with Zhou Shuqiu since he did not think she had come with good intentions. "Brother Ling Tian." Huaner's expression, hidden under the veil and hat, slightly changed. Her slender hands tightly gripped Duan Tian's arm, clearly unwilling to let him go. "Huana, don't worry. I'll be fine. I'll just be gone for a while." Duan Tian smiled while he gently patted Huaner's hands that were tightly gripping his arm. Brother Ling Tian, I'm stupid and useless. If I were able to completely master the celestial methods and divine abilities that I inherited in my memory, she definitely won't be a match for me. Even then, I'm not afraid of her now even though I'm weaker. Juana said via voice transmission. A hint of determination flashed in the depths of her eyes. As 1,000 phantom ice fox that only came into being every 1,000,000 years, she had also inherited techniques that allowed her to die along with her opponents. To protect Duan Ling Tian, she was willing to die with the woman standing in front of her. Naturally, Duan Ling Tian was unaware of it. She had also sent him a voice transmission instead of speaking out loud because of Duan Ling Tian's repeated warning not to reveal her inherited techniques in front of others. Huaner, she really wants to speak to me. If she wanted to harm me, she can do it here without going to another place. He patted Huaner's hands again. When he was certain she was no longer anxious, he gently extricated his arms from her grip. He was so gentle, as though she was a flower and he was afraid too much force might cause her petals to fall. Seeing Duan Ling Tian's action, Zhou Shuqiu could not help but frown. She had already considered him as her best friend's man to a certain extent. How could she not feel displeased when she saw how gentle he was to another woman? I don't have much time, Zhou Shuqiu said coldly with a dark expression. An expression of contempt and disgust could be seen on her face as she thought to herself, I don't understand why Bingo would like a womanizer like him. She even asked me to protect him if the compassionate celestial traveler sect targets him. I really feel sorry for her. This man is not worthy of her concern. I'm coming, Duan Ling Tian calmly replied. After he comforted Huaner and promised to return as soon as possible, he nodded at Long Fei Yun before he walked up to Zhou Shuqiu. Zhou Shuqiu led Duan Ling Tian away from the crowd through several streets before finally coming to a halt in an empty alley. After checking there was nobody in the surroundings, she let down her guard. She looked at Duan Ling Tian with a cold expression and asked, Why did you come with me without putting up a fight? Aren't you afraid that I might harm you? If you truly want to harm me, is there a need to bring me here? Duan Ling Tian rebutted. That's true. Despite her misunderstanding, Zhou Shuqiu admired Duan Ling Tian's courage and boldness. His expression did not change at all even though she injured the heaven-rank overarching heavenly supreme celestial. Her dislike for him lessened slightly in the face of his courage. I didn't expect a womanizer like him would be so brave. If Duan Ling Tian could read Zhou Shuqiu's mind, he would have smiled bitterly. How was he a womanizer? If he would have at least 10 women. Finally, Zhou Shuqiu said tonelessly, Duan Ling Tian, you first appeared in Bloody Spectre City that's governed by 9 Spectres County. The 9 Spectres County is one of the 16 counties under the rule of King Qin's mansion of the Cloudy Rock Celestial Kingdom. Although Duan Ling Tian's expression remained unchanged, inwardly he was shocked. As expected of the Thousand Spiders Celestial Sect, one of the 3 major celestial sects of the Wasteland. Their information network is really vast. In just half a year, Zhou Shuqiu managed to discover my background. However, he also discovered there were many matters she was not privy to. For example, she seemed unaware that he had only ascended to the spirit overarching heaven about 10 years ago. She did not seem to know Huaner's background as well. Nevertheless, the information Zhou Shuqiu obtained from the Thousand Spiders Celestial Sect was enough to surprise him. Since you know all these things, why did you instruct your sister to apologize to me? You're a heaven-rank, overarching, heavenly supreme celestial. You're more than capable of killing me to seek revenge for your sister. Duan Ling Tian was curious. He really could not figure out why Zhou Shuqiu did not intend to kill him even though she had discovered his background. Naturally, I have my reason. You'll find out soon enough. Zhou Shuqiu did plan to reveal her relationship with Murong Bing, a disciple of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect. She paused for a moment before she asked, Why does the powerhouse from the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect want to kill you? Are you, as most people suspect, from a rival sect of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect? Duan Ling Tian thought to himself, it looks like she's not killing me because she's worried I'm a disciple from a strong force outside the wasteland as well? He was quite certain of this, so he said, What do you think? Well, I don't think so. Zhou Shuqiu looked at Duan Ling Tian meaningfully and said, Through the information I obtained from the Thousand Spiders Celestial Sect, I discovered that the reason the powerhouse from the Compassionate Celestial Traveler Sect wants you dead is related to their disciple, Murong Bing. Murong Bing. When Duan Tian heard Zhou Shuqiu mentioning Murong Bin, his heart skipped a beat. He looked at her with a shocked expression on his face. He did not expect the Thousand Spiders Celestial Sect to find out about this. Can you tell me what had happened between you and Murong Bin? Why would the Compassionate Celestial Traveler Sect send a Celestial Duke to kill you? Zhou Shuqiu asked. I'm sorry, but I can't tell you. Duan Tian replied indifferently. After a brief pause, Zhou Shuqiu said, I heard that Murong Bing was originally slated to become the next sect leader of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler Sect. However, she's out of the running now because it has been revealed that she has lost her virginity. Upon hearing these words, Duan Tian's eyes brightened. He thought being a sect leader of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler Sect only meant Murong Bing could not have a relationship with a man. He did not know that one had to be a virgin to be the sect leader. This was good news to him. He did not want Murong Bing to live an ascetic life. She was his woman after all. However, for this reason, I heard that the Compassionate Celestial Traveler Sect has decided on an intermarriage for her. I've heard that he's a young man from a prominent family that's even stronger than the Compassionate Celestial Traveler Sect. I really pity Murong Bing, Zhou Shuqiu said with a sigh. Intermarriage? Duan Tian's expression changed drastically when he heard Zhou Shuqiu's words. After he had sex with Murong Bing, Duan Tian had already considered his woman. She could only be his woman. Now that Zhou Shuqiu revealed the Compassionate Celestial Traveler Sect had arranged for Murong Bing to be married off, his expression turned stormy. He stared at Zhou Shuqiu and asked in a low voice, Is it true? Is what true? Zhou Shuqiu asked, feigning ignorance. Is it true that the Compassionate Celestial Traveler Sect arranged a marriage for Murong Bing? Duan Tian repeated his question more precisely. Why would I lie to you? Zhou Shuqiu asked in return. A rather peculiar expression appeared on her face as she said, Why do I feel like you're particularly agitated when I said the Compassionate Celestial Traveler Sect has arranged an intermarriage for Murong Bing? You're the man who took her virginity, aren't you? However, it's quite unlikely. You're so weak. How could she have taken a liking to you? She shook her head when she finished speaking. Duan Tian only scoffed before he turned to leave. Inwardly, flames of fury rose in his heart. He swore to himself, if the Compassionate Celestial Traveler Sect dares to arrange an intermarriage for my woman, I'll destroy the entire sect. He could not wait to get stronger so he could bring Murong Bing away from the Compassionate Celestial Traveler Sect. Duan Tian was not worried that Zhou Shuqiu would kill him because he had left in such a manner. He did not care if she knew he did not come from a powerful sect outside the wasteland. After all, he knew someone would stop her if she tried to kill him. The person was none other than the white-clad young man, Brother Pei. The man with the name Pei had passed his royal-grade celestial weapon, the mystical Yang-9 water chestnut ring, to him. Moreover, the white-clad young man also wanted him to look for the corresponding celestial weapon in a small world left behind by a celestial king. Naturally, the white-clad young man would, at least, protect him until he retrieved the mystical E9 water chestnut ring in the small world. After meeting the white-clad young man, he knew he had found a temporary lifesaver. The lifesaver was so strong that even the imperial family of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom could not against him, let alone a mere Zhou Shuqiu. He's rather grumpy. Zhou Shuqiu did not stop Duan Tian from leaving. Instead, a small smile could be seen on her face. He seems to be concerned about Binger. He's quite responsible as well. Unfortunately, he's a womanizer. If Binger finds out that he's with another woman, I wonder what she'd think? An expression of dissatisfaction gradually grew on her face as she watched Duan Tian's retreating back. As soon as Duan Tian returned to the group, he called out, Huaner, I want to continue cultivating. Do you want to return with me, or do you want to continue shopping with the 13th prince? His mind was only filled with cultivation at this moment. He hoped Huana would return with him since she could provide him with a superior cultivation environment using her divine crystal. Although the cultivation environment in Long Fei Yun's residence was good, it was incomparable to the divine crystal. Brother Ling Tian, I'll return with you, Juana replied without skipping a beat, even though she did not know the reason for Duan Ling Tian's sudden change. After all, she was happy because of his presence. It would not be the same if she was with someone else. Along with Long Fei Yun and Qiu Ling, Duan Ling Tian and Juana left in a hurry. Long Fei Yun was confused and curious. Why did Duan Ling Tian suddenly want to cultivate after speaking to Zhou Shuqiu, the fourth miss of the Zhou clan? What did she say to Brother Duan? During their journey back, Duan Ling Tian suddenly decided to meet the white-clad young man, Brother Pei. However, he sent Juana back along with the other two first. When Duan Ling Tian saw the white-clad young man, he said solemnly, "Brother Pei, I hope you can do me a favor." The white-clad young man sat at the stone table in the middle of the courtyard as he drank from his teacup. He glanced at Duan Ling Tian, who was standing nearby, and asked, "What's it? I hope you can help me stop the compassionate celestial traveler sect from marrying their disciple, Murong Bing, off even if you have to force," Duan Ling Tian said in a low voice as his eyes flashed fiercely. He did not know when Murong Bing was going to get married, but he knew it was unlikely he would be able to personally stop it for now. For this reason, he thought about the white-clad young man. Although he was not certain of the white-clad young man's strength, he knew the white-clad young man possessed a royal-grade weapon, while the compassionate celestial traveler sect only had 3 king-grade celestial weapons. For this reason, he was certain the white-clad young man was capable of stopping the compassionate celestial traveler sect. "Oh!" The white-clad young man put the teacup and looked at Duan Ling Tian meaningfully. "What's your relationship with Murong Bing, the disciple of the compassionate celestial traveler sect? Why do you want to stop the sect from marrying her off?" "She is my woman," Duan Ling Tian replied bluntly. "If I don't help you, are you going to refuse to retrieve the mystical E9 water chestnut ring for me?" the white-clad young man asked as he looked at Duan Ling Tian intently. "Of course not." Duan Ling Tian shook his head. "They are two different matters. Since we've made a promise and you've given me the concealment pendant, I won't go back on my words. This is a completely different matter. If I help you, what will I get in return?" The white-clad young man asked like a businessman making a deal. "I'll do anything you request of me as long as it's within my capability," Duan Ling Tian promised. "Isn't that just like trying to gain something with nothing?" The white-clad young man smiled indifferently. "Do you think you'll be able to do something if I can't even deal with it?" When Duan Ling Tian heard the white-clad young man's words, he had no retort. Regardless of how unwilling was, he had to admit the white-clad young man was much stronger than him. If the white-clad young man had a matter he could not deal with, how could someone like Duan Ling Tian, who was far weaker, be able to solve it? Should he tell the white-clad young man that he had 99 heavenly veins, hence a bright future ahead? However, that was also like trying to gain something with nothing. After all, who knew if he would die before he realized his potential? It seemed like he was in a hopeless situation. The white-clad young man finally said after a long pause, "Well, I'll do my best to help you, but I can't promise anything. After all, I don't know what force the marriage partner is from. As long as Brother Pei is willing to help, I appreciate it very much," Duan Ling Tian said. "It might not mean much, but what I said stands. I'll do what's requested as long as it's within my capabilities." After he finished speaking, he bade farewell to the white-clad young man. What an interesting guy. After Duan Ling Tian left, the white-clad young man smiled faintly. He narrowed his eyes and murmured to himself, "He seems to be a loving person." At this moment, his expression turned gloomy. He was once loving and affectionate too. Unfortunately, he and his companion did not have much luck together. In the end, he could only take back the royal-grade celestial weapon he had given her to console her spirit in heaven. Although the white-clad young man had promised to help, Duan Ling Tian did not slack in his cultivation. As soon as he returned to Long Fei Yun's residence in the Imperial Palace, he began to cultivate immediately. It seemed like he was not going to stop until he became a violet sun golden celestial. Time flew by. The day the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom's imperial family to select participants for the martial competition of the wasteland was drawing closer and closer. Many people began to flock to the capital, making the capital even busier. Most of these visitors were from the major mansions under the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom. A small number of visitors only came to join in the fun. Even if they could not personally witness the selection, since they were in the capital, they would receive the result of the selection immediately. Duanling Tian was unaware of what was happening outside since he was immersed in his closed-door cultivation. During the time when he entered closed-door cultivation, something worth mentioning had happened in the capital of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom. The fourth prince, Long Xiangyun, no longer dared to provoke Duanling Tian when Zhou Shudong, the fourth miss of the Zhou clan, told him that there was no doubt that Duanling Tian came from a powerful sect outside the wasteland. How could he dare to provoke Duanling Tian when even his cousin, the last disciple of the former sect leader of the Thousand Spiders Celestial sect, dared not? He was not the type to seek death. Alas, Long Xiangyun was unaware that Zhou Shuqiu was only being merciful to Duanling Tian when she told Zhou Shudong not to look for trouble with Duanling Tian. It was not because he came from a powerful sect outside the wasteland. She had only helped him because her best friend was Murong Bing, the disciple of the compassionate celestial traveler sect. The Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom could only send 50 participants to the martial competition of the wasteland, otherwise known as the Wasteland Grand Contest. The imperial family had recruited many young powerhouses under the age of 100 for the selection. Apart from that, the kingdom had many mansions under its governance. Therefore, on average, each mansion could only send one participant to the selection. The emperor of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom had allowed the princes to recruit participants to represent them during the selection. The emperor had promised that the prince with the strongest participant would be rewarded with a Duke-grade celestial weapon. A Duke-grade celestial weapon was very rare, and only a few possessed it even in a high-rank celestial kingdom like the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom. For this reason, all the princes were trying to recruit as many young powerhouses as they could. Some even tried to woo young powerhouses from other mansions by promising all kinds of rewards. As the selection day approached, many rumors were running rampant in the capital of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom. I heard that the seventh prince managed to woo a Violet Sun Golden Celestial, who's younger than 100 years old, from the Grand Prestige Mansion. Now, that young powerhouse will be representing His Royal Highness, the seventh prince, in the selection and try to win a place in the Wasteland Grand Contest. Really? The Violet Sun Golden Celestial recruited by the Grand Prestige Mansion has now switched allegiance to the seventh prince. It said that the Grand Prestige Mansion had expended a lot of efforts to nurture and cultivate that young powerhouse. Who knew he would join the seventh prince in the end? Some people who knew better quickly gave an explanation. Well, it's not right to say the seventh prince snatched the young powerhouse from the Grand Prestige Mansion. In fact, the Grand Prestige Mansion was the one who sent the young powerhouse to the seventh prince. What do you mean? Many people were curious. Think of it like this. If that young powerhouse wins the selection, what would he gain from representing the Grand Prestige Mansion? And what would he gain if he represented the seventh prince? Although the reward offered by the imperial family of the Soaring Dragon's Celestial Kingdom to mansions whose participants are selected is generous, it's incomparable to the reward promised to the princes. The mansion, if they win, will be rewarded with an overarching heavenly pill that will help one become an overarching heavenly supreme celestial. However, the princes would be rewarded with a Duke-grade celestial weapon. Anyway, obtaining a Duke-grade celestial weapon isn't the main objective. If the young powerhouse representing the seventh prince wins, it would make the seventh prince's path to the throne much smoother. Based on the discussion, it was easy to infer the reason why the Grand Prestige Mansion sent the Violet Sun Golden Celestial, who was younger than 100 years old, to the seventh prince. If the Grand Prestige Mansion could assist the seventh prince to become the next emperor of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom, the seventh prince would definitely remember the Grand Prestige Mansion's contribution. That was certainly more valuable than one overarching heavenly pill. While the capital of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom was discussing this matter, Long Xiangyun, the fourth prince, had just heard the news. Upon hearing the news, he was so angry that he smashed the cup in his hand. Grand Prestige Mansion, seventh brother. Very good. They seem to have a good relationship. Long Xiangyun was so furious that his chest was heaving. Long Xiangyun had also tried to lure the young powerhouse over from the Grand Prestige Mansion. but he was firmly rejected. The young powerhouse had said that he would not leave the grand prestige mansion. However, in the end, the young powerhouse defected to his seventh brother's side. How could he not be angry? Similarly, Long Fei Yun, the 13th prince, had also received the news in his residence. He was sitting before a stone table in the pavilion at the moment. He tapped the stone table lightly as he muttered to himself, "Seventh brother is quite capable." Even the young powerhouse from the grand prestige mansion decided to join him. It seems like he's determined to obtain the Duke-grade celestial weapon. Xiao Ling stood with his back straight behind Long Fei Yun. "I'm afraid the seventh prince will never expect that your highness has someone even more powerful than that young powerhouse from the grand prestige mansion. I wonder if his majesty would award you the Duke-grade celestial weapon as promised when you win? After all, none of the princes possesses a Duke-grade celestial weapon. Your highness will be the first prince to obtain a Duke-grade celestial weapon if you win. It's an important matter after all." Long Fei Yun's eyes gleamed as he said confidently, "If the promise was made in private, father might change his mind. However, father had publicly made that promise. With the representatives from all the mansions and large clans in the capital, father wouldn't be able to carelessly break his promise regardless of how unwilling he is." He spoke as though it was a given that he would win the Duke-grade celestial weapon. He looked in a specific direction in his residence as he continued to say, "Brother Duan is a great overarching golden celestial. He's a great overarching golden celestial a year ago. With the great overarching pills he has taken, I believe that he has become even stronger." Duan Ling Tian had requested for a lot of great overarching pills from Long Fei Yun a while ago. Let alone the imperial family of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom, even the mansions under the kingdom possessed many great overarching pills. Although he was not favored by the emperor, he was still able to take many great overarching pills from the imperial family's pill storehouse. He was capable of supplying Duan Ling Tian with enough great overarching pills for Duan Ling Tian to become a heaven-rank great overarching golden celestial. Meanwhile, in a room in one of the courtyards in Long Fei Yun's residence, a man and a woman sat back-to-back on a bed in the room that was filled with an abundance of seemingly liquefied heaven and earth spirit energy. The constant supply of the liquefied heaven and earth spirit energy came from the pendant hanging on the woman's neck. To be more exact, it came from the divine crystal on the woman's neck. The pair was none other than Duan Ling Tian and Huaner. There was only a month left before the selection by the imperial family of the Day Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom. 2 months ago, after Duan Ling Tian successfully became a Violet Sun Golden Celestial, he had left his room in search of Long Fei Yun to request for many great overarching pills, so he could break through and become a great overarching golden celestial. In fact, he only needed one great overarching pill to become a great overarching golden celestial. Even if he consumed all of the pills, the effect would be the same as consuming only one because it would take some time for his body to absorb the pill's medicinal efficacy. He had requested so many pills just to hide his true cultivation base. I don't know the level of soul attack the defective metal piece would be able to resist. If my true cultivation base is exposed, I'm afraid that many people would use soul attacks against me. This was one of the reasons Duan Ling Tian decided to conceal his cultivation base. Duan Ling Tian had obtained the defective metal piece when he was still in the mundane realm. He was unaware that the defective metal piece was a profound divine metal. Similarly, he was also unaware that the gray flame he obtained was a chaos divine flame. The divine metal and the divine flame were 2 of the 5 divine elements. The great overarching pill really deserved to be called the free pass to become a great overarching golden celestial by Violet Sun Golden Celestials. After taking one pill, I can feel that I'm very close to becoming a great overarching golden celestial. I think it'll take half a month, at most, for me to become a great overarching golden celestial. Duan Ling Tian was, naturally, in a good mood when he thought about this. In the 7th prince's residence in the imperial palace, 2 young men could be seen sitting in a pavilion at the side of a huge courtyard. One of the men was Long Qingyun, the 7th prince of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom. The other man wore a long black robe. His expression was extremely frosty. Long Qingyun said with a smile, "Ji Guang, I'll have to depend on you during the selection day. The young man with the frosty expression was none other than the violet sun golden celestial younger than 100 years old from the Grand Prestige Mansion. It was true that Feng Wu Jiguang, the violet sun golden celestial younger than 100 years old, was sent to the 7th prince by the Grand Prestige Mansion. As long as there's no great overarching golden celestial under the age of 100 during the selection, I'll definitely win, Feng Wu Jiguang said with a frosty expression on his face. A great overarching golden celestial younger than 100 years old? Long Qingyun smiled faintly. We don't have anyone like that in the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom. A great overarching golden celestial younger than 100 years old would be famous. If one was in the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom, how could he, the 7th prince, not know about it? In a blink of an eye, about half a month had passed. Great overarching golden celestial. I've finally broken through. 2 figures walked out of the room in one of the courtyards in the 13th prince's residence. The 2 people who had emerged from the room were none other than Duanling Tian and Huaner. The imperial family of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom will be selecting young powerhouses to participate in the Wasteland Grand Contest in 10 days, breaking through and becoming. A great overarching golden celestial won't change the result, but it's still beneficial to us. Duanling Tian had a bright smile on his face. Even if he did not break through, no one would be his opponent in the selection. Not even the violet sun golden celestial from the Grand Prestige Mansion, who was younger than 100 years old, was his opponent even if he did not become a great overarching golden celestial. The reason I broke through so quickly is all thanks to the great overarching pill, Huana's divine crystal, and the 13th prince's earth-grade cultivation method, the heavenly firmament technique. After mastering the earth-grade cultivation method, the heavenly firmament technique, Duanling Tian realized the huge difference between an earth-grade cultivation method and a yellow-grade cultivation method. Duanling Tian looked at Huaner and asked, Huaner, with your talent, the help of the divine crystal, and the pill's medicinal efficacy in your body, why didn't you break through to the next stage? Huaner was no less talented than Duanling Tian. Coupled with the divine crystal and the medicinal efficacy of the pill her mother had left her, logically speaking, her cultivation speed would not be slow. However, overarching heavenly supreme celestials were different from great overarching golden celestials after all. It was normal that the cultivation speed of an overarching heavenly supreme celestial was slower. Brother Ling Tian, I had a breakthrough before you. I broke through 3 months ago, Huaner said with a smile. When she smiled, it seemed as though 100 flowers were blooming at the same time. Duanling Tian was captivated by her smile. When he regained his senses, his eyes brightened as he asked, You broke through 3 months ago, so you're an earth-rank overarching heavenly supreme celestial now. Yes, Huaner nodded. I see. Although you didn't cultivate for many years before this, you were still a profound rank overarching heavenly supreme celestial. It's normal that you would have a breakthrough after cultivating for almost a year. He thought her progress was normal since she was someone who became an overarching heavenly supreme celestial before she even turned 100 years old. Brother Ling Tian, there are still 10 days left before the selection day. Are you going to continue to cultivate during these 10 days? Huaner asked softly as she looked at Duanling Tian with her beautiful eyes. What's the matter? Huaner, are you bored? Want to go for a walk? Duanling Tian asked with a smile. When he saw the embarrassed expression on her face, he added, Huaner, I'll accompany you for a walk. It doesn't matter if we forego cultivation during these 10 days. Huaner's eyes brightened immediately as soon as she heard Duanling Tian's words. When Duanling Tian left, he did not inform Long Fei Yun like he usually did. He knew Long Fei Yun would definitely insist on following them. Even then, the pair was still discovered by Qiu Ling, Long Fei Yun's subordinate who was a heaven-rank overarching heavenly supreme celestial. He immediately informed Long Fei Yun about the pair's departure. Long Fei Yun said solemnly, Since Brother Duan didn't come and see me, it means he didn't want me to go with them. Qiu Ling secretly follow and protect them. Don't let any harm come to them. He would not let any harm come to Duanling Tian. After all, Duanling Tian would help him win the selection and also help pave his way to the throne by joining the Martial Dragon Celestial Sect. As you command, Ling replied before he left to follow Duan Ling Tian and Huaner. Brother Ling Tian, Ling is following us. Huaner discovered Ling as soon as he appeared, and she did not hesitate to inform Duan Ling Tian immediately. Huaner, it seems like after you became an Earth-rank overarching heavenly supreme celestial, your perception has also improved a lot. You discovered Ling so quickly, Duan Ling Tian said with a smile. Although he could not sense Ling, he knew Ling would definitely be alerted when they left the 13th prince's residence. After all, Ling was a heaven-rank overarching heavenly supreme celestial. It was not difficult to guess that Ling would inform Long Fei Yun, and in turn, Long Fei Yun would order Ling to secretly protect them. Therefore, he was not surprised at all when Huaner told him about her discovery. Huaner asked, Brother Ling Tian, should we ask him to return? Although she did not know much about romance, she instinctively wanted to be alone with Duan Ling Tian. She did not like having another person intruding on her time alone with Duan Ling Tian. No need for that. Duan Ling Tian was, naturally, not privy to Huaner's thoughts. He shook his head. Let him follow us if he wants to follow us. We'll just pretend we're unaware of it. Okay. Huaner nodded obediently. As they walked on the streets in the capital of the Soaring Dragon's celestial kingdom, Duan Ling Tian heard many rumors that were circulating in the capital. He naturally found out about how the 7th prince of the Soaring Dragon's celestial kingdom had recruited a Violet Sun Golden celestial younger than 100 years old from the Grand Prestige Mansion. Isn't the young Violet Sun Golden celestial a close relative of the king of Grand Prestige Mansion? Moreover, it seems like the mansion spared no effort in nurturing and cultivating him. It's said that he has deep ties with the Grand Prestige Mansion and he's not an ingrate. Why did he betray the Grand Prestige Mansion? Duan Ling Tian was surprised and confused when he heard this news. He had heard a little about the young Violet Sun Golden Celestial before this. However, as he continued listening to the discussions around him, he was finally enlightened. As it turns out, it was the Grand Prestige Mansion who sent that person to the 7th prince. If he represents the 7th prince and wins the selection, the 7th prince would be rewarded with a Duke-grade celestial weapon. Most importantly, it would make the path to the throne smoother for the 7th prince. If the 7th prince becomes the emperor, the Grand Prestige Mansion would benefit greatly. As Duan Ling Tian accompanied Huaner while she was shopping, he suddenly recalled something. That's right. Now that I've become a great overarching golden celestial, I should be able to completely draw out the celestial fire from the defective metal piece. Right? He was still unaware that the gray flame in his body that he had mistakenly taken for a celestial fire was actually a chaos divine flame. Duan Ling Tian looked inside and discovered the gray flame had, indeed, completely left the defective metal piece. Just as he had speculated, after he became a great overarching golden celestial, he could completely draw the gray flame out of the defective metal piece. I now have full control of the celestial fire in my body. It should be a mediocre celestial fire now, right? With this thought in mind, Duan Ling Tian raised his hand, and a gray flame appeared on his fingertip briefly. Although it was just a short moment, he was quite certain it was now a mediocre celestial fire. Naturally, to be 100% certain, he would need to try and refine a mediocre celestial pill. After all, only a mediocre celestial fire would be able to refine a mediocre celestial pill. Alas, this was not the time to refine celestial pills. Duan Ling Tian regained his senses and continued shopping with Huaner. Although he could not wait to refine the pills, he suppressed his eagerness. He was not in a hurry, and Huaner seemed to be having fun, so he did not want to interrupt her. Time continued to pass. Duan Ling Tian had accompanied Huaner the entire day. At this moment, the pair walked out of a restaurant after dinner to return to Long Fei Yun's residence in the Imperial Palace. Ha! Duan Ling Tian suddenly felt the hair on his arms standing on their ends. Soon after, he discovered the gray flame in his body seemed to be agitated even though he was not doing anything. He instinctively tried to control the gray flame or the chaos divine flame. All of a sudden, the chaos divine flame suddenly surged out and shot toward a direction at the other end of the street at the entrance of the restaurant. Duan Ling Tian naturally turned around to look. He saw an old man dressed in black robes. The old man was thin, and his eyes shone with vigor. The black robe he wore was not an ordinary robe. Flames were embroidered on the black robe. The flames formed the word Yang. It was the Yang Celestial Master's robe issued by the Alliance of Celestial Masters that consisted of mediocre celestial alchemists and weapon craftsmen. It was obvious the man was either a mediocre celestial alchemist or a mediocre celestial weapon craftsman. At this moment, a voice spoke from Duanling Tian's body. Profound divine metal. The other party also has a second form chaos divine fire. Help me devour it. I'll be able to enter the third form after this. In the future, if we encounter a profound divine metal in the second form, I'll also help you devour it. Duanling Tian was thoroughly shocked. He could vaguely sense that the voice belonged to the gray flame that he thought was a mediocre celestial fire. When I enter the third form, it'll be easy for me to help you devour and absorb a profound divine metal in the future, the gray flame said in a coaxing manner. Duanling Tian knew the voice was not speaking to him. He could not understand a single word it was saying. It was his first time hearing about chaos divine flames and profound divine metals. Fine, I'll help you. Duanling Tian was still in a daze when another voice rang out, shocking him again. This time, the voice seemed to come from the defective metal piece by the side of his soul. What on earth are they? When Duanling Tian confirmed that the defective metal piece and the gray flame in his body were, indeed, speaking to each other, he began to worry. Not even in his wildest dreams did he think the gray flame and defective metal piece in his body were capable of speech. At this moment, Juana's soft and melodious voice rang out. Brother Ling Tian, be careful. When Duanling Tian regained his senses, he discovered that Huaner had moved in front of him, shielding him. Whoosh! Duanling Tian saw the old man dressed in the Yang Celestial Master's robe charging at him at an extremely fast speed. He could see the killing intent in the old man's eyes as well. He was confused. He was certain he had not seen the old man prior to this. Why was the old man looking at him as though he was the old man's archenemy? He's an overarching, heavenly supreme celestial. Soon after, Duanling Tian discovered the old man was an overarching, heavenly supreme celestial. You want to kill Brother Ling Tian? See if I don't kill you first. Killing intent flashed in the depths of Huaner's beautiful eyes as she faced the black-clad old man. As soon as her melodious voice rang in the air, a freezing energy swept out from her body. It was so cold that it seemed capable of freezing the air. Whoosh! Huaner's freezing energy rippled out into the surroundings, causing a few pedestrians standing near the entrance of the restaurant to feel as though winter had arrived. Under everyone's watchful eyes, the freezing energy swept over the old man and shrouded him. In the beginning, the black-clad old man was able to resist for a brief moment. Soon after, a miserable cry rang in the air. No! A bone-chilling cold entered the black-clad old man's body, and in just an instant, he was frozen into an ice sculpture. Huaner lifted her hand and a palm print shot out from her hand toward the black-clad old man who was frozen. Bang! A loud noise reverberated in the air as the ice sculpture fell to the ground and shattered into thousands of pieces. At this moment, a streak of gray light suddenly shot toward Duanling Tian at lightning speed. Brother Ling Tian, Huaner cried out. Before she could react, the streak of gray light had already entered Duanling Tian's body. It had moved so fast that she only managed to catch a small glimpse of it. Whoosh! The air stirred for a moment before Qiu Ling, who had been following Duanling Tian and Huaner, finally appeared. He looked at Duanling Tian worriedly. He had seen the streak of gray light entering Duanling Tian's body as well. However, it was so fast that he did not have a good look at it. It was true that he was standing in the distance earlier. However, even if he was standing next to Duanling Tian, he still would not be able to stop the streak of gray light from entering Duanling Tian's body. As soon as the streak of gray light entered Duanling Tian's body, he heard another voice in his body. How useless! Fortunately, I entered the second form 1,000 years ago, and you've only entered the second form less than 100 years ago. Otherwise, I would have been dragged down by you this time. Moreover, he could tell this voice did not belong to the gray flame or the defective metal piece in his body. It seemed to have come from the gray streak of light that just entered his body. Brother Ling Tian, are you okay? Huaner asked urgently as she looked at Duanling Tian with a worried expression. How could she not be worried? She had personally witnessed the streak of gray light entering his body. Ling looked at Duanling Tian with a grave expression, worried that Duanling Tian would suddenly collapse. If something happened to Duanling Tian now, he would not be able to explain himself to the 13th prince. Upon hearing Huana's words, Duanling Tian regained his senses. He shook his head and said, I'm okay, I'm okay. He did not feel any discomfort in his body at all. However, it did not take long before he was distracted by the voices in his body again. Indeed, even if you have lost your host, I'm not your opponent since I've only entered the second form less than 100 years ago, and you entered the second form 1,000 years ago. However, do you think I'm the only one who resides in this host? Duanling Tian could tell this voice belonged to the gray flame in his body. It's also a celestial fire. Duanling Tian, who looked inside his body, discovered the streak of gray light that entered his body was also a gray flame. The aura was rather similar to the aura of the gray flame that resided in his body. However, the aura of the streak of gray light seemed more profound. The streak of gray light that just entered Duanling Tian's body, or rather, a gray flame, scoffed and said, Stop bluffing. You will know soon enough if I'm just bluffing. The original gray flame in Duanling Tian's body, the chaos divine flame that entered the second form less than 100 years ago, retorted, I'll devour and absorb you. Your consciousness will disappear from this world. As soon as the original gray flame in Duanling Tian's body spoke, it rushed at an extremely fast speed toward the gray flame that had just entered Duanling Tian's body. Duanling Tian continued to watch this progression with his inner sight, baffled. Profound divine metal, help me! The original gray flame cried out as it enlarged in size and flew toward the new gray flame. Profound divine metal? When the new gray flame heard this, it slowed down immediately. Whoosh! Duanling Tian continued to watch as the defective metal in his body, that was by his soul's side, suddenly turned into a streak of golden light as it swept toward the new gray flame, a chaos divine flame that entered the second form 1,000 years ago. At the same time, the original gray flame in Duanling Tian's body grew in size and swept toward the new gray flame as well. Damn it! Why is there a second form profound divine metal in here? The new chaos divine flame that was originally confident cried out. A hint of panic could be heard in its voice. Among the 5 divine elements, based on the attributes of the elements, fire was able to restrain metal. Chaos divine flames were usually able to suppress profound divine metals. By right, it should have been easy for the chaos divine flame that had entered the second form 1,000 years ago to suppress the profound divine metal that had only entered the second form less than 100 years ago. Unfortunately, there was another chaos divine flame that had entered the second form as well, fighting alongside the profound divine metal. The new chaos divine flame was definitely not a match for both of them unless he entered the third form. Seeing that the situation was not favorable to it as it was surrounded from the front and the back, the new chaos divine flame quickly tried to bring the defective metal piece to its side. Profound divine metal. If you help me devour and absorb this chaos divine flame, I'll help you enter the third form in the future. However, the profound divine metal did not reply. Instead, it responded with its action. No. The new chaos divine flame cried out when faced with the joint attack of the profound divine metal and chaos divine flame in Duanling Tian's body. It was helpless as the original chaos divine flame in Duanling Tian's body devoured and absorbed it. After devouring and absorbing it, the gray flame in Duanling Tian's body seemed to grow in size. At this moment, Duanling Tian felt hot all over his body due to the burst of gray flame. His expression turned unsightly. It felt as though the gray flame was burning him. Suddenly, the profound divine metal's voice rang in Duanling Tian's body. Use your cultivation method. Duanling Tian quickly regained his senses and used the earth-grade cultivation method, the heavenly firmament technique, that Long Fei Yun had imparted to him as he circulated his celestial origin energy through his 99 heavenly veins. Whoosh! As Duanling Tian continued to circulate his celestial origin energy through his 99 heavenly veins with the earth-grade cultivation method, He saw the light from the defective metal intensifying before it seemed to merge with his celestial origin energy and circulated through his 99 heavenly veins. Relax your body. I'll help you temper your body and boost its strength to a level comparable to an overarching heavenly supreme celestial so that you can withstand the third form of the chaos divine flame. Fortunately, you have 99 heavenly veins and you have tempered them in the celestial ascension pool. Otherwise, I won't be able to help you at all. The voice of the profound divine metal echoed in Duan Ling Tian's ears. You can't be disturbed in the slightest after this. Quickly ask the heaven rank overarching heavenly supreme celestial and the earth rank overarching heavenly supreme celestial to protect you. Huaner, Chou Ling. Protect me and don't let anyone disturb me. The profound divine metal sounded so solemn when it spoke that Duan Ling Tian did not dare to delay. He quickly sent a voice transmission to Huaner and Chou Ling. Upon hearing the anxiety in Duan Ling Tian's voice, Huaner and Chou Ling similarly did not dare to delay and immediately did as they were told. This was especially true for Huaner. She quickly raised her hand before a gust of cold wind blew past them. Then four walls constructed entirely from ice were erected around Duan Ling Tian to protect him. Although the ice walls were extremely cold under Huana's control, Duan Ling Tian was not affected by the chill at all. At this moment, a voice rang out in the air. Why you? You killed the old king of Golden Light Mansion. It seemed to belong to a middle-aged servant of the black-clad old man. His voice was trembling as he looked at Huaner in terror and disbelief. As soon as the middle-aged servant spoke, the onlookers regained their senses as well. A shocked expression could be seen on their faces. When they found out the identity of the old man, they could not help but discuss among themselves. The old king of Golden Light Mansion? The black-clad old man was the old king of Golden Light Mansion? I heard that the old king of Golden Light Mansion was not only a yellow-rank overarching heavenly supreme celestial, but he was also an excellent mediocre celestial alchemist and celestial weapon craftsman. That's not all. I heard that the old king of Golden Light Mansion possessed an extremely special mediocre celestial fire. It's both hard and soft and can be used to refine pills and forge weapons. It's a rare type of celestial fire. The king of Golden Light Mansion was known to be temperamental. If he finds out his father was killed on the streets, he won't let the matter go. Well, this white-clad woman is clearly no pushover. Look at how powerful she is. She easily killed the old king of Golden Light Mansion. It's obvious that she's much more powerful than the old king of Golden Light Mansion. Most people felt that with the temper of the king of Golden Light Mansion, he would definitely seek revenge. Meanwhile, Chou Ling frowned slightly when he learned about the old man's identity. The old king of Golden Light Mansion? Based on what he knew, as far as he knew, the Golden Light Mansion had a close relationship with the fourth prince. On the other hand, Huaner, who had heard the middle-aged servant's words, looked at the middle-aged servant coldly with her beautiful limpid eyes. Anyone who wants to kill Brother Ling Tian should go to hell. You better pray that no harm comes to Brother Ling Tian. Otherwise, I'll destroy the Golden Light Mansion. Destroy the Golden Light Mansion. When Huaner words rang in the air, the entire place fell silent. Her voice was so cold that it made people feel as though they had been thrown into an ice cellar. This young miss, Chou Ling smiled bitterly when he heard Huaner's words. Regardless of her strength, he knew Huaner was bold enough to do such a thing. He could see that she cared for Duan Ling Tian more than she cared about her life. He thought to himself with a sigh, this young man is truly blessed to have such a partner in his life. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian was unaware of what was going on in his surroundings. His face was distorted in pain. His flesh and bones ached, causing him to tremble. It felt as though tens of thousands of ants were biting him. He was in so much agony that he felt as though he was going to pass out. He gritted his teeth and pulled through bit by bit. During the process, Duan Ling Tian could clearly feel the changes in his bones, flesh, and blood. The transformation felt similar to when he had just broken through and became a great overarching golden celestial today. The only difference was the transformation now felt like it was on a larger scale. He could feel his bones, flesh, and blood becoming stronger than that of a great overarching golden celestial. Time passed quietly. The profound divine metal tirelessly helped Duan Ling Tian to temper his body, so that his body would be comparable to an overarching heavenly supreme celestial. This was to help Duan Ling Tian's body withstand the third form of the chaos divine flame. The reason why great overarching golden celestials were far stronger than golden celestials was not just due to the qualitative change in their celestial origin energies, but also due to the physical changes of their bodies. This was also the reason why overarching heavenly supreme celestials were far stronger than great overarching golden celestials. Meanwhile, a fierce voice brimming with sorrow rang in the air. "Father!" Soon after, a bearded man in scarlet robes rushed over. The bearded man was tall and muscular. He looked like an iron tower. His eyebrows and eyes resembled that of a tiger. He carried with him an air of dignity and majesty. This man was the master of Golden Light Mansion, the Golden Tiger. At this moment, he looked at the old man's corpse with a cold and angry expression on his face. He could feel anger coursing through his veins. He moved toward the middle-aged servant who accompanied the black-clad old man and grabbed the middle-aged servant's collar with one hand and lifted him up as he barked. "Who did it?" He did it so easily that it was like an eagle catching a chicken. Faced with the brunt of the Golden Tiger's anger, the middle-aged servant was so scared that his face turned pale. He hastily extended his hand and pointed at Juana, who was standing near the ice walls. He said in a trembling voice, "King?" "It was her, it was her." The Golden Tiger threw the middle-aged servant aside before he glared at Juana and asked coldly, "Why did you kill my father?" The Golden Tiger was not much stronger than his father. Since Juana had easily killed his father, he knew he was no match for her. For this reason, he did not recklessly attack her. However, Juana ignored the Golden Tiger's question, causing his expression to darken. At this moment, Xiaoling looked at the Golden Tiger and calmly said, "Golden Light King, everyone present can testify that your father attempted to kill Duan Ling Tian first. We were acting in defense. Your father's death is nobody's fault but his own. Who are you?" Before the Golden Tiger came, he had already learned about the ins and outs of the matter through the communication celestial talisman that the middle-aged servant had sent to him. However, how could he just let go of the people who killed the father of the dignified king of the Golden Light Mansion? "My name is Xiaoling, and I'm the subordinate of His Highness, the 13th Prince," Xiaoling calmly replied. The 13th Prince. As soon as the crowd heard Xiaoling's words, they broke out in a commotion again. Most of them were surprised. So these people are the 13th Prince's men. It seems like the old king of Golden Light Mansion screwed up this time. Not only did he try to kill the 13th Prince's man, but he was killed instead. Golden Light King has no choice but to let go of this matter. I wonder why the old king of the Golden Light Mansion wanted to kill one of the 13th Prince's men. Did they have a conflict? Even then, that young man is the 13th Prince's man. He shouldn't have acted so recklessly, right? The crowd was puzzled by the black-clad old man's action. They could not understand why he was so impulsive. The 13th Prince? Sure enough, upon hearing Xiaoling's words, the Golden Tiger's expression darkened even more. His eyes flashed for a moment before he sent a communication celestial talisman. Nobody knew who he sent the communication celestial talisman to. The Golden Light King still wants to call for help? Who can he find help from? These are the 13th Prince's men after all. In the Soaring Dragon's celestial kingdom, apart from the Emperor, the only ones who would dare to oppose the 13th Prince are the 4th Prince, 7th Prince, and the 4th Miss of the Zhou clan. I wonder who he asked for help from. I heard that the Golden Light King and the 4th Prince have a good relationship. In my opinion, he must have called the 4th Prince. He called the 4th Prince? It seems like there'll be a good show to watch today. The crowd whispered furtively among themselves. It was not difficult for them to figure out that the Golden Light King had called the 4th Prince of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom for help. The 4th Prince. Xiaoling cocked an eyebrow, clearly not worried. He did not even plan to call the 13th Prince. Huh? Why aren't they using the communication celestial talisman to call the 13th Prince over? The crowd was confused when they saw that Xiaoling and Huaner seemed to have no intention of calling the 13th Prince for help. Was it possible that these two people think they could fight the 4th Prince? Your 4th Highness, the Golden Light King, the Golden Tiger, respectfully greeted Long Xiangyun. The the fourth prince of the soaring dragon celestial kingdom, as soon as he appeared with an old man in tow. Golden Light King, you said the old king was killed by my 13th brother? Long Xiangyun had a sour expression on his face as well. Although the Golden Light Mansion was not particularly powerful, it had its uses as well. For this reason, he had maintained a good relationship with the Golden Light Mansion. Almost everyone in the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom knew of the relationship between Long Xiangyun and the Golden Light Mansion. When he heard that the old king of Golden Light Mansion was killed by the 13th prince's man, he felt as though he had been slapped. Men lived by honor as trees stood to live. As the fourth prince of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom, his pride was more important than anything else. How could he not be furious? Yes, the Golden Light King, the Golden Tiger, nodded immediately. He glared at Huaner, who was standing nearby. It's her. When Long Xiangyun heard this, he turned to look in the direction that the Golden Tiger was looking at. A furious expression could be seen on his face. However, his expression changed drastically when he saw Huaner. Her? It was not just Long Xiangyun, even the expression of the old man who came with him changed drastically when he saw Huaner. Although they had not seen Huaner's face before, they had heard people's description of her outfit. Therefore, they knew who she was as soon as they saw her. Your Highness, the fourth prince? The Golden Tiger, naturally, noticed the changes in Long Xiangyun and the old man's expressions. An ominous premonition rose in his heart immediately. In the next moment, Long Xiangyun's actions seemed to confirm the ominous feeling in the Golden Tiger's heart. Greetings, Miss Huaner. Long Xiangyun cupped his fists together in greeting. Then, he looked at the Golden Tiger meaningfully before he, the old man, and the Golden Tiger left. He left as quickly as he came. Before the Golden Tiger left with Long Xiangyun, he looked at the middle-aged man coldly as he said, "Take my father's body away. If any of his body parts are missing, I'll hold you accountable for it." The middle-aged servant was left scrambling to clean up the ground covered in ice shards. A moment later, when the crowd regained their senses, all of them gasped. When they looked at Huaner again, their gazes were different from before. Who's she? Even the fourth prince is so respectful to her. He even took the initiative to greet her. Exactly. The fourth prince wouldn't even be so courteous to the 13th prince if he was here. Who's this white-clad woman? Is she really one of the 13th prince's men? At this moment, the crowd did not think Huaner was working for the 13th prince. What a joke! How could someone that even the fourth prince had treated with respect work for the 13th prince? Meanwhile, Huaner did not pay attention to the curious eyes in her surroundings. Her beautiful and limpid eyes were trained on Duanling Tian, who was protected inside the ice walls. She saw the expression of agony on his face and the violent tremblings of his body as blood trickled out from the corner of his mouth. Why does my heart hurt? Why do I feel this way? Huaner pressed a hand to her chest as she looked at Duanling Tian. She felt her heart ache, but she did not understand why she felt so distressed. She had never felt this way before. Although she was worried about Duanling Tian and wished she could suffer in Duanling Tian's stead, she knew she could not disturb him now. Therefore, she only watched him in silence. On the other hand, Qiu Ling stood like an iron tower next to the ice walls. A cold expression could be seen on his face as he surveyed his surroundings and guarded Duanling Tian. It seemed like he was prepared to kill whoever who dared approach them. At this moment, a middle-aged man suddenly exclaimed, "I remember now." He looked at Huaner as he said, She killed the elder from the Zhou clan who guarded the fourth miss of the Zhou clan a year ago. The fourth miss of the Zhou clan. The elder of the Zhou clan. With the middle-aged man's words as a reminder, many people began to recall what had happened a year ago on the streets of the capital. A year ago, Zhou Shudong, the fourth miss of the Zhou clan, had propositioned a young man and insisted that he become her boy toy. However, she was firmly rejected. In the end, Zhou Shudong was injured by that handsome young man, and the elder from the Zhou clan was killed by the white-clad woman next to him. At that time, most people thought the fourth miss of the Zhou clan would definitely seek revenge from the duo. However, to everyone's surprise, a few months ago, Zhou Shuqiu, the third miss of the Zhou clan, had ordered her younger sister to apologize to the handsome young man. Ever since then, Everyone could vaguely guess that the handsome young man and the white-clad woman by his side must have a powerful background. Otherwise, with Zhou Shuqiu's strong background, why would she need to be so polite to the duo? No wonder. I thought the purple-clad young man looked familiar. Then he must be the young man whom the fourth miss of the Zhou clan had propositioned back then, an old man exclaimed. No wonder his fourth highness is so polite to the white-clad woman. It's obvious he recognizes the duo. Otherwise, he wouldn't be so polite and take the initiative to greet her. I heard the pair has a close relationship with the 13th prince. Rumor has it that they're also staying in the 13th prince's residence in the imperial palace. It seems like the rumors are true. Of course it's true. Otherwise, why would the 13th prince's man accompany them? Meanwhile, he's from a powerful sect outside the wasteland? He's also a great overarching golden celestial who's younger than 100 years old? The white-clad woman is an overarching heavenly supreme celestial who's also younger than 100 years old. The golden tiger, the golden light king, learned about Duan Lingtian and Huaner from Long Xiangyun. Long Xiangyun had told him that the pair came from a sect that was even stronger than the three major celestial sects of the wasteland. After all, even Zhou Shuqiu, a disciple with a high status in the Thousand Spiders celestial sect, was polite to them. Now, you know why I was polite to that woman, Long Xiangyun said in a deep voice. Golden Light King, although that woman killed the old king, I advise you to forget about avenging your father. It won't be an easy feat. If you fail, not only would disaster befall you, but it would befall the Golden Light Mansion as well. His tone turned more and more solemn as he spoke. Your Highness, the fourth prince, thank you for the reminder. The golden tiger feigned a frightened expression on his face. However, inwardly he had already made a decision. Even if I have to deplete the financial resources of the Golden Light Mansion, I'll hire a celestial duke to kill that woman and that purple-clad young man. It doesn't matter why my father wanted to kill him. Since it was his wish to kill that young man, I will fulfill his last wish. In the wasteland, one could hire assassins from the black market. The black market assassins were very mysterious, and their origins were unknown. No one knew who they were. They only knew that the assassins were rather powerful and adept at killing their targets. Among the black market assassins, the strongest were celestial dukes. Rumor had it that the celestial dukes who were black market assassins were high-ranking officials from the three major celestial sects of the wasteland, including the sect leaders as well. The reason they became assassins was due to the generous rewards that came with the job. Naturally, those from the three major celestial sects of the wasteland would not admit to it. After all, black market assassins were the public's enemy in the wasteland. As long as one was capable of paying the high price, one would be able to hire a black market assassin. It did not matter if the target's background was extraordinary. After all, nobody knew who the black market assassins were. If I spend all my financial resources in the Golden Light Mansion, it'll be enough to hire a black market assassin who's a celestial duke. That woman is, at most, an earth-rank overarching heavenly supreme celestial, the golden tiger thought to himself. With this plan in mind, the golden tiger quickly bade farewell to Long Xiangyun. He made his way to the place where he was staying and ordered his subordinate to represent him during the selection by the imperial family of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom. After that, he left the capital of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom and headed straight to the center of the wasteland. The black markets could be found in 3 cities in the central area of the wasteland. Those 3 cities were respectively controlled by the 3 major celestial sects of the wasteland. If he wanted to post a bounty on an overarching heavenly supreme celestial, the golden tiger must naturally head to one of the 3 cities. At that time, the black market would review the target before confirming the price. My current physical body. Duan Ling Tian stopped circulating his celestial origin energy with the earth-rank cultivation method. As soon as he felt the profound divine metal stop working, he could feel the pain slowly disappearing. After the pain had completely disappeared, he could feel the immense change in his body. His bones, flesh, and blood seemed to be much stronger than before. They were much superior compared to a great overarching body. This is the physical body of an overarching heavenly supreme celestial? He had just broken through and became a yellow-rank great overarching golden celestial not too long ago. and on the same day he obtained the overarching heavenly celestial body. No one in the history of the spirit overarching heaven had achieved such a feat. When Duanling Tian opened his eyes, the sudden bright light made him feel uncomfortable for a moment before he finally adjusted to it. Senior, at this moment Duanling Tian remembered the defective metal piece, the profound divine metal. It was the profound divine metal that had helped him transform his physical body into an overarching heaven body to withstand the third form of the chaos divine flame. However, no matter how long he called out, the profound divine metal no longer responded. When he looked inside his body, he discovered the defective metal piece had returned to his soul's side, seemingly guarding it. Senior. Duanling Tian shifted his attention to the gray flame. He remembered the gray flame claimed that it was a chaos divine flame. The streak of gray light that shot out of the black-clad old man's body was also a chaos divine flame. He could sense that the gray flame in his body was no longer like before. It seemed to have gotten a lot stronger. Similarly, no matter how long he called out, the gray flame did not respond to him. Duanling Tian took a deep breath and closed his eyes again as he tried to recall what had happened. He started from the time he stepped out of the restaurant, lest he missed out on any details. I remember the gray flame in my body asked the defective metal piece for help to devour the gray flame in the black-clad old man's body. Then the old man tried to kill me. After Huaner killed the old man, his chaos divine flame entered my body. Could speak as well and sound confident about devouring and absorbing my chaos divine flame. Moreover, it also said that my chaos divine flame and profound divine metal had only entered the second form less than 100 years ago. However, my chaos divine flame and profound divine metal attacked it together, and it was successfully devoured and absorbed by my chaos divine fire. This was the extent of Duanling Tian's knowledge. This is the third form of the chaos divine flame? Duanling Tian's attention returned to the gray flame in his body. He was certain the gray flame had gotten much stronger compared to before. Although he had an overarching heavenly celestial body, he could barely withstand the third form of the chaos divine fire. It's no wonder the profound divine metal helped me temper my body. This third form of the chaos divine flame is so strong that it would have destroyed my previous body. As it turns out, the gray flame in my body is not a celestial fire. It's a chaos divine flame. The reason I couldn't completely draw it out from the defective metal piece previously is probably due to my body being unable to withstand it. When I became a great overarching golden celestial, my body was finally able to withstand the full second form of the chaos divine fire. However, it's not strong enough to withstand the third form of the chaos divine fire. On the other hand, the defective metal piece is a second form profound divine metal. It helped transform my body into an overarching heavenly celestial body to withstand the third form of the chaos divine flame. Duanling Tian really wished he could speak to the profound divine metal and chaos divine flame so he could gain a better understanding of what they were. However, the profound divine metal and the chaos divine flame seemed to be asleep. No matter how he called out to them, they did not respond. In the end, he had no choice but to give up. In any case, this doesn't harm me. It only benefits me. Naturally, he was discomfited by the thought that there were two sentient beings in his body. He was not familiar with them and did not know what they were. However, there was no use dwelling on it now. When Duanling Tian opened his eyes again, he saw the ice walls surrounding him and said to Huaner, "Huaner, you can withdraw your celestial origin energy now." Upon hearing this, Huana immediately removed the ice walls. At the same time, she flew forward and studied Duanling Tian before she worriedly asked, "Brother Ling Tian, are you all right?" "I'm fine." Duanling Tian smiled and shook his head. At the same time, he noticed the gazes around him. He could not help but frown slightly before he relaxed his brows and said to Huaner, "Let's return first." "Okay." Huaner was relieved when she saw Duanling Tian seem to be unharmed. She reached out and held onto his arm as they left the restaurant to return to the 13th prince's residence in the imperial palace. Since Ling had already revealed himself, he openly followed Duanling Tian back to the imperial palace. "Young Master Duan, Miss Huaner was very worried about you earlier." He sent a voice transmission to Duanling Tian and recounted what had happened while Duanling Tian was protected behind the ice walls. He even repeated word by word what Huaner had said earlier. You better pray that no harm comes to Brother Ling Tian. Otherwise, I'll destroy the Golden Light Mansion. After listening to Qiu Ling's voice transmission, Duan Ling Tian glanced at Huana with a slight smile on his face. A hint of affection could be seen in his eyes at this moment. Duan Ling Tian did not expect so many things would happen after he began to circulate his celestial origin energy using the Earth-grade cultivation method. Who knew the old man was the old king of Golden Light Mansion? He was also a mediocre celestial alchemist and a mediocre celestial weapon craftsman. Not only that, but the old man was also the father of the current king of Golden Light Mansion. Duan Ling Tian thought he had heard wrongly, so he asked again. The old king of Golden Light Mansion was a mediocre celestial alchemist and a mediocre celestial weapons craftsman? Yes. Qiu Ling nodded as he replied. It said the old king's celestial fire was very special. It's apparently gray. It's neither gentle nor domineering. It's nothing like a celestial fire. For this reason, his celestial fire could be used to refine pills and forge weapons. Neither gentle nor domineering? Duan Ling Tian's eyes brightened. He felt excited as he thought to himself. Yes, the gray flame in my body is also neither gentle nor domineering. Why didn't I think about it? It seems like the Chaos Divine Flame is also capable of forging weapons. Since the second form of the Chaos Divine Fire is comparable to a mediocre celestial fire, now that it has entered the third form, does this mean it's comparable to a prominent celestial fire? With these thoughts in mind, Duan Ling Tian stopped in his tracks. Upon seeing this, Qiu Ling and Huaner naturally came to a halt as well. Duan Ling Tian said with a hint of excitement before he quickly changed direction. Huaner, let's buy some medicinal herbs first. I want to refine pills. Since he had accompanied Huaner to walk in the capital, he knew his way quite well. He knew stores that sold medicinal herbs for refining pills. Qiu Ling naturally continued to follow them. His current task was to ensure Duan Ling Tian's safety, so Duan Ling Tian would be able to participate in the selection and the Wasteland Grand Contest. This was of utmost importance to Long Fei Yun, the 13th prince of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom. See the weaving overarching pill? Qiu Ling was shocked. Although he knew Duan Ling Tian was a celestial alchemist, he remembered clearly that Duan Ling Tian had said he was not a prominent celestial alchemist. However, he could see Duan Ling Tian was buying medicinal herbs to refine the prominent celestial pill, the weaving overarching pill. Is it possible that young Master Duan was just being humble before? Could he really be a prominent celestial alchemist? Qiu Ling thought to himself. This was the only logical reason he could come up with. After all, for a mediocre celestial alchemist to become a prominent celestial alchemist, in addition to being skilled, he or she had to possess a prominent celestial fire. The weaving overarching pill was a prominent celestial pill used by overarching heavenly supreme celestials to aid their cultivation. The effects were similar to heavenly celestials and peak golden celestials using primitive celestial pills like the spirit nourishing pill and the hidden spirit pill. However, since Duan Ling Tian was a great overarching golden celestial, he needed mediocre celestial pills since primitive celestial pills would not have any effect on him. On the other hand, the medicinal efficacy of prominent celestial pills was slightly too strong for him to handle. A good example of this was the weaving overarching pill. Duan Ling Tian only decided to buy the medicinal ingredients needed to refine the weaving overarching pills because he wanted to try and see if he could refine a prominent celestial pill. This was so he could confirm the Chaos Divine Flame in his body that had entered the third stage was comparable to a prominent celestial fire. The formula for the weaving overarching pill is quite common, right? Your shop doesn't even carry it. Duan Ling Tian frowned slightly when he discovered the shop did not sell the pill formula. If he did not have the formula, how was he going to refine the pill? At this point, Qiu Ling spoke up, "Young Master Duan, if you want the weaving overarching pill's formula, the 13th prince can give it to you. Although the imperial family's medicine storage doesn't have many prominent celestial pills formulas, they do have the formula for the weaving overarching pill." Inwardly, he was confused. Was Duan Ling Tian really a prominent celestial alchemist? How could he not know how to refine the most common prominent celestial pill, the weaving overarching pill, if he was truly a prominent celestial alchemist? Upon hearing Qiu Ling's words, Duan Ling Tian said to the employee of the shop, "All right. Since you don't have the formula, please prepare the ingredients needed for me." Yes, sir. Although the employee did not know Duan Ling Tian's identity, when they heard Xiao Ling mentioning the 13th prince, they knew Duan Ling Tian must have a good relationship with the 13th prince. For this reason, they did not dare to be disrespectful at all. Although the 13th prince had almost no chance of becoming the next emperor of the Soaring Dragon's celestial kingdom, he was still a prince. Moreover, the 13th prince was as famous as the 4th and 7th prince. This was enough to garner the respect and fear of most people. Therefore, the employee of the shop did not dare to be disrespectful. After obtaining the ingredients, Duan Ling Tian returned to the imperial palace with Huaner. During their journey back, Duan Ling Tian asked, "Huaner, I heard from the 13th prince that the medicinal efficacy of the weaving overarching pill isn't helpful to you because of the pill your mom had given you before. Is that right?" Initially, Duan Ling Tian did not pay this matter any attention. However, now that he suspected he had become a prominent celestial alchemist, this matter piqued his interest. After all, if he was truly a prominent celestial alchemist, he would be able to refine pills that would benefit Huaner. Yes. Huaner nodded slightly. Although the weaving overarching pill is quite good, it's far inferior to the pill my mother gave me. The 13th prince has said that he would look for the overarching heavenly pill for me. With her cultivation base, the weaving overarching pill was useless to her. Overarching heavenly pills, on the other hand, would have an effect since it was used by overarching heavenly supreme celestials. However, just like how heaven-rank great overarching golden celestials had no use for great overarching pills, heaven-rank overarching heavenly supreme celestials had no use for overarching heaven pills. Only overarching heavenly supreme celestials below the heaven rank would benefit from the pill. For this reason, the 13th prince had said he would look for an overarching heavenly pill for Huaner after he discovered the weaving overarching pill had no effect on her. Overarching heavenly pill. Duan Ling Tian's eyebrows rose when he heard this. He thought to himself, "I've already obtained the formula for the overarching heavenly pill. Once I confirm the chaos divine flame inside my body that has entered the 3rd stage is comparable to a prominent celestial fire, I can try to refine the overarching heavenly pills. With the 13th prince's ability, he should be able to find some of the ingredients for the overarching heavenly pill even if he can't find all of them." Duan Ling Tian's eyes shone as bright as the stars in the sky as he continued thinking to himself, "Based on my knowledge, there are no prominent celestial alchemists in the wasteland who are able to refine the overarching heavenly pill. If I'm successful, the 3 major celestial sects would have to treat me respectfully. I wouldn't have to solely rely on improving my cultivation base. At that time, if I requested of them, it's possible that the martial dragon's celestial sect would help the 13th prince ascend the throne of the Soaring Dragon's celestial kingdom." Duan Ling Tian became more excited as he thought about this. However, he deflated soon after as though a bucket of cold water had been splashed on him. "I'm getting ahead of myself. After all, it's extremely difficult for a prominent celestial alchemist to refine overarching heavenly pills." In the end, he shook his head. "There's no point dwelling on this. At present, I haven't even confirmed that the chaos divine flame in my body that has entered the 3rd stage is comparable to a prominent celestial fire. It's useless to think about refining the overarching heavenly pills now." After Duan Ling Tian returned to the 13th prince's residence in the imperial palace, Long Fei Yun found out that Duan Ling Tian was looking for the formula of the weaving overarching pill. He was shocked. "Brother Duan, you're looking for the weaving overarching pill's formula?" "Yes." Duan Ling Tian nodded faintly. Long Fei Yun continued to ask, Are you looking for it for your own use, or are you looking for it on behalf of another prominent celestial alchemist?" "I want it for my own use. I want to see if I'm able to refine it," Duan Ling Tian replied honestly. "However, if you don't have the formula for the weaving overarching pill, I'm afraid I have no other way of confirming it." Long Fei Yun smiled bitterly before he asked, "I remember you saying you're not a prominent celestial alchemist before." Duan Ling Tian had already come up with an excuse. "I'm still not sure if I'm a prominent celestial alchemist. I suspect my celestial fire is a prominent celestial fire. However, I wasn't very skilled before this, so I didn't try to refine prominent celestial pills. Recently, I gained some insight about pill refining, so I want to try refining prominent celestial pills to confirm if my celestial fire is truly a prominent celestial fire." Is that so?" Long Fei Yun was surprised. He did not expect this. Soon after, his eyes brightened. If Duan Ling Tian was truly a prominent celestial alchemist, Duan Ling Tian would not even have to participate in the Wasteland Grand Competition to join the Martial Dragon's celestial sect. The sect would welcome Duan Ling Tian with open arms if Duan Ling Tian was a prominent celestial alchemist. After all, the number of prominent celestial alchemists in the Martial Dragon celestial sect could be counted on one hand. If Brother Duan is a prominent celestial alchemist, I won't have to wait for him to get stronger. He would certainly gain the favor of the Martial Dragon celestial sect. It would be easy for him to help me ascend the throne. The high and mighty sect leader of the Martial Dragon celestial sect would only need to say the word to determine the next emperor of the Soaring Dragon celestial kingdom. With these thoughts in mind, Long Fei Yun quickly left to fetch Duan Ling Tian to pill formula. Duan Ling Tian only waited for half an hour before Long Fei Yun returned with a memory celestial talisman in hand. With a face filled with expectation, he handed it over to Duan Ling Tian and said, "Brother Duan, quickly determine if you possess a prominent celestial fire." He seemed to be in more of a hurry to find out if Duan Ling Tian possessed a prominent celestial fire compared to Duan Ling Tian himself. All right. Duan Ling Tian did not waste any time after he used the memory celestial talisman. He quickly returned to the courtyard that he shared with Huaner. Long Fei Yun shamelessly followed along as well. Duan Ling Tian did not object to it. He only asked Huaner to cultivate in the deepest part of the courtyard to avoid the divine crystal from being discovered. After all, with Long Fei Yun here, Qiu Ling was naturally here as well. He quickly entered his room. On the other hand, Long Fei Yun, who was completely focused on Duan Ling Tian at this moment, did not spare any thoughts on Huaner at all. Similarly, Qiu Ling's attention was also focused on Duan Ling Tian. He did not pay any attention to Huaner at all. I hope the chaos divine flame that has entered the third stage is comparable to a prominent celestial fire. At that time, not only would I become a prominent celestial alchemist, but I'd also be a prominent weapon craftsman. After all, the divine chaos flame is neither unyielding nor too gentle. It's capable of refining pills and forging weapons. After closing the door, Duan Ling Tian sat on the bed and took out a cauldron. After following the first few steps to refine pills, he prepared to heat the cauldron with his chaos divine flame. Bang! A thunderous noise rang in the air as soon as the gray flame in Duan Ling Tian's body met the cauldron. The cauldron had exploded, filling the room with ashes. Duan Ling Tian was speechless when he saw that the cauldron was destroyed. When he regained his senses, he smiled bitterly. I forgot that the cauldron used to refine primitive celestial pills can't refine celestial pills that are higher than the mediocre grade. Although Duan Ling Tian was not completely certain the chaos divine flame in his body that had entered the stage was comparable to a prominent celestial fire, he was certain it was comparable to a mediocre celestial fire at least. Why didn't I think of this earlier? All I needed to do was to ask the 13th prince for a cauldron used for refining mediocre celestial pills to verify if my chaos divine flame is comparable to a prominent celestial fire. Long Fei Yun and Qiu Ling, who were waiting in the front yard, were baffled when they saw Duan Ling Tian emerging from his room so soon. Long Fei Yun quickly regained his senses and asked, "Brother Duan, how come you're out so soon?" Duan Ling Tian replied sheepishly, "My cauldron was a primitive pill cauldron. My celestial fire destroyed it as soon as they came in contact." A primitive pill cauldron? Upon hearing Duan Ling Tian's words, Long Fei Yun was shocked. That's to say, "Brother Duan, you're a primitive celestial alchemist before this." Yes. Duan Ling Tian nodded faintly. Since he did not refine mediocre celestial pills when the chaos divine flame was at the second stage, it was not wrong to say he was only a primitive celestial alchemist before. "Brother Duan, your luck is rather good. Not many primitive celestial alchemists are able to obtain a prominent celestial fire." Long Fei Yun shook his head. "I'll take my leave now to search for a mediocre and prominent pill cauldron." After he finished speaking, he left Duan Ling Tian's courtyard. In the mundane realms, there was no distinction between pill cauldrons. For this reason, Duan Ling Tian had completely forgotten that pill cauldrons in the Devata realms were divided into grades as well. The cauldrons used to refine primitive celestial pills were primitive celestial tools. Naturally, primitive celestial alchemists could also use higher-grade cauldrons to refine primitive celestial pills. However, it was not the same in reverse. Celestial alchemists would not be able to refine high-grade celestial pills using low-grade pill cauldrons. The low-grade cauldrons would not be able to withstand celestial fires of a higher grade. This was what happened to Duan Ling Tian when he attempted to refine a prominent celestial pill with his primitive pill cauldron. A gloomy expression could be seen on Long Fei Yun's face when he exited Duan Ling Tian's courtyard. It's simple to obtain a mediocre pill cauldron. However, even in the Imperial Palace, there are only 2 prominent pill cauldrons. Although the 2 prominent pill cauldrons were collecting dust due to the lack of prominent celestial alchemists, they were still tightly guarded. In order to get one of the prominent pill cauldrons, I'll have to obtain Father's consent. I'm not sure he'll agree to it. Long Fei Yun's mood fell even further when he thought about this. Since his father did not favor him, he was rather certain his father would not give him one of the 2 prominent pill cauldrons. After all, they were considered treasures and there were only 2 in the Imperial Palace. In the end, Long Fei Yun clenched his teeth and decided to give it a try. For Brother Duan and my sake, I'll have to give it a try. If Father doesn't agree to it, I'll look for another way then. It was just as Long Fei Yun had expected. He had easily found a mediocre pill cauldron in the imperial family's storage. The keeper of the storage did not even bat an eyelid when he took the mediocre pill cauldron. However, when he had asked for a prominent pill cauldron, he was instantly rejected. Your Highness, the imperial family of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom only has 2 prominent pill cauldrons. His Majesty has already passed down an order that those who request for it have to obtain his consent first. Your Highness, if you want the prominent pill cauldron, you'll have to obtain His Majesty's permission. Since Long Fei Yun had expected this, he simply took the mediocre pill cauldron before he left to look for his father, the Emperor of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom. At the entrance of the Emperor's residence, Long Fei Yun was stopped by his father's personal bodyguard, who was a powerful heaven-rank overarching Heavenly Supreme Celestial. This heaven-rank overarching Heavenly Supreme Celestial was acknowledged as the strongest person below peak overarching Heavenly Supreme Celestials in the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom. Your Highness, the 13th Prince, His Majesty is cultivating and is not receiving visitors. If you have something to speak to him about, I'll pass your message to him. Long Fei Yun's expression darkened. He's not even willing to see me? Your Highness, the 13th Prince, His Majesty is cultivating. There's no need to overthink it. You can just inform me of your business with His Majesty, and I'll convey his reply to you after that. The personal bodyguard of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom was a middle-aged man with medium stature and an ordinary appearance. However, his eyes were keen and bright. They were capable of sending jolts of fear through one's soul with just a look. Long Fei Yun inhaled deeply to suppress the emotions raging in his heart before he said, "All right." Then he revealed the objective of his visit. The prominent pill cauldron? The middle-aged man's brows rose slightly. He was clearly surprised. However, he did not comment on it and turned around to enter the residence. After about a dozen breaths, the middle-aged man finally returned to the entrance. Long Fei Yun asked with a hint of anxiety, "What did the father say?" He only wanted to know if he would be able to obtain the prominent pill cauldron. He did not want to disappoint Duan Ling Tian. The middle-aged man bluntly replied, "His Majesty said there are only 2 prominent pill cauldrons, so he can't give one to you." Although Long Fei Yun had expected this, his expression changed drastically upon hearing the middle-aged man's reply. In the end, he only smiled in an aggrieved manner as he muttered under his breath, "It's just as I expected. Father, it seems like you still treat me like an outsider. If 4th or 7th brother came to you with this request, you'll probably agree to it immediately." He glanced at the Emperor's residence once before he turned to leave. He emitted an air of despair as he walked away. Upon seeing this, the middle-aged man only shook his head. A hint of pity could be seen in his eyes before they returned to their usual indifference. When Long Fei Yun returned to Duan Ling Tian's courtyard, he handed the mediocre pill cauldron over to Duan Ling Tian. He smiled apologetically as he said, "Brother Duan, my apologies. I only managed to obtain a mediocre pill cauldron. As for a prominent pill cauldron, Upon hearing this, Duanling Tian could not help but frown slightly. It was not due to Long Fei Yun's failure in obtaining a prominent pill cauldron. Rather, he was displeased at the emperor's treatment of Long Fei Yun. Previously, he had heard that the Long Fei Yun was not favored by the emperor. However, this was his first time witnessing it. In the end, he solemnly said, 13th Prince, I, Duanling Tian, definitely help you ascend the throne and become the emperor of Soaring Dragon's celestial kingdom. I believe you, Brother Duan. Anyway, don't worry about the prominent pill cauldron. I'll think of another way to obtain it. Long Fei Yun replied. However, you can still test your celestial fire with this mediocre pill cauldron. If it can't withstand your celestial fire, it would confirm that you have a prominent celestial fire. If it's able to... Duanling Tian knew what Long Fei Yun meant even though Long Fei Yun did not finish his sentence. If the mediocre pill cauldron was able to withstand the chaos divine flame, it would prove that he was only a mediocre celestial alchemist. Yes, Duanling Tian did not bother to return to his room this time around. Under Long Fei Yun and Xiao Ling's watchful eyes, he controlled the chaos divine flame and prepared to heat up the mediocre pill cauldron. As soon as the gray flame, the chaos divine flame, appeared, a scorching heat descended on the place. Swoosh! The chaos divine flame finally made contact with the mediocre pill cauldron. Long Fei Yun and Xiao Ling stared at it unblinkingly, seemingly afraid they would miss everything as soon as they blinked. Duanling Tian watched on as well with an expectant expression on his face. There seemed to be no movement even after the flame came in contact with the mediocre pill cauldron. Duanling Tian smiled bitterly. It seems like Brother Duan's celestial fire is only a mediocre celestial fire. Long Fei Yun sighed. Yes. Duanling Tian nodded with a disappointed expression on his face. Then, he glanced at Long Fei Yun and said, It seems like there's no need for me to trouble you to look for a prominent pill cauldron since I have no use for. Before Duanling Tian finished his sentence. Bang! A deafening explosion reverberated in the air. The pill cauldron was blown apart. Although the explosion was not as strong as the previous explosion where the cauldron had turned into ashes immediately, the mediocre pill cauldron was still blown apart into pieces. Boom! 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 The pieces of the mediocre pill cauldron rained from the sky. The sizes of the shards were all no bigger than an adult's thumbnail. Based on this, one could see how powerful the explosion was. Duanling Tian was stunned. Meanwhile, Long Fei Yun laughed heartily as soon as he regained his senses. Tears seemed to glisten in his eyes as well, as though all the years of suffering grievances were finally let out at this moment. Congratulations, young Master Duan. Congratulations, Your Highness. Xiao Ling quickly congratulated Duanling Tian and Long Fei Yun when he regained his senses. Long Fei Yun was ecstatic. It seemed like he had placed his bet on the right horse. He was even more certain now that Duanling Tian would be able to help him obtain the throne of the Soaring Dragon's celestial kingdom. A prominent celestial alchemist would definitely gain the attention and respect of the three major celestial sects of the wasteland. It's really comparable to a prominent celestial fire. The bitter smile on Duanling Tian's face was replaced with a delighted smile. He could not suppress the excitement he felt now that he had confirmed his chaos divine flame that had entered the third stage was comparable to a prominent celestial fire. However, Long Fei Yun seemed much more excited compared to him. Brother Duan, congratulations. Indeed, your celestial fire is a prominent celestial fire. Moreover, based on the intensity of the explosion that reduced the mediocre pill cauldron into countless pieces, it seems like your celestial fire is no ordinary prominent celestial fire. There are differences in the explosions? Duanling Tian was taken aback. Long Fei Yun replied, I once heard that a prominent alchemist of Tai celestial sect caused a mediocre pill cauldron to explode. However, the pill cauldron merely exploded into 4 or 5 pieces. Clearly, its intensity is inferior compared to yours. There's no doubt your prominent celestial fire is much superior to the prominent celestial alchemist from Tai celestial sect. Upon hearing this, Duanling Tian's eyes brightened. This was undoubtedly good news to him. The stronger the celestial fire, the higher the chances of success when refining pills, especially difficult to refine prominent celestial pills. For example, ordinary prominent celestial fire would not be able to refine an overarching heavenly pill at all. He was delighted as he thought to himself, does this mean my chances of refining overarching heavenly pills are much higher? It's truly a pity I failed to obtain a prominent pill cauldron for you, Brother Duan. Long Fei Yun felt immense regret that he had failed to obtain a prominent pill cauldron for Duan Ling Tian. He felt as though he had committed a great sin. It's not a problem. Duan Ling Tian shook his head and confidently said, if I reveal that I'm a prominent celestial alchemist when I join the Martial Dragon Celestial Sect, do you think I won't be able to obtain a prominent pill cauldron? Even the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom had 2 prominent pill cauldrons. How could the Martial Dragon Celestial Sect not have one? Even if the Martial Dragon Sect did not have one, with just a word from the sect leader, would the Emperor of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom dare to deny the Martial Dragon Celestial Sect's request? After the excitement died down, Duan Ling Tian said with a smile, 13th Prince, I'll see you in 10 days. At that time, Huaner and I will attend the selection with you. All right. Long Fei Yun briefly nodded. Then, I won't disturb your cultivation any longer. After bidding farewell to Duan Ling Tian, he left with Qiu Ling. After the duo left, Duan Ling Tian could not help but shake his head. It seems like I won't be able to refine a prominent celestial pill for the time being. Anyway, it doesn't matter. After all, I only wanted to refine the weaving overarching pill to confirm the chaos divine flame that has entered the 3rd stage is comparable to a prominent celestial fire. With the explosion of the mediocre pill cauldron, I've obtained the confirmation I needed. I'm now a prominent celestial alchemist and a prominent celestial weapon craftsman. Duan Ling Tian grew excited again as he thought to himself, since I'm a celestial weapon craftsman as well, I'll be able to forge weapons. Doesn't this mean I can forge a pill cauldron as well? However, he felt as though he had been doused with cold water as he continued his train of thoughts. Although the Rebirth Martial Emperor's memories serve as a great foundation to forge weapons, the process still wouldn't be easy. When I first refined celestial pills in the Devata realms, I spent a lot of time learning to control the flames. Forging weapons and celestial tools would also definitely take a lot of time and practice. After a while, Duan Ling Tian finally calmed down. The selection will take place in 10 days. I'll wait for the selection to be over before I study forging weapons. I might even obtain a prominent pill cauldron from the Martial Dragon Celestial Sect after that. There's no need to think about this matter now. Then, he decided to continue cultivating and entered the room where Huaner was cultivating after he took a great overarching pill. Regardless of how hardworking Duan Ling Tian was, there were only 10 days left until the selection. For this reason, he did not enter closed-door cultivation. Moreover, if he entered closed-door cultivation, he might lose track of time. At that time, Long Fei Yun would certainly come to his courtyard to remind him. If Long Fei Yun came, Qiu Ling would certainly come as well. As a heaven-rank overarchingly heaven-supreme celestial, Qiu Ling would definitely sense the rich and vast heaven and earth spirit energy in the room and discover the divine crystal. He naturally was unwilling to see this happen. Although Duan Ling Tian and Long Fei Yun's relationship was quite pleasant, he was not certain Long Fei Yun's attitude would still remain the same if Long Fei Yun discovered the existence of the divine crystal. After all, the divine crystal was not an ordinary treasure. Even the 3 major celestial sects of the wasteland would covet it. It was likely they would elevate the position of the person who delivered them the divine crystal. With that, it would be extremely easy to obtain the throne of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom. For this reason, he had no choice but to guard the secret tightly. In the following days, the imperial palace of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom was bustling with activities as well. Under the command of the Emperor of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Emperor's command, all the mansions brought the powerhouses under 100 years old into the imperial palace for convenience's sake. Similarly, the mid-rank Cloudy Rock Celestial Kingdom was also preparing to select participants to join the Wasteland Grand Contest. However, the difference was the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom had to select 50 participants while the Cloudy Rock Celestial Kingdom only needed to select 30 participants to join the Wasteland Grand Contest. I wonder how's Duan Ling Tian faring after his escape? I wonder if the powerhouse from the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect caught him. Qin Yu thought to himself. He was reminded of Duan Ling Tian. Although he was not participating in the selection, he had followed King Qin's mansion to the imperial palace of the Cloudy Rock Celestial Kingdom. A worried expression could be seen on his face. He was naturally unaware that in the not-too-distant future he would meet Duan Ling Tian again when he followed King Qin's mansion and the Cloudy Rock Celestial Kingdom to watch the Grand Wasteland contest. 10 days passed in just a blink of an eye. At dawn, Duan Ling Tian and Huaner went to the courtyard and joined Long Fei Yun for a sumptuous breakfast. While they were eating breakfast, Huaner asked expectantly, "Brother Ling Tian, can Huaner participate in the selection as well?" "Huaner, there's no need for you to participate in the selection," Duan Ling Tian replied with a smile. "It's fine if I participate alone. You only have to watch from the sidelines. Don't forget we obtained the concealment pendant to hide the fact that you're younger than 100 years old." Huaner's strength had already been revealed when she easily killed the Earth-rank overarching Heavenly Supreme Celestial from the Zhou clan. However, only a few people were privy to the fact that she was younger than 100 years old. If it was made known that Huaner was an overarching Heavenly Supreme Celestial who was younger than 100 years old, it would definitely attract many troubles with not a single benefit. For this reason, Duan Ling Tian decided it was best to hide Huaner's age. There was nothing to be done since her strength had already been exposed, but as long as her age remained hidden, no one would pay too much attention to Huaner and her celestial methods and divine abilities. It's likely that the celestial methods and divine abilities that Huaner mastered are much higher than the heaven grade. Previously, Duan Ling Tian had tried to teach Huaner the heaven grade divine ability, the elementary devouring tactic. However, he had dismissed that idea when he discovered that Huaner's assist-type divine ability was far stronger than his assist-type divine ability. It only seemed weaker than the elementary devouring tactic because Huaner had not completely mastered it. During that time, he also discovered that all of her celestial methods and divine abilities were extraordinary and came from her inherited memories. Huaner also tried to teach her cultivation method to Duan Ling Tian, but Duan Ling Tian discovered he could not use it. Apart from that, she could not teach Duan Ling Tian her celestial methods and divine abilities since she had not completely mastered them. Moreover, nobody knew for certain if she was capable of teaching him her celestial methods and divine abilities even after she completely mastered them. For this reason, he had never shown much interest in her celestial methods and divine abilities. He would just let nature take its course. Duan Ling Tian said, "Huaner, even if you don't participate, you can still follow me to the Martial Dragon Celestial Sect. Moreover, this selection has no meaning. Even I will have a hard time finding someone who's a match for me, let alone someone with your strength." He knew Huaner only wanted to participate out of curiosity and to amuse herself. Upon listening to Duan Ling Tian's words, Huaner nodded with a cute expression on her face. "Okay, I'll listen to you, Brother Ling Tian." After a while, Long Fei Yun's voice rang from outside. "Brother Duan. Huaner, let's go." Duan Ling Tian, who had been waiting for Long Fei Yun, left the guest courtyard and joined Long Fei Yun. As usual, Qiu Ling stood behind Long Fei Yun. "Brother Duan, Lady Huaner." Long Fei Yun greeted the duo enthusiastically, with a brilliant smile when he saw them. During the past 10 days, he was so happy that he found it difficult to fall asleep. How could he not be happy when he discovered that Duan Ling Tian was not only a great overarching golden celestial who was less than 100 years old, but Duan Ling Tian was also a prominent celestial alchemist. With someone like that supporting his bid for the throne of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom, success seemed imminent. Duan Ling Tian, Long Fei Yun, and Huaner, escorted by Qiu Ling, made their way to the selections venue. During the journey through the Imperial Palace, Long Fei Yun took the initiative to explain, "Brother Duan, the selection is held in Su Rong Pavilion in the Imperial Palace of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom. Su Rong Pavilion is the first residence established after the founding of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom. Su Rong Pavilion is named after the person who contributed greatly to the founding of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom." Long Fei Yun continued to say, "For the sake of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom, Su Rong never married nor adopted a son or daughter. When he saved the life of my ancestor decided to name the first pavilion in Su Rong's memory. Su Rong Pavilion is usually a place for members of the imperial family to spar and learn from each other. Duanling Tian faintly nodded while Huana listened on with great interest. Long Fei Yun finally came to a halt and pointed at a huge and magnificent pavilion. That's Su Rong Pavilion. The statue there is of Su Rong. Duanling Tian turned to look at the pavilion and the statue at the center of the pavilion. The statue was that of a middle-aged man. The statue depicted the middle-aged man holding a hammer as he gazed into the horizon, and it was more than 30 meters in height. The statue was so lifelike that one could see the look of dignity in his eyes that were devoid of anger. When Duanling Tian looked away, he saw groups of people arriving from several different directions. Long Fei Yun took the initiative to explain again. Those people are the princes and their entourage. At this moment, a voice that contained a trace of mocking rang in the air. 13th brother, where are the young powerhouses who will represent you? Why aren't they with you? A familiar figure appeared. It was none other than Long Qingyun, the 7th prince, whom Duanling Tian had met in the Nian clan's auction house. A familiar black-clad old man stood behind Long Qingyun. A hint of wariness could be seen in the black-clad old man's eyes when he looked at Qiu Ling. It was clear that his battle with Qiu Ling in the Nian clan's auction house made him realize he was weaker than Qiu Ling. Long Qingyun laughed as he said in a ridiculing tone, "You're not planning to give up, are you?" If it was in the past, Long Fei Yun would have been angered by Long Qingyun's words. However, he remained calm this time. He only smiled faintly as he looked at the person standing next to Long Qingyun. 7th brother, you seem very confident. I assume your confidence comes from this person, right? The person standing next to Long Qingyun was a young man with a blank expression on his face. Long Fei Yun continued to look at the young man with a faint smile on his face. It seemed as though he would remain calm even if Mount Tai were to collapse in front of him. He asked, "If I'm not mistaken, you're Feng Wu Jiguang from Grand Prestige Mansion, right?" "Your Highness." Feng Chu Jiguang responded apathetically. He nodded before he replied, "Today I'll battle representing the 7th prince, not Grand Prestige Mansion. I only hope the young powerhouses representing you won't be too much of a disappointment for me." Long Fei Yun's eyes briefly flashed in anger when he saw the disrespect of the young man from one of the mansions under the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom's rule. In the end, he replied tonelessly, "You seem very confident. In any case, I'm certain you won't be disappointed. I'll be waiting then." After he finished speaking, Feng Wu Jiguang closed his eyes. It was clear he had no intention of continuing the conversation. Upon seeing the anger on Long Fei Yun's face, Long Qingyun said with a laugh, 13th brother, I'm also eager to see the strength of the young powerhouses who will be representing you. However, you better make sure they arrive on time. If they're late, it doesn't matter how strong they are, they still wouldn't be able to win." After taunting Long Fei Yun, Long Qingyun did not wait for Long Fei Yun to reply. He continued to make his way toward Su Rong Pavilion with Feng Wu Jiguang, the black-clad old man, and the rest of his entourage. The people from the mansions in the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom parted and made way for Long Qingyun and his people. Based on this, one could see the 7th prince's influence was not small. From the beginning until the end, Long Qingyun had deliberately ignored Duanling Tian and Huaner. Since he was not certain of their identities, he would not recklessly provoke them. Huaner said irritably, "Brother Ling Tian, that 7th prince or whatever is really annoying." After the expression on Long Fei Yun's face eased up, he said to Huaner, "Lady Huaner, rest assured, he won't be happy for long. Although Feng Wu Jiguang is rather strong, he's nothing compared to Brother Duan. He's so sure that Feng Wu Jiguang will win first place. It's nothing but similar to counting his chickens before the eggs have hatched." Huaner scoffed and said irritably, "It's only natural that person can't compare to my brother Ling Tian." Long Fei Yun smiled and agreed. Yes, you're right, Lady Huaner. Feng Wu Jiguang is nothing. He's not even worthy to carry Brother Duan's shoes." This girl, Duanling Tian, only smiled wryly and shook his head before entering Su Rong Pavilion. When they entered the Su Rong Pavilion, it was clear that Long Fei Yun's influence was not big. No one from the mansions in the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom made way for him at all. In the end, Qiu Ling had to reveal the aura of a heaven-rank overarching heavenly supreme celestial to forcibly clear the way. Soon after, Long Xiangyun, the fourth prince, arrived as well. At this time, the people from the mansions entered Su Rong Pavilion as well. His Majesty has arrived. The Emperor of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom also appeared in a timely manner after everyone had settled down. The Emperor of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom was a tall and well-built middle-aged man with a square face. He was dressed in a golden dragon robe and his long jet-black hair draped on his back. Although his face was expressionless, he emitted a dignified air. A middle-aged man followed closely behind him when he entered. Apart from that, another 6 old men stood at his sides, protecting him in all directions. "Greetings, Your Majesty. Greetings, Your Majesty." The crowd in Su Rong Pavilion immediately bowed and paid their respect in unison when the Emperor of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom arrived. The only people who did not react were Duanling Tian, Huaner, and a young woman who stood with Long Xiangyun. The young woman was none other than Zhou Shuqiu, the 4th miss of the Zhou clan. Since everyone was bowing, the 3 people who did not bow naturally stood out. However, when Long Dongping, the Emperor of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom, saw Zhou Shuqiu, he greeted her kindly with a smile on his face. "Shuqiu is here as well? Your Majesty." Faced with the Emperor of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom, Zhou Shuqiu merely nodded faintly in response. However, not only was Long Dongping not angered, but he even walked up to Zhou Shuqiu and said with a smile, "Shuqiu, how many times must I say it? I'm your uncle. No matter where we are, you can just address me as your uncle. There's no need to be so courteous. Your Majesty, we're in public after all. It wouldn't be appropriate for me to address you as such," Zhou Shuqiu said with a shake of her head. "You're too stubborn. No one can change your mind once you have set your mind to it. You have been like this since young." Long Dongping shook his head. As soon as he finished his sentence, he turned to Long Xiangyun, who was standing beside Zhou Shuqiu, and solemnly said, "You better bring Shuqiu around and treat her well. Don't blame me for punishing you if Shuqiu is unhappy. Don't worry, father. Shuqiu is my cousin. I'll take care of her and treat her well," Long Xiangyun hurriedly answered. In the meantime, he was wondering to himself why his cousin was interested in today's selection. She even brought his younger cousin, Zhou Shudong, as well. "Shuqiu, I still have to preside over the selection. If there's anything you need, just speak to Xiangyun. If he makes you unhappy, tell me, and I'll punish him," Long Dongping said affectionately. His words made it seem like Zhou Shuqiu was his child rather than Long Xiangyun. Zhou Shuqiu nodded and remained silent. As Long Dongping was leaving, the middle-aged man behind him and the 6 old men surrounding him also greeted Zhou Shuqiu in unison. "Miss Shuqiu." Their voices were filled with admiration when they greeted her. They did not dare to show her any disrespect. If another woman were to receive such treatment, everyone would have been shocked. Long Dongping aside, the 7 men around him were all the pillars of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom. Most of them were heaven-rank overarching heavenly supreme celestials. Only 2 of them were earth-rank overarching heavenly supreme celestials. However, earth-rank overarching heavenly supreme celestials who were tasked to protect the Emperor of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom were, naturally, extraordinary earth-rank overarching heavenly supreme celestials. They were stronger than most of the earth-rank overarching heavenly supreme celestials in the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom and almost as strong as heaven-rank overarching heavenly supreme celestials. Although Long Dongping was the Emperor of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom, and the men around him were all high-ranking officials, Zhou Shuqiu's identity was rather special. She was the direct disciple of the former sect leader of the Thousand Spiders sect, one of the 3 major celestial sects of the Wasteland. She was also the junior sister of the current sect leader of the Thousand Spiders celestial sect. How could Long Dongping or his men compare to someone like her? Long Dongping made his way to the stone platform in the middle of this majestic hall, when he saw Duanling Tian and Huaner from the corners of his eyes. Who are these 2 people? Even Shuqiu didn't do anything against them. This might be Long Dongping's first time meeting Duanling Tian and Huaner, but as the Emperor of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom, he had long heard about the duo. He had even tried to investigate the duo's background. However, he had yet to discover anything useful in the short span of time. The Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom's intelligence network is not comparable to the Thousand Spiders Celestial Sex Intelligence Network, since Xianxia did not act even after learning her sister has suffered at their hands. They must have an extraordinary background. Therefore, he did not make a fuss even when he saw Duanling Tian, and Huanaer did not bow when he arrived. If it was anyone else, he would have been furious by this show of disrespect and would have ordered for them to be punished. Didn't they say the white-clad woman is younger than 100 years old? It seems to be just a rumor. After extending his divine consciousness, Long Dongping discovered that Huana was not younger than 100 years old. He had thought rumors could not be trusted at all upon discovering this. However, he did not plan to do anything. After all, even Zhou Shuqiu avoided offending them. Brother Ling Tian. The Emperor just probed me with his divine consciousness. Huana was an Earth-rank overarching heavenly supreme celestial. Therefore, she had easily detected the Long Dongping's divine consciousness. His cultivation base was just a stage higher than hers. I think he's trying to detect your age. He's still not strong enough to detect your cultivation base though, Duanling Tian said. Although Huanaer did not have the defective metal piece to protect her soul and conceal her cultivation base, as 1,000 phantom ice fox, her soul was protected by a special force exclusive to her kind. Many would find it difficult to sense her cultivation base and aura. Welcome everyone. Shortly after, Long Dongping stepped up on the stone platform in the center of Su Rong Pavilion's main hall. Then he looked around and said, I believe everyone is aware of the rules today, so I'll go straight to the point. He did not waste any time and declared the start of the selection. Just as Long Dongping had assumed, everyone was aware of the rules of the selection. The powerhouses younger than 100 years old recruited by the mansions and the princes would fight. The top 50 participants would represent the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom to compete in the Wasteland Grand Contest. The 50 participants who were selected were not allowed to switch who they represented and were not allowed to represent more than one person or mansion. For instance, the Violet Sun Golden Celestial, Feng Wu Jiguang, from Grand Prestige Palace had chosen to represent the 7th Prince. If he were selected, he would not be allowed to switch to represent Grand Prestige Mansion or represent both the 7th Prince and the Mansion. He would have to continue representing the 7th Prince in the Wasteland Grand Contest. This was to avoid the same person helping a prince and a mansion to win. After a short moment, the selection finally began. Due to Feng Wu Jiguang's presence, the Indigo Sun Golden Celestials younger than 100 years old, who were recruited by the mansions, no longer seemed extraordinary. Feng Wu Jiguang has yet to fight. However, there's no doubt he'll win a place among the 50 spots. In fact, it's not surprising if he places first in the selection. Due to his help, there's a good chance the 7th Prince would be rewarded. Many people in Su Rong Pavilion shared the opinion that Feng Wu Jiguang had a high chance of ranking first in the selection. As time passed, Feng Wu Jiguang remained undefeated. The top 50 participants were slowly made clear. At this moment, the 7th Prince, Long Qingyun, who was standing in the distance, began to mock Long Feiyun. The 13th Prince, again. He sent a voice transmission to Long Feiyun. 13th brother, are you men still not here? It seems like you know your chance of winning the reward is 0, so you've given up. I have to say, you really shouldn't give up even if you don't stand a chance to win. Father might still praise you if your men manage to place in the top 50 places. By failing to recruit even one powerhouse will only show Father how useless you are. Father will only despise you even more. He laughed inwardly the more he thought about it. Upon hearing Long Qingyun's words, Long Feiyun sneered. The powerhouse I recruited is already here. I am afraid you'd need to go for an eye examination. Long Qingyun was about to retort to Long Feiyun for implying that he was blind when, whoosh, Duanling Tian moved toward Feng Wu Jiguang like a missile honed in on its target. How did he get up there? Upon seeing Duanling Tian, Long Qingyun, the 7th Prince, who had a furious expression on his face due to Long Feiyun, the 13th Prince, had a drastic change in his expression. He did not expect Duanling Tian to step forward. Was Duanling Tian not from a powerful sect outside of the wasteland? If Duanling Tian belonged to a sect, generally speaking, he would not be interested in the Wasteland Grand Contest. This was because the winners of the Wasteland Grand Contest would be accepted in one of the 3 major celestial sects of the Wasteland. It's him. At the same time, Long Xiangyun, the 4th prince, was also stunned by Duan Lingtian's action. On the contrary, there was a glint in the eyes of Zhou Shuqiu, the 3rd miss of the Zhou clan, who was standing next to Long Xiangyun. She thought to herself, who knew he'd really join the tournament, so he's truly interested in the Wasteland Grand Contest. Zhou Shuqiu did not tell anyone that the reason she came to watch the selection by the imperial family of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom was due to her hunch that Duan Lingtian would participate in the selection. She had speculated that Duan Lingtian did not have an extraordinary background. Therefore, he probably wanted to participate in the Wasteland Grand Contest to join one of the 3 major celestial sects of the Wasteland. This was the best path for someone who did not have an extraordinary background. Moreover, Duan Lingtian seemed to have a good relationship with Long Fei-yun, the 13th prince. It was not impossible for Duan Lingtian to want to represent Long Fei-yun. Nevertheless, this was all just her speculations. Only when she saw Duan Lingtian making a move was she able to confirm her suspicions. Zhou Shuqiu continued thinking to herself, it seems like he doesn't belong to any sect, otherwise, he wouldn't participate in the Wasteland Grand Contest. Those who already belonged to a sect would not join the Wasteland Grand Contest because the top participants of the Wasteland Grand Contest would be accepted into the 3 major celestial sects of the Wasteland. Naturally, the participants were allowed to refuse, but it meant they would not receive the prize from the contest. Those who already belonged to a sect would have joined the contest for naught. There's another possibility as well. He might have participated in the selection today to win a spot to compete in the Wasteland Grand Contest. But he doesn't plan to win the Wasteland Grand Contest. When this thought appeared in Zhou Shuqiu's mind, her heart sank. It's possible that he only decided to participate in the selection to help Long Fei-yun win the selection. He'd probably admit defeat during the Wasteland Grand Contest so he doesn't have to join any of the 3 major celestial sects. Thinking up to here, she began to wonder again if Duan Lingtian might have an extraordinary background. She stared at Duan Lingtian and muttered under her breath, one day I'll learn of your background. Sister. What's he doing up there? Zhou Shudong, the 4th miss of the Zhou clan, who was standing next to Zhou Shuqiu, was stunned as well when she saw Duan Lingtian up on the stone platform. Based on what she knew, Duan Lingtian was from a powerful sect outside of the Wasteland. Why was he participating in the selection? Could someone who had already joined a sect participate in the Wasteland Grand Contest? In response to Zhou Shudong's question, Zhou Shuqiu said, perhaps, he has no plan of winning the Wasteland Grand Contest and joining the 3 major celestial sects. It's possible that he only participated in today's selection to help the 13th prince win the reward. Zhou Shudong nodded when she heard Zhou Shuqiu's words. Then, she repeated Zhou Shuqiu's words to Long Xiangyun, the 4th prince. 7th brother desperately wants to win the reward for this selection. He even went as far as to pull the Grand Prestige Mansion and Feng Wu Jiguang to his side. He'd never imagined that the wolf is winning while the shepherds quarrel. Long Xiangyun looked at Long Qingyun with a mocking smile on his face. To be honest, he would rather his 13th brother win the reward than his 7th brother if he had to choose. After all, even if his 13th brother won the reward, it still did not change the fact that his 13th brother had no chance of ascending the throne even if he was outstanding. His 13th brother was not favored by their father. However, his 7th brother was different. In terms of capabilities, they were both equal. Moreover, they were both favored by their father. If his 7th brother's representative won the selection, their father would certainly be impressed. This was not something he wished to see. After all, this would tip the scale in his 7th brother's favor. He's participating in the selection? Not only were the 4th and 7th prince stunned by this turn of events, but even Long Dongping, the emperor of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom, was stunned. He did not expect Duan Lingtian, whom he assumed had an extraordinary background, would participate in the selection. From what he knew, Duan Lingtian was a great overarching golden celestial who was younger than 100 years old and came from a powerful sect outside of the Wasteland. Could someone like that participate in the Wasteland Grand Contest? If he won, would he join one of the three major celestial sects of the wasteland? It's likely that he's only participating to help Fei Yun win. He probably won't represent the soaring dragon celestial kingdom or join the three major celestial sects. With this thought in mind, Long Dongping turned to look at Long Fei Yun, the 13th prince. Before he sent Long Fei Yun a voice transmission. Fei Yun, did you ask him to stir up a commotion here? A hint of anger could be heard in his tone. Upon hearing this, colors drained from Long Fei Yun's face. All of a sudden, whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Duan Ling Tian, who was on the stone platform, lifted his hand. A giant sword formed from his vast celestial origin energy appeared in his hand before he slashed it down at Feng Chu Jiguang. Feng Wu Jiguang scoffed. He had been keeping an eye on Duan Ling Tian ever since Duan Ling Tian stepped onto the stone platform. Therefore, he was not caught off guard when he saw Duan Ling Tian making a move. At the same time, his celestial origin energy that had been mobilized rushed to his hand. A 7-foot-long spear appeared. Swoosh! The 7-foot-long spear shook and the celestial origin energy surrounding it surged. It looked like a huge python, ready to devour Duan Ling Tian's giant sword that was also formed by celestial origin energy. Boom! 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 The collision caused energies to ripple into the surroundings. It looked as though someone had thrown a stone in a pool of calm lake. The crowd in Su Rong Palace was in an uproar. All of them were curious about Duan Ling Tian's identity. He seems to serve the 13th prince? I think so. He seems to be as strong as Feng Wu Jiguang. At the very least, he's a violet sun golden celestial. Between him and Feng Wu Jiguang, I wonder who's stronger. Who's he? I haven't heard of him before. That's right. Where did he come from? Most of them had heard about Feng Wu Jiguang being a violet sun golden celestial who was younger than 100 years old. However, they were not aware that there was another violet sun golden celestial who was younger than 100 years old. For this reason, their curiosity was piqued. Boom! A deafening sound reverberated in the air as though there had been an earthquake. The sound came from Duan Ling Tian's giant sword that was formed by his celestial origin energy. His energy surged in just a blink of an eye. At this moment, everyone in Su Rong Palace could sense the difference in Duan Ling Tian's attack. How's this possible? Feng Wu Jiguang was shocked. He had already unleashed all his strength. He did not expect his opponent's strength would rise even more since he thought they would come to a draw at most. Suddenly, a thought appeared in his mind. Great overarching golden celestial. He could not get rid of the thought no matter how hard he tried. The crowd broke into an uproar again. Great overarching golden celestial. Heavens! He's a great overarching golden celestial. The aura from his physical body indicates he's, indeed, younger than 100 years old. He's a great overarching golden celestial, even though he's not even 100 years old. There's a great overarching golden celestial younger than 100 years old in the soaring dragon celestial kingdom? He hid himself well. Boom! 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 A series of explosions rang in the air as Duan Ling Tian's giant sword that was formed from his celestial origin energy easily destroyed Feng Wu Jiguang's attack. Even the spear in Feng Wu Jiguang's hand flew out of his grasp, piercing one of the pillars in the hall. Bang! A loud crash sounded as Feng Wu Jiguang was sent flying by the giant sword. Due to the rules of the selection that prohibited killing and also because there was no enmity between Duan Ling Tian and Feng Wu Jiguang, Duan Ling Tian had held back on his strength. For this reason, Feng Wu Jiguang was only severely injured when he slammed into one of the pillars in the hall. Feng Wu Jiguang could no longer fight. He could barely stand and had to lean against the pillar for support. When he turned to look at Duan Ling Tian, there was no resentment in his eyes. He was grateful that Duan Ling Tian had spared his life. Thank you for showing mercy. When Duan Ling Tian's sword had slashed down at Feng Wu Jiguang earlier, Feng Wu Jiguang had felt the immense and suffocation force from the attack. At that time, a wave of despair rose in his heart. He had thought he was going to die. He did not expect his opponent to hold back and spare his life. Duan Ling Tian nodded indifferently. Then he glanced at the remaining young powerhouses. The young powerhouses regained their senses when they saw Duan Tian looking at them. Their expression changed drastically, since they could feel Duan Tian's fighting spirit. All of them jumped down from the stone platform in unison. Whoosh! 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 The sound of wind whistling in the air reverberated in the hall. In just a blink of an eye, all the remaining participants had left the stone platform at top speed, as though there was some terrifying monster. Duan Tian was a great overarching golden celestial who was younger than 100 years old after all. Someone like that was not someone they could afford to offend. Moreover, they were not blind. Even Feng Wu Jiguang, a violet sun golden celestial, was sent flying with just one move. Duan Tian did not even use his celestial weapon. The strongest among them was merely an indigo sun golden celestial. Even if all of them attacked at once, they still would not be able to defeat a great overarching golden celestial. It was better to admit defeat than humiliate themselves by doing something futile. For a time, Duan Tian was left alone on the stone platform in the middle of the Surong Palace's main hall. He stood there, dressed in purple robes with his extraordinarily handsome face and astounding aura. All the young women present kept looking at him furtively. A hint of admiration could be seen in their eyes as they snuck a look at him. Not only was he a great overarching golden celestial who was younger than 100 years old, but he was also incredibly handsome. It was only natural that the young women present were attracted to him. Who's he? When did the soaring dragon celestial kingdom gain someone like this? A great overarching golden celestial who's younger than 100 years old? How well did he hide himself? After a momentary silence, an uproar broke out in the main hall of Surong Palace. Everyone from the mansions to the princes was fervently discussing this turn of events. Everyone was curious about Duan Tian, who had seemed to appear out of the blue in the soaring dragon celestial kingdom. Moreover, he was a great overarching golden celestial who was younger than 100 years old. It would be difficult for someone like that to hide themselves in the wasteland, let alone the soaring dragon celestial kingdom, unless they did not show their strength at all. It seems like the 13th prince will be the winning prince for this selection. Who knew the 13th prince would end up being the winning prince? I truly didn't expect this. The one who's feeling the most regretful now should be the Grand Prestige Mansion. They must have thought Feng Wu Jiguang would win without fail and sent him to the 7th prince. Who knew there would be a great overarching golden celestial who's younger than 100 years old? I think the 7th prince must be so angry now that he wants to vomit blood. As the crowd discussed among themselves, their eyes were naturally trained on Long Qingyun. Just as the crowd had speculated, Long Qingyun was so furious that he felt as though he was going to vomit blood. He had thought he was definitely going to be the winning prince. Who knew his 13th brother was able to recruit a great overarching golden celestial who was younger than 100 years old. He already belongs to a powerful sect, but he still participated in the selection. It's likely that he's only doing it to help 13th brother. He probably won't join the Wasteland Grand Contest. Even if he joins the contest, he'll probably admit defeat. Long Qingyun was certain Duan Tian had only participated in the selection to help Long Fei Yun become the winning prince and had no intention of joining the Wasteland Grand Contest. Father! Long Qingyun was afraid of Duan Tian, so he did not dare to outright offend him. Therefore, he sent a voice transmission to Long Dongping. He probably has no intention of joining the Wasteland Grand Contest. If so, it wouldn't benefit us at all even if he's the strongest among all the participants today. Are you still going to give 13th brother the Duke-grade celestial weapon? Long Qingyun's words rang true to Long Dongping since he had the same thought as well. His expression darkened as he looked at Duan Tian. Young man. Everyone turned to look at Long Dongping immediately. Duan Tian also turned to look at Long Dongping. The objective of the selection is to find young powerhouses to represent the soaring dragon celestial kingdom in the Wasteland Grand Contest. During the contest, those who are selected have to go all out and not hold back to obtain a higher rank in the contest, Long Dongping said as he looked at Duan Tian. His gaze was pointed as he asked, "Can you do that?" Yes. Duan Tian nodded indifferently. Long Dongping did not expect Duanling Tian to agree to it so easily. He was stunned. When he regained his senses, he quickly said, "If you do well in the Wasteland Grand Contest, you have to join one of the 3 major celestial sects. Will you be able to do that?" "Why? Your Majesty, are you suggesting that I only participated in the selection to help the 13th prince become the winning prince? Are you suggesting that I have no intention of participating in the Wasteland Grand Contest or joining the 3 major celestial sects of the Wasteland?" Duanling Tian asked as he met Long Dongping's eyes. That's right. Long Dongping did not expect Duanling Tian to be so blunt and voiced out the thoughts in his head. However, he was not afraid to admit it. He nodded. "After all, I heard that you have a remarkable background. It's likely that you already belong to a sect." Upon hearing the conversation between Duanling Tian and Long Dongping, the crowd was taken aback. Judging from His Majesty's words, it seems like he's familiar with this young man. His Majesty knows him? What is happening? Why does His Majesty know him but we've never heard of him? Those from the mansions under Soaring Dragon's celestial kingdom learned about how Duanling Tian injured the 4th miss of the Zhou clan and killed an elder of the Zhou clan who was an earth-rank overarching heavenly supreme celestial. Long Xiangyun, the 4th prince, even visited him but did not dare to offend him. Later on, in a shocking twist, even the 3rd miss of the Zhou clan did not act against him when she found out about what had happened. She even asked her sister to apologize. Zhou Shuqiu, the 3rd miss of the Zhou clan, was someone even the emperor was respectful to. Although she was his niece, he treated her with the utmost respect. For these reasons, the people from the mansion looked at Duanling Tian warily. Even the 3rd miss of the Zhou clan didn't dare to offend him? With the Thousand Spiders Celestial Sect's intelligence network, she must be privy to his background. This just means he has an extraordinary background. It's likely that he's from a powerful sect or clan. I agree. If that's the case, why would he participate in the Wasteland Grand Contest? After all, the biggest draw is the chance to join the 3 major celestial sects. That's not necessarily true. If he belongs to a powerful sect, then he naturally wouldn't join one of the 3 major celestial sects. However, if he's from a strong clan, he can still join a sect. Yes, there is a difference between a clan and a sect. The crowd in Surong Palace began to fervently discuss Duanling Tian's affairs. Most of them concluded that Duanling Tian must be from a powerful clan that even the Thousand Spiders Celestial Sect could not simply offend. Otherwise, Zhou Shuqiu, the 3rd miss of the Zhou clan, would not have stayed passive. Upon hearing the discussion in the surroundings, Zhou Shudong could not hold back and asked, "Sister, is he truly from some powerful clan?" In a way. Zhou Shuqiu nodded indifferently. At this point, what could she say? Could she say that she did not know as well? She only let Duanling Tian go because of the special relationship he had with her best friend, Murongbing, who was from the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect. After listening to Zhou Shuqiu's words, Zhou Shudong repeated the words to Long Xiangyun, the 4th prince. In turn, Long Xiangyun informed his father, the emperor of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom, about what he had learned through voice transmission. He was eager to prove himself useful. After all, his presence during the selection was too weak. After receiving the information from Long Xiangyun, Long Dongping confirmed the veracity of the words again through voice transmission. After that, the way he looked at Duanling Tian changed as well. "I plan to join the Martial Dragon Celestial Sect," Duanling Tian replied bluntly as he stared at Long Dongping. Martial Dragon Celestial Sect. As soon as Duanling Tian finished speaking, the 4th and 7th prince, Long Xiangyun and Long Qingyun, had a drastic change in their expressions. This was not good news for them. The Martial Dragon Celestial Sect was the sect that governed 13 high-rank celestial kingdoms, including the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom. Just a word from the Martial Dragon Celestial Sect was sufficient to determine the emperor of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom. With Duanling Tian's good relationship with Long Fei Yun, how could they not be worried about Duanling Tian joining the Martial Dragon Celestial Sect? On the other hand, Long Dongping did not think that far ahead. He felt at ease as soon as he heard Duanling Tian planned to join the Martial Dragon Celestial Sect. He no longer felt worried about Duanling Tian only joining the selection to help Long Fei Yun become the winning prince or forfeit the Wasteland Grand Contest, and refused to join any of the 3 major celestial sects of the Wasteland. In fact, he would be able to benefit greatly if Duanling Tian won the contest and joined the Martial Dragon Celestial Sect. The 3 major celestial sects would handsomely reward the celestial kingdoms of the top-ranked participants. Finally, Long Dongping looked at Long Fei Yun and announced, "In this case, the winning prince for today's selection is the 13th prince." Naturally, there were people who were happy about this and there were people who were displeased by it. Long Fei Yun was elated, and the 4th and 7th prince, Long Xiang Yun and Long Qing Yun, were clearly displeased. Both of them were worried Duanling Tian would support Long Fei Yun to ascend the throne once he joined the Martial Dragon Celestial Sect. Long Qing Yun was particularly vexed since he had assumed he would win with Feng Wuji Guang on his side. Who knew Duanling Tian would show up and take away the glory that was supposed to belong to him? Martial Dragon Celestial Sect? He wants to join the Martial Dragon Celestial Sect. Zhou Shuqiu frowned slightly when she heard Duanling Tian's answer. She would have preferred it if Duanling Tian joined the Thousand Spiders Celestial Sect. It would be easier for her to keep an eye on Duanling Tian on Morongbing's behalf that way. She would be able to help him avoid the powerhouses from the Compassionate Celestial Traveler Sect. She did not expect Duanling Tian to join the Martial Dragon Celestial Sect. "It's fine. I'll think about how to change his mind later. In the worst-case scenario, I'll ask Master to request him to join us after the Wasteland Grand Contest," Zhou Shuqiu thought to herself. In her opinion, it should be easy for her master to request for Duanling Tian to join the Thousand Spiders Celestial Sect instead of the Martial Dragon Celestial Sect. She was confident because she was unaware of many things regarding Duanling Tian. If she knew that Duanling Tian was not only a great overarching golden celestial who was younger than 100 years old, but he was also a prominent celestial alchemist, she would not be so confident. Everyone in Su Rong Palace began to discuss among themselves again. They thought Long Fei Yun was really lucky to encounter a prodigy like Duanling Tian. With this, many people's opinions began to change, and they thought Long Fei Yun had a good chance of becoming the next emperor of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom with Duanling Tian's help. Who knew the 13th prince would find such a young powerhouse to help him become the winning prince? The 13th prince is really lucky. Alas, it's almost impossible for him to become the next emperor of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom. "I wouldn't be so sure about that. Don't you forget," the purple-clad young man said, "that he intends to join the Martial Dragon Celestial Sect. If he joins the Martial Dragon Celestial Sect and proves his worth, becoming a high-ranking official in the sect, it's not impossible for him to help the 13th prince to ascend the throne." That's right. The 13th prince is really lucky. It might not even take that long. If the purple-clad young man's talent is appreciated by the high-ranking officials of the Martial Dragon Celestial Sect, and they accept him as a disciple, he could ask them to support the 13th prince to ascend the throne of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom. Their chattering was not loud. However, as a heaven-rank overarching Heavenly Supreme Celestial, Long Dongping naturally heard the discussions in his surroundings. However, he did not mind it. Although he did not favor the 13th prince and suspected that he was not the 13th prince's biological father, he did not mind if the Martial Dragon Celestial Sect intervened and made the 13th prince the next emperor of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom. After all, there was a chance that the 13th prince was his son. He merely did not want to be the person to make him the next emperor. If the 13th prince managed to ascend the throne with his own capabilities, he would even be proud. Long Dongping looked at Long Fei Yun and said, "Fei Yun, since you won the selection, I'll reward you with the Duke-grade celestial weapon as promised." Long Dongping's reverberated clearly in everyone's ears, causing everyone to fall silent for a moment. Then they began to discuss among themselves again. Duke-grade celestial weapon. That's right. The winning prince would be rewarded with a Duke-grade celestial weapon. There is only a handful of Duke-grade celestial weapons in the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom's imperial family. I wonder which one will be given to the 13th prince. There are only 2 Duke-grade celestial weapons in the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom that don't have an owner. It must be one of the 2. Both of them are offensive Duke-grade celestial weapons. No matter which one he's rewarded with, it's still great news. Everyone looked at Long Fei Yun enviously. The 4th and 7th prince, in particular, were so jealous that they could kill. The 7th prince was so angry that his body even trembled. It felt as though the 13th prince had stabbed his heart. Everyone assumed Long Fei Yun would happily receive the reward when he looked at Long Dongping and solemnly said, "Father, I would like to exchange the Duke-grade celestial weapon for a prominent celestial pill cauldron." Silence descended on the main hall immediately. Even Long Dongping was stunned. A prominent celestial pill cauldron? He knew Long Fei Yun had been looking for a prominent celestial pill cauldron, but he did not know Long Fei Yun wanted it to this extent. Any sane person could see it was a huge loss to trade a Duke-grade celestial weapon for a prominent celestial pill cauldron. Long Fei Yun's words, naturally, caused a commotion in the main hall. Did I mishear the 13th prince? Did he say he doesn't want the Duke-grade celestial weapon? Yes. It seems like he wants to exchange the Duke-grade celestial weapon for a prominent celestial pill cauldron. Is this a joke? Has he gone mad? Although a prominent celestial pill cauldron is rare, it's nothing compared to a Duke-grade celestial weapon. Isn't this a losing proposition? Perhaps. He thinks His Majesty would not really reward him with a Duke-grade celestial weapon, and decided to ask for a prominent celestial pill cauldron to gain His Majesty's favor. Is it necessary? Who knows? Is he insane? Long Xiangyun and Long Qingyun were stunned. They did not expect Long Fei Yun to trade a Duke-grade celestial weapon for a prominent celestial cauldron. In their opinion, only an idiot would do that. Are you sure you want to give up the Duke-grade celestial weapon in exchange for a prominent pill cauldron? Long Dongping asked solemnly. Fei Yun, you have to think this through. There's no going back after you make this decision. Father, I'm sure about it, Long Fei Yun said resolutely. I want the prominent pill cauldron, not the Duke-grade celestial weapon. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian, who was standing on the stone platform, flew to Long Fei Yun's side and interjected, 13th Prince, this isn't necessary. There's no shortage of prominent pill cauldrons once I join the Martial Dragon Celestial Sect. However, who knows if you'll be able to obtain another Duke-grade celestial weapon once you give up this chance. He, naturally, knew Long Fei Yun was trying to obtain a prominent pill cauldron for him. He was moved by Long Fei Yun's action, but he did not wish for Long Fei Yun to give up on a Duke-grade celestial weapon for his sake.